What is up? We live? How's it going? Today starts stream number 2 of our Chaos Head adventure with the Community of Zero patch. Hey, Wandering. Hey, what's up, Ruben? Haven't played any other visual novel in the sci-fi series other than Steins Gate? Same, bro. Vibin', what is good? I'm gonna do my traditional wait a couple minutes here to let people join. Let YouTube send out those notifications before we get started. We missed so much yesterday. I don't know if he missed that much. He only missed the first chapter. Yeah, he didn't need to see that. Honestly, he's probably better off for having not seen it. If we're being real. What exactly did I miss? Some dude that we don't know died. We've discovered our player character is kind of an incel. And he kind of has the ability to see the future, but in a non-specific way that hasn't really been explained yet. That's really it. That's kind of all that happened in the 9 hours. I mean, maybe someone else can summarize it. Isn't that much different from Okabe? No. Like, Okabe is kind of like a haha joke funny, but I like Mayuri. This guy straight up, like, can't talk to girls. Doesn't call them girls, calls them grills. Doesn't actually have friends like Okabe, at least will talk to Mayuri. This guy will not really talk to women. It's like a Daru that's antisocial. I think would be a good way to summarize it. Daru if bad. Also, based on everyone's suggestions from yesterday's stream, I put Steins Gate in the title. I called it the Steins Gate of Horror. Very creative, very original. Thank you. This guy sounds painful. Yeah. For real, for real. Hang on, I'm posting fire memes before we get started here. So many outrage views, maybe? I doubt that, but I thought it'd be funny for you guys. Hang on. I'm assuming this will include delusions. Yes, we're deluded, I suppose. I'm posting my fire means to the Steins Reddit. In an effort to shamelessly self-promote my stream. So guys, go ahead and give them an upvote. I mean, you know, they're so fire. Shameless self-promotion. I posted the meme in the Discord earlier, but now I'm posting it to the Reddit. So far, the delusions don't really, like, mean anything. So I'm really hoping that the delusions start to mean stuff. Because so far, all they really are is they're not really delusions. He just kind of, like, daydreams. It's not really... Like, he's sitting there waiting for something to happen. He has the delusion, which is basically just a dream. Then he snaps back, and then it continues right from where he left off. So I'm really hoping that that stops. Because right now, the delusions mean nothing. You could cut out the delusions, and nothing would change. So I'm really hoping that as we progress through the story, that changes. If that makes sense. You started chapter 2, so we have a ways to go. No, I know. I'm not like shutting down the idea. I'm just saying I hope that starts to happen soon, because right now they don't mean anything. You know. But I am hoping that changes. That is one of my hopes and dreams. This is the introduction of the plot device to replace Reading Steiner, but Reading Steiner, like, had an impact on what happened. His delusions don't. But yeah, I'm waiting for the ball to drop, and then they start impacting. Give it another minute before we get started. Kyler isn't here. The full crew isn't here yet. I'll give him another minute. So that's my big, that was my big complaint of the first chapter, really, is like, it's been quite a slow burn. Much slower than the slow burn of Steins Gate, I feel like. But anyway, focus on Chaos. I mean, I feel like it's fine to compare it to Steins Gate. I mean, they are in the same universe by the same company, using the same assets and a visual novel. There's an introduction to how bad Takumi is. Yeah, he kind of fucking blows. But whatever, that's part of the story, I suppose, right? I was trying to voice act yesterday during yesterday's stream. Let's see if I can continue it a bit. I'll have to get in the rhythm of it. Yesterday was a bit easier to dive right into it because I didn't really talk too much because I didn't do anything. But today I was like talking with people, so I'm like ready with my own voice. Alright. We ready to go? I think we're ready to go. Okay. Yua faced the PC in her room, her profile gravely serious. She swiftly read through the information displayed on the monitor. Before long, Yua let out a small sigh and released her hand from the mouse, glancing at a piece of paper sitting within reach of her. It was the very same paper she had put before Takumi the day before. The printout of the chat log between Nineheart and Shogun.
西条くん
Are the girls interesting so far? Also, no. No one is really interesting so far. Yua muttered a single name. The view of Takumi sitting alone on that Shoto park bench appeared in her mind, before she quickly shook her head to drown it out. Suddenly, she looked behind herself in surprise.
今誰かに
Just
見られ
now,
ていたような
it felt like someone was watching me. Her gaze stopped upon a large stuffed Gero froggy enshrined on her bed. Wondering if it had just been her imagination, she tilted her head in puzzlement. Then she slowly rose to her feet, walked over to her bed, and fell onto it head first, concussing herself. Doesn't like Nanami. It's not just limited to her. The sheets smelled of the sun. What does that even mean? Smelled of the sun. It seemed that her mother had kindly dried the futon earlier today. Yua buried her face in that relieving scent, her gaze wandering about vacantly. Her room was very neat and orderly, placing her meticulous personality on full display. This especially applied to her large bookshelf, which was rather incongruous for a room sized at around 13 square meters. It was packed tightly with countless books, leaving hardly any gaps. What the fuck? Yeah, there's a lot of this, Ruben. It's, yeah. However, charmingly, the lower half consisted of nothing but complex academic books, computing-related books, and other similar material, contrasting greatly with the upper half, which was filled with shoujo, manga, and anime DVDs. With another sigh, she turned her body face up and stared at the ceiling. You've never sun-dried blankets or clothes before? No, I have a dryer.
DID
Damsel in distress. Oh. See, this is what I'm afraid of, is the game is about to butcher dissociative identity disorder. That's like a big trope in media. It's always really lame. What's Nanami like? She's just Takumi's little sister. There was a big incest scene with her. So, yeah. Chose to do it. Yeah, no one told me what the difference was between the disorders, so I committed to making the decision to just pick green for the rest of the playthrough. Hey, what's up, AK? Why? What the fuck is this? From Wiki Pedophilia? Okay. The Encyclopedia of Useless Knowledge. A condition in which a single person has more than one personality, commonly referred to as did. A personality is defined as a continuous pattern of engaging with one's environment while being aware of the environment and their ego. In other words, a human being's ego presents itself by recognizing the continuous passage of time, confirming that their actions and subsequently received information are consistent, and from there is themselves. It's supposed to be Wikipedia vibing. I don't know why it's pedophilia there, though. They could have just stuck with the Wikipedia. That's kind of cringe. Personality change indeed is sudden. It can be triggered by psychological stress, social stress, as well as various other environmental factors. The disorder is characterized by many cases in which the different personalities do not retain the same memories. The age of onset is early childhood, but it may not always be clinically apparent. It's easier for the disorder to become chronic should the patient have experienced some form of childhood abuse or psychological trauma. It was first referred to as multiple personality disorder in the DSM-3 by the American Psychiatric Association, and while the name may be commonplace, it has not been used since 1994. She muttered the name of the mental illness she had just been researching. An explanation related to it was still displayed on her monitor.
辛いんですね。
It must be so hard. She hugged the stuffed froggy by her pillow tightly as she thought about Takumi.
でも
But I...
私
However, her expression soon vanished, replaced only by the gritting of her teeth. Okay. Wild, bruh. Oh my god, this blue reflection, like, eats me alive on the green screen. You can, like, see through my eye. It hurt to breathe. All I was doing was looking things up on my PC, yet it hurt to breathe. I could feel my heart pounding harder than it ever had before. And of course, the feeling that something was watching me would not go away. I was still just barely keeping myself from turning around, but I knew I couldn't do it for much longer. What the fuck is wrong with you? Show yourself, asshole! I cried out angrily at whatever it was. Surely it wasn't the demon girl, right? Oh god, what if it was? She could be using second sight, or clairvoyance, or some other demonic power to spy on me. The chills on the back of my neck were gradually growing stronger, to the point where they were getting slightly painful, like jolts of electricity coursing through my body. I was soaked from head to toe in sweat, the front of my t-shirt completely soaked. Unable to take it anymore, I whipped around in my chair as forcefully as I could, and yet all I saw was my room, in the same condition as always. I didn't see a single thing that shouldn't have been there. Who's this voice actor? It's like really, like, scraggly voice, I don't know. How are you not there? Who are you? With a yell that was closer to a shriek than anything, I burst up from my chair and went to make sure the door was locked. Much to my relief, it was. I wiped away the sweat on my forehead with my sleeve. Returning to my PC, I focused on the monitor once more. It was still displaying what I had been researching earlier, precognition. When I was a kid, I truly believed that precognition existed, that psychics existed. And if I was being completely honest, I still did to a degree. Precognition is to know what is going to happen in advance. For example, to foresee an unusual phenomenon, also known as foresight or foreknowledge. Hey, Kokichi. What is up, my dude? To know what is going to happen in the future before it actually happens. The term does not refer to predictions based on experience, information, or statistics, but rather a special sense that transcends humanity's natural perception. It has not been scientifically proven to exist. The way it manifests differs from person to person, with the most common being visions and prophetic dreams. Belief in precognition has existed since ancient times, where shrine maidens were often heralded as carriers. Psychics and fortune tellers are the modern incarnation of this belief. But there are many false actors who enjoy taking advantage of superstition, claiming they have precognitive powers in order to swindle others. I wonder how close this is to like an actual Wikipedia article on precognition. Like, are they putting their own spin on this, or does this just straight up what the wiki says? Precognition is the purported psychic phenomenon of seeing or otherwise becoming directly aware of events in the future. There is no accepted scientific evidence that precognition is real, and it's widely considered to be pseudoscience. Precognition violates the principle of causality, that an effect cannot occur before its cause. Precognition has widely been believed throughout history, despite the lack of scientific evidence. Many people believe it to be real, but it's still widely reported and remains a topic of research and discussion within the parapsychology community. It's like, do you want to see glitch text? I mean, sure, why not, bro? So it's like we'll be seeing a lot of wiki researching? Yeah. That was why my first thought had been the image that Shogun and the demon girl was a precognitive photograph. A thought which only drove me to look into it all the more. It's not working. Must be a glitch. Am I right? Get it? What if, maybe, just maybe, there were tons of psychics all over the world and I just didn't know? Back when I was a kid, when that bus accident happened, I'd managed something that had been pretty close to precognition. For that reason, I couldn't completely rule out its existence. But no matter how much I searched, all I could find was that extremely dubious articles about the occult, voodoo shit, or whatever else. There was absolutely nothing that proved scientifically whether it existed or not. There has to be at least something. I also don't get why he's latching onto this thing that the photograph is precognitive, because there would also have to be some technical, like, Photoshop skills available to the demon as well, and demons don't really strike me as master, like, Photoshoppers. You know what I mean? Because he's got that, like, photo with him in it, and he's like, it's a precognitive photo. But, I mean, there would have had to been some tampering as well. Growing increasingly frustrated, I violently tapped away at the keyboard. I couldn't deal with how anxious not having a concrete answer made me. Was the world really telling me to give up? To wait here, trembling in fear of the demons that might or might not come? I couldn't stay sane like that. Bro, you are currently not sane, so, I mean, cope as hard as you can, I guess. Of course, I would vastly have preferred to learn that precognition didn't exist, but regardless of what the truth was, I needed to know. Pretty much out of options, I decided to take a look at Channel's occult board. The place was typically home to nothing but total BS noise, lies, and misinformation, but it actually had some pretty mind-blowing and even useful information scattered on it sometimes. Fighting back how frantic I was, I opened up Channel. Then I clicked on the occult board and gave precognition a search. And when I did, a bunch of incomprehensible bullshit. Precognition and prophecies, Phantasm General, New Gen. Shittily predicting the future of Japan, precognition thread. Number of dudes who want Fez-Tan, Queen of Precognition, to kick their shit in. Fez precognition discussion, Phantasm. Precognition, fuck Phantasm, thread number 11. More like superstition, am I right? What do you guys think of Phantasm's prophetic songs? Clear precognition, in my opinion. Why phantasms are literal murderers pretending to have precognition. If you've had precognitive dreams, get your ass in this thread. Logging off to hear Fez's prophecies and precognition IRL. My search pulled up a surprising number of threads, about 30 of them. Was precognition a hot topic on @channel at the moment? With the gulp, I checked the thread titles one by one.
Phantasm. FES.
Oh, so they say it out loud, FES, like I was saying earlier. But it seems like it's referring to a name. Wonder if this guy will stumble on some lab member posts, yeah. Most of the threads contained those two keywords. In addition, new gen discussion had also wormed its way in, with lots of unsettling terms like prophetic lyrics and murderer being used. Having never heard of Phantasm before, I went to Google them. Apparently they were a Shibuya-based 4-piece gothic punk band that had been doing live concerts recently. They were so popular, in fact, they were completely dominating the indie music scene with a female vocalist known only as FES. Anyway, to check whether it was related to precognition or not, I clicked on the thread at the top titled Foreknowledge and Prophecies, Phantasm General, and gave the contents a brief skim. Oh, I was trying to scroll up the page. Fuck. Anonymous Prophet. Calm your tits, everyone. But yeah, let's all go to the concert Sunday. Those who do will enjoy FES Sama's Black Mass without letting any of it go to waste. Miss out and you'll be getting the crucifixion treatment, Lamau. I read the lyrics, but it still feels like a stretch. The phrasing's vague as shit, and there's no way that they're actual prophecies. If I'm wrong, though, have mercy on me, crucifixion killer. Calling it precognition or a prophecy or whatever the fuck it is taking it too far, Lamau. This ain't Nostradamus, so how about we just sit back and enjoy the music for what it is? FES stuff ain't bad lyrically, but I def can feel the new connection, to be honest. Everyone always talks about FES. Rip the composer Ryo. Poor guy's getting no credit. Huff huff. Fest's lyrics force me to find the meaning of life. It's a trap. FES tides are total shitters, Lamau. Well, to be honest, I want to be insulted by FES Sama and that chill voice of hers while she grinds her boots in my ass. Over and over until it feels like my eyes are going to fall out of their sockets. It would feel so intoxicating to stop on the edge right at the last moment and erotic. I wonder if she'll spit on my face. No matter what you think, I want FES to just take a knife and cut open my throat. I want to breathe my last breath as she says to me, "You're an eyesore." Okay. Stop bumping this shit. Thanks. This is what you guys mean by new gen prophecy stuff? O servant revealed by the light of the moonlit night, connect the phantasmal paths which lead to this place. Little do they know, their screams will turn to silence, and repose shall fall upon us as we link hand in hand with the wind. By the way, fuck Phantasm. Like Lamau, their fans are terrifying. You'd think they were brainwashed. Now you're gonna get it. Don't leak the lyrics to what a brainless troll. Which one of those was cursing? Probably the ones that says fuck Phantasm. Those lyrics don't mean shit. What the fuck? Depending on how you interpret them, they could be seen as referring to the group dive. Wow, what a fucking stretch. What? An absolute stretch. Yeah, those lyrics had been released 2 months ago, which meant they couldn't have been written until after the group dive had occurred. Is this precognition? Could it just be a coincidence? Or could Phantasm be yet another one of the Demon Girl's underlings? I read the thread in more detail, only to find out that each of the 3 New Gen incidents had all been prophesized by Phantasm's lyrics. However, the lyrics for the songs that supposedly prophesized the man-child and crucifixion incidents had not been posted on @channel. Apparently, uploading them online was viewed as a taboo of sorts. The philosophy seemed to be, if you really want to know, go to the concerts and buy an album. Which is so funny, because nowadays, if you wanted to, like, look up the lyrics for any type of, like, music and or song, you could just Google that shit. And you'd be able to find, like, a full lyric list within, like, seconds. What's up with my eyes being in the green screen today? What the fuck? Okay, there we go. I think we fixed the filter. Wild. looking at my like webcam preview and like seeing through my eye was making my eyes water. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Ugh. Regardless, there were a great number of people online trying to predict the next New Gen case based on the songs Phantasm had performed thus far. Apparently, ever since New Gen kicked off, Phantasm albums have been completely selling out. They'd been so successful, in fact, that even the mainstream media had picked up on it. Gothic band boasting cult following rises among the youth of Shibuya. News stories like that were popping up all over the place. The one writing the lyrics was the head singer, FES. Nobody knew her real name. What if FES was actually the Demon Girl? If she was, it would explain how she managed to prophesize the incidents literal months before they'd occurred. The Demon Girl was the culprit, after all. I tried doing an image search, but I couldn't find any good photos of her face. All the pictures were taken by phones during their concerts, and they were so blurry that I couldn't even begin to make out a face. Another thing that's really funny, that nowadays you could absolutely get a clear picture of somebody with your phone. Shit! I wiped my sweat-drenched forehead with the hem of my shirt. I was frustrated and scared. I couldn't believe anything. I didn't even want to see anything. Several emotions swirled within me, suffocating me. My breathing hadn't even come close to stabilizing this entire time. But even so, I knew one thing for certain. I needed to see FES's face. Why? With trembling fingers, I typed in Phantasm's name and clicked on their official website. The site was mostly black, decorated only by a text of a uniform deep crimson color. It was unrelenting in its simplicity, and yet it felt so incredibly eerie and strange. There was barely anything on the site at all, just basic info on their concerts and discography. There wasn't even a single image. There were no profiles on the band members, nor anything with their song lyrics. Well, if they were the culprit, they wouldn't want their face on the internet anyway. Talk about thorough. I took a look at their performance schedule and saw that they typically performed about every other week. Their next concert was the day after tomorrow. If I went to it, I'd be able to check whether FES was the Demon Girl or not. But even if I did find out that they were one and the same, what would I even do? Report FES to the police? Cry and beg for her to leave me alone? Bring a crucifix and attempt a mock exorcism? None of those were going to happen. I was up against a demon. There was no way in hell an otaku freak like me could come out on top. I'm really getting annoyed with him constantly referring to himself as the otaku freak. Problem is, if I didn't, I'd die. She'd transform my corpse into her newest art piece, and I'd be posted all over the All Things New Gen site as yet another case. Also, again, I find it interesting that he's the only one that keeps referring to these as, like, artistic murders. No one else really refers to it like that. It's literally just him. Fuck that. But if I didn't do something, I'd never find out what the picture of me that Shogun had sent really meant. I don't get why he's not really trying to figure out more of how he's also Shogun. And on the off chance that FES wasn't connected to the Demon Girl, maybe I could ask her to help me fight against whoever the Demon Girl actually was.
だけどやっぱり無理だ。
Like that's ever
ライ
gonna
ブなん
happen.
て行けるわけが
I'd
ない。
never survive going to a concert. I'd never actually been to one in my life. That sort of thing was infinitely beyond my comfort zone. Not to mention concert halls were cramped, dark, and noisy, and crowded. Just imagining a place like that made me want to hurl. I was at my wit's end, and I had no idea what to do. Hey, what's up, Epsane? Not gonna lie, last stream I fell asleep. Yeah, these kinds of streams I feel like are easy to fall asleep to. I fall asleep while watching streams as well, so I totally don't blame you. Just listen to the soothing, sultry sounds of the dulcet tones of my voice as I read to you the story of Chaos Head. The chills on the back of my neck still hadn't gone away, and the painful prickling sensation suddenly turned into a burning one. I looked behind me yet again, but like always, nobody was there. But yeah, hey, what's up, Epstein? I usually watch, or like, I'll listen to streams of games like this, not... What the fuck is going on with my webcam? Bruh. Bruh moment. But yeah, I'll listen to, streams like this, or like, live streams of people while I'm like trying to fall asleep, or while I'm like playing video games in the background or something. Did I like change the lighting today? I don't, it's like really weirding me out. What the fuck? I know this is totally irrelevant, and most people don't care, but... Alright, maybe that'll do it. Yeah, okay, whatever. Who's he telling to stop? Just stop! Please! I closed my eyes tightly, focusing on nothing other than waiting for the gaze to disappear. I didn't want to go through this torment for the rest of my life. For all I knew, the gaze would straight up kill me someday. Think. Takumi. What can I do? Think. Hopefully something interesting, am I right? Your webcam's glitching because we're in the wrong world line, yeah. Brutal. Hiding in the shadow of a telephone pole, I looked at the Gigantes concert hall from afar. After agonizing over it all day yesterday, I'd somehow managed to nut up and did what needed to be done. So here I was. Gigantes? It was located on a narrow street in Shibuya, beneath the elevated railroad tracks. It had a very distinct red brick exterior. The exterior was lit up too, giving off an old-fashioned, austere vibe that made it feel as if it had been transported back in time to like the 50s or something. To think that a spot like this was in Shibuya of all places. I've had no idea it existed even until yesterday. It was only 5 minutes from the station on foot, and yet there weren't very many people at all. Every once in a while, a train would pass over the elevated tracks with a tremendous roar, and the telephone pole I was hiding behind would tremble slightly, but that was about it. Just a moment ago, there had been a bunch of what appeared to be Phantasm fans in front of Gigantes. Some of them were wearing outfits so out there, I'd almost mistaken them for cosplayers. However, what surprised me the most was that there was honestly not that many people. Despite being such a huge topic online, there must have been no more than 100 people here. But I thought we established that all their like concerts were selling out and shit. Why is there nobody here? Regardless, they were all inside the building now. The concert had already begun, but since none of the audio managed to bleed outside, it certainly didn't feel like it. My heart palpitations had gone away after I'd fallen asleep yesterday, but they'd come back with a vengeance the second I'd arrived in front of the venue. It had been so hard to breathe, I'd almost thought I was dealing with some kind of heart failure. But really, I knew exactly why it was so bad. This place was filled with a thick, impenetrable darkness. The demon girl and her underlings could be lurking around any corner. Knowing that, I'd been on the lookout for anyone that might attack me ever since I got here. The sheer anxiety and paranoia was comparable to what it felt like going through the Waz volcano dungeon in ESO. Mobs in the volcano dungeon were OP, and it was surrounded by the kind of lava that insta-killed you if you so much as clipped it with your pinky toe. That shit couldn't have been play-tested, the amount of times I died there, holy hell. I wiped the sweat off my forehead with a hand towel, and gulped down a glob of saliva. Ugh. Right as I did, the door at the top of the stairs opened, and the furious beating of drums reverberated from inside for a few seconds. A single guy exited from the door. He jogged nimbly down the stairs and towards me.
Yo, Taku. Matta ka?
Been waiting long? I had invited Masumi to go to the venue with me. As I didn't know his phone number, I'd been forced to go to school today just to ask him. If he hadn't come with me, I probably wouldn't have even made it this far. And even if I'd somehow forced myself to go alone, if the demon girl was there, it'd be a certified game over. A certified bra moment, am I right? Who's this fuckboy? He's the pretty boy that gets all the ladies. So I had Masumi operate as a scout. I did feel bad about throwing him into the line of fire, so I obviously hadn't told him about that part. The only people I could rely on were him and Nanami, so I picked the less annoying of the two. I even covered his ticket costs, so in a sense, you could say I'd hired him for 1,000 yen. And like $10. Right, here's your CD. I grabbed one for myself, too. He handed me a Phantasm album. They were being sold for an outrageous premium in online auctions, but I'd heard on @channel that they were also available at the concerts, so I'd asked Masumi to buy one for me. Now that I had one, I'd achieved half of the goals I'd set out for myself. As for the remaining half... Honestly, though, they're way better than I thought they'd be. Phantasm, I mean. He'd been acting pretty excited ever since he exited the venue. Never really listened to him before, because you know me, I'm no sheep. Besides, I figured they were overhyped. But just that little bit I heard was enough to make me a real fan. The other thing I'd ask Masumi to report, anything in particular that stood out about the band members. I knew they would all come out on stage when the concert started, so all I'd wanted him to do was a quick scan, then head back to me right after. Wait, is he not even going in? Is Takumi really just going to stand out here? What? Yep. Despite my specific instructions, he hadn't come back for a full 5 minutes after the show started. This is probably because he'd listened to the entirety of the first song. Dude, the singer? A fine-ass woman right there. You got some real good taste, my man. I sighed internally. Thinking with the wrong head like usual. Why was I even surprised? So much for I'm no sheep. What'd she look like? Oh, right. The report. I dig this, by the way. Kind of feels like I'm a detective or some shit, you know? He grinned to himself, and I pressed him again to tell me about FES's appearance. Well, for starters, she had short hair. Huh? And just like that, there was already a huge discrepancy. Did that mean FES wasn't the demon girl? Wait, I couldn't let myself jump to conclusions here. She could have cut her hair, or she could have used hair extensions, or she could have changed it in some other way. It wouldn't surprise me if she'd been in disguise when I'd seen her at the crime scene. She had the hottest bod, real hourglass type shit. She was tall too. Might even be the same height as me. Tall. Same height as you. Misumi and I were about the same height, which meant FES was probably about 170 centimeters tall, which is how much? 5'5". Man, y'all some shorties. 5'5" is not tall. What? Pretty tall for a girl. What? Wild. Maybe a Japanese woman, I guess? What's the average height for women in Japan? Wow, holy shit. Average Japanese woman height is not even 5 feet. What? It's 4'9" for the average height of a woman in Japan. And 5'2" for men? What? Bro, I've got to move to Japan. I could be a Chad. Hell yeah. Your height? I'm 5'9". So, I mean, I'm not super tall either, by any means, but I feel like most women I know are, like, my height, almost. So to think of 5'5" woman as tall is crazy. Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to look that up. I can't believe the average height of a woman in Japan is not even 5 feet. If I was talking to anyone that wasn't 5 foot tall, I feel like I would immediately, I couldn't associate them with anything else but a child. Or just, you know, if I was talking to a woman and she, like, hit on me and she was 4'9" or something, I would be like, sorry, I'm not into kids. Like, I don't know. Anyway. I hadn't gotten that impression at all when I'd encountered the demon girl. My memories from back then were hazy, but I still felt like the demon girl had been shorter than me. Yet another thing that didn't line up. Anything else? Oh yeah, she had this real aloof vibe to her. Too cool for school type thing. The way she spoke had a big part in that. She's the kind of girl to talk in whispers. As for the tits, doesn't have much going on. But that goth outfit more than made up for it. It was crazy how hot it was. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. God damn it. Every single word he said was completely fucking useless. And again, I'd only gotten a quick look at the demon girl, so I couldn't exactly list her features. This plan was probably doomed from the start. Unless you just go in there and fucking see for yourself, bro. Anyway, since you're so interested in FES, you really ought to take a look for yourself. Let's hit it. Misumi began to push me from behind, forcing me up the stairs. I desperately tried to fight back, but Misumi was stronger than me. I couldn't get away. Wait! You want to see your face, right? Come on, let's be honest. Check how he says it. Takumi spelled it out. I'll be honest, I couldn't tell you which part of that was supposed to be FES. I don't have a good enough understanding of, like, Japanese sentence structure to understand what part of that is FES. Is he saying Fez? Takumi spelled it out. Does Misumi say it differently? Just one word, not spelled out, so it's Fez? Come on, be honest. Fooling around with another chick's a big part of a man's life, Taku. My boy, you're finally becoming a man. I don't know why I can't repeat that. Bro, he doesn't even say that name in this sentence, right? Am I crazy? I don't know what the fuck he just said. I don't know enough about he does. Alright. I mean, it all just kind of sounds like nothing to me. Like, I just normally don't hear Japanese enough to really understand what this is supposed to be. I don't know what the fuck he said. I don't hear it, yeah. First word after a short pause. No, I got nothing. I don't hear it. It just all sounds like gibberish to me. Hey, Bennett, what game is this? It's, a visual novel from the makers of Steins Gate. It's a horror game. Just pretend that glasses girl you went home with the other day doesn't exist. I'll be forgetting about Tanaka tonight myself. What the hell was he talking about? I tried to stand my ground and fight back, but to my horror, I realized that I was already at the top of the stairs. While it was only the second floor, if I were to slip and fall, it hurt like hell. Just the thought made me stop resisting as hard. Imagine seeing a staircase and starting to get scared that you would fall, instead of just, like, having a normal human interaction with stairs. Bruh. And in that moment of weakness, my entire body weight was sent crashing through the door and into the venue. Like, dude, it's stairs. Climb them. The second I hit the inside, an explosion of sound blasted my eardrums. I'd never experienced something so loud before. Even the pit of my stomach was being forcibly shaken by the vibrations. It was so intense, it felt as if my entire body was being crushed to pieces. I mean, I don't want to fall downstairs. I mean, I wouldn't want to fall downstairs either, but I've never looked at stairs and been like, shit, I'm probably going to fall down those. I just climb them naturally. You just finished the anime Chaos Head? Wait, why did you ask what game this was, Bennett, if you watched the anime Chaos Head? Like, if you watched the tie-in anime, why'd you ask what game this was? I'm so confused. Sounds like you know. Hey, what's up, Vegeta? Well, I was just trolling. Oh? Got me, I guess. You got me to describe to you the game I was playing. A successful troll. Damn, bruh. Roasted. There were no seats in the venue. Everyone was just standing up to watch. They were all rocking their bodies in rhythm with each other, shouting "Fez, Fez, Fez!" as their fists shot up and down. Still, nowhere near the level of a Wotagi performance, though. The fuck is that? A unique cheer performance that a selection of fans enact at idol concerts. Some performances include very intense physical movements, when each and every one of the movements having a specific name. Fans in the audience performing Wotagi in perfect coordination are a sight to behold. If you say so. The heat was devastating. It made me want to vomit. I might have been an otaku, but I was definitely not the type to obsess over idols or voice actors. Honestly, I hated this kind of atmosphere. I could tell I stuck out like a sore thumb, but thankfully nobody was paying any attention to me. There were so many people in front of me I could barely see the stage at the far end of the room. Just the blinding stage lights and the faint figures of 4 people standing under them. As I was getting overwhelmed by everything happening around me, Masumi handed me a plastic cup of soda. It seemed like Masumi had paid for my ticket too. I'd have to make sure to pay him back later. Wait, but I thought... No, it was mentioned earlier that we covered the price of his ticket, so we hired him. How did Masumi buy our ticket? I don't know why this is gonna bug me if I don't read it. Yeah, I covered his ticket cost. Oh, maybe he just... Oh, okay, so we only bought a ticket for him. So dumb. So his plan hinged on him just awkwardly standing outside waiting for Masumi to tell him everything about the concert instead of going in? Before I knew it, the song was over. The audience clapped and cheered. Is that what you guys do when my streams are over? Do you guys clap and cheer for me? Wow, another banger stream. Thank you. I will definitely subscribe for more content. Wow. Thank you, thank you. I will also click the bell button so I'll get those notifications. Me clapping with my hands cupped so I don't make all the neighbors in my apartment complex kick my door in. Good banger, happy felt stream. Thank you. I guess. What do you mean you guess? These are the most hyped streams on YouTube, baby. Because no one else really streams on YouTube. Everyone streams on Twitch like normal streamers. Then, having seemingly calmed down a little, everyone brought down their fists. Thanks to that, the road to the stage finally opened up, and I was able to see it clearly. I got a good look at the short-haired girl standing in the middle of the stage. Definitely not the demon girl. Ugh.
いつもより調子いいわ。
Definitely still creepy though. But also really fits in with that early 2000s, like, I feel like this was a look and an aesthetic that was really popular in the early 2000s, which is like when this game came out, right? That, like, the emo, like, band girls, you know what I mean? Like, the people that wore those, like, black pants with the big pockets on them and change. Like, and chains around the pockets. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, that was a really popular look in, like, the early 2000s. And they'd have, like, the little buttons on their, or, like, the little pins on their, like, shirts or whatever. Yeah. This was a real popular look back then, for sure. People, like, listening to, you know, like, My Chemical Romance and stuff. Absolutely. Fits the vibe. Anyway, she's telling the audience, your tune better than usual today.
声がクリアに聞こえ
I
る。
can hear your voices clearly.
世界が
The world is very translucent. The voice coming through the amp sounded nothing like the demon girl that had said those cryptic words to me. Masumi was right. Fez definitely had an aloof vibe to her. Despite her short hair, she didn't feel boyish. She gave off this mysterious aura with a mix of charm, allure, and a hint of distance. And to top it off, the silver accessories she was wearing all glittered fantastically as they reflected the lights. It felt like I was starting to understand why there were so many threads about her on that channel. So I definitely keep, every time I read this, I think of, like, Persona 3 FES, and so I read it as a full-ass, like, abbreviation every time. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna take me a while to get past that. In this kind of concert, I'd always thought that the band members would be more energetic, but Fez seemed incredibly indifferent during the intermission. She was pretty much the exact opposite of the excited audience. Maybe that was just the type of person she was. Well, if the band's being the hype crew, that's probably all that matters, right? Did the stream just lag? Or did half the viewing audience just leave all at once? It seemed like the audience wasn't surprised by that. They just stayed silent during the break, listening closely to Fez's words.
呼吸と性の門が閉じているからかもしれない。
Perhaps it is that the gate to Cocytus has been closed. What? Greek mythology, one of the two rivers located at the entrance to the underworld. The name translates to the river Lamentation. Oh. R.I.P. then. I'm sorry, what? Cocytus? What language was she even speaking?
世界の均衡は
The world's equilibrium had been maintained for millennia, since the birth of the greater will.
でも今
However,
それ
now
が
it's
崩れつつあ
crumbling.
る。
It's
とても不安定。
so very unstable.
だから
And
私は
thus,
歌うわ。
I shall sing.
君たちのカオスを
I shall accept your
Okay,
chaos. Head, Noah. I guess they were a goth punk band, so the band members probably had characters they played. Maybe it was an easy way to win over the hearts of fans. Just spout some random nonsense that hinted that it might mean something, giving it enough mystique to keep people engrossed. Speaking of mystique, Fez was holding something strange in her hand. In her left hand was a plain old mic, but in the other, she was holding some sort of weirdly shaped mic stand. It looked like a sword. It was shaped so elegantly it felt sinister. It looked so sharp that if you even so much as grazed it, it would slice your finger in two. It was huge. As tall as Fez, in fact. There were also lines of glass embedded into it, which glowed with an ominous blue light. I couldn't tell if it was really a sword or not, but either way, it wasn't half as bad as a character accessory. No complaints there. I was strangely captivated by it. Then, using only her right arm, she casually lifted the huge mic stand. Are we not going to see it? With an underhand grip, she swung it sideways. The blue light from the glass drew a wide arc with its afterglow. What the hell? That's so dangerous. What if she hit someone in the crowd? That wasn't a mic stand. Could it be a sword? Every night she would use it to cut the throat of some poor audience member, harvesting blood to offer to the demon girl. Or something. So was this concert actually some sort of black mass organized by a bunch of witches? Is this black mass, is that supposed to be like a dark magic, like church, like gathering? Like a church you go to mass? Since this is like an occult thing, it's a black mass? Is that what that means? A fierce chill ran down my spine just thinking about it. Goosebumps covered my entire body. I should really get out of here ASAP. But the moment I thought that, Fez let out a gentle whisper. Wasn't there a tip for black mass? Well, let's see. Yeah. Known as the Witches' Sabbath, a ritual performed by satanic cults. Although it's referred to as a Sabbath, it's the exact opposite of the masses held by the Catholic Church. When a black mass begins, the devil appears in the form of a giant goat. It's said that the witches then kiss the ghosts' buttocks, drink the blood of infants instead of wine, read aloud grimoires, and perform various impure acts. One theory states that the whole concept is nothing but a delusion crafted and perpetuated by sexually repressed priests and theologians in order to suppress heretics. Dude, sounds dope. I want to go. I didn't need to hear that? What do you mean? Don't be a fucking pussy, Vibe, and kiss the goat's ass. No. A fierce chill ran down my spine just thinking about it. Goosebumps covered my entire body. Oh wait, no, I already read this, sorry. That was FPS. That was actually Vibin. I just read his internal monologue there. YouTube ain't gonna like that. It's alright. This game gets so many copyright strikes. When I stream on YouTube, it doesn't matter. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. I can be as vulgar as I want in these streams. Unlike my streams of games that'll actually get monetized, since Mages copyrights all the music, I can say whatever I fucking want. No censorship required. This ain't your family-friendly Chaos Head stream. How many did the last stream get? I actually still have the email up. Hang on. Let me, 11. Which is much lower than any of the Steins Gate streams. Usually the Steins Gate streams were around, like, 20. Like, 18 to 23 was usually the ballpark for how many the Steins Gate streams would get. But there's a lot more dead air in Chaos Head than Steins Gate, for sure. Steins Gate always had, like, a song playing. But this game seems to have a lot more, like, ambient noise. So that's probably why there's only 11. But yeah. I don't need to censor myself. We can say whatever the fuck we want in these streams. They're not gonna get monetized anyway, so fuck it. Slobber on that goat's ass, baby. Get in there. Up next, our third song of the night is The Necklace of Vajrayana. The crowd let out a huge cry of joy upon hearing that. It was very Pog. Okay. Oh, is that her sword? I'm fucking dizzy. Okay. Certainly interesting. A moment later, the members of Phantasm all started playing, and a second flood of sound poured into my ears. A thunderous roar came from the speakers, a roar that felt like it was gonna blow out my eardrums. How are these people not gone deaf yet, hanging out in places like this all the time? Looking to my side, I noticed Masumi was fully into it, pumping his fists in sync with the rest of the audience. The intro ended, Fez began to sing, and when I heard the lyrics, I swallowed hard. What the fuck happened to the song there? What were the lyrics? What the fuck was that? Was that a glitch? I thought the game was gonna like put an emphasis on the lyrics for a second there, like get rid of the instrumental and just have her like sing. Instead, they just cut the music. What were the lyrics? The live YouTube intervention? Yeah, dude. That had to have been a bug. What the fuck was that? She was singing the prophetic song that had been posted all over our channel. Who fucking knows what the lyrics were, though? Your guess is as good as mine. Granted, I don't understand Japanese anyway, so it's not like it would have mattered. I'm actually getting really mad about it, but I would have understood it anyway. An actual moment of like, that American would get really mad if he could read. It was a dark piece that didn't feel the slightest bit optimistic. Even its melody felt like a religious, actually, how do you say that? Psalm? And the lyrics definitely didn't help. It'll cut to that point every time. Oh, are they, like, cutting to the part of the song that the dialogue is specifically referring to? Well, can the game give me an explanation of what the text was, or what the lyrics are? Like, I can't fucking understand this song. Where are my subtitles, bro? Everyone was getting riled up at first, but as the song went on, the excitement dropped further and further. And by the end, everyone just stood there, not saying a word. That's not good. But that was because everyone was fully lost in the sound. Some of them just stared at Fez, completely entranced. There was definitely something about Fez's singing voice that captivated people. Even as I battled fear and nausea in the middle of the crowd, I found myself listening very closely to her song, not wanting to miss it. Can someone post the lyrics for me? What the fuck are they saying? I'm so lost. Goosebumps sprang up all over me. For a moment, it felt like the air itself had frozen. This guy looks like Reen Schwarzer from The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel. In fact, I'm actually pretty sure that's the character costume. It's referring to the staking murder? Okay. The song ended. It truly was a Chaos Head Noah. Fez was looking down at the stage, swaying her body from side to side as she soaked in the last echoes of the music. And then she suddenly looked up, and without even gazing around for a second, she instantly looked at me. And then we banged, let's go. It wasn't like she just glanced in the general direction of my eyes, or like she briefly made eye contact with me or anything like that. Fez was blatantly looking right at me. I'd even go as far as to say she was staring at me, fixedly, as if evaluating my existence, as if searching deep within my heart. Her gaze was too intense, and yet, somehow, she seemed a little sad. As she descended from the stage to the audience, I couldn't take my eyes off her. What was going through her head, I wondered. The rest of the Phantasm members resumed playing. But Fez wasn't singing this time. She just wandered about in the middle of the crowd. Then, she casually threw her jacket off, exposing her sexy shoulders. Damn, those shoulders, bruh. The previously quiet fans were getting excited once again. Everyone threw their fists in the air as they jumped up and down wildly. They made the ground shake so hard, it felt like an earthquake. However, nobody laid a finger on Fez. Maybe they thought she was too holy of an existence to be touched. Normally, if a girl with her charisma dove into the crowd, it wouldn't be surprising if they got crushed to death. But it seemed that Phantasm's herd of sheep had agreed to restrain themselves, all abiding by the unspoken rule of do not touch Fez. And in doing so, they could feel Fez's presence right in front of them. They could savor the fragrance of her sweat. They could touch the same air as her. And that was the greatest joy her followers could ever know. Until this point, I'd thought that this was just any other performance. But I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw what she did next. She began to unfasten the belt around her waist. Then, she threw it into the crowd. All of her followers instantly reached for it, competing with one another to lay their claim over it. Then, with a sidelong glance at them, Fez unzipped her miniskirt. Wow. Her skirt gently fell to her feet. Her black, sensual underwear exposed. She seemed to not have a care in the world about her accolades, seeing her in such revealing clothing. Maybe she was high off the atmosphere of the venue, or maybe this was part of the performance, or maybe she was just an exhibitionist. I had no idea, but her utter eroticism kept my eyes glued to her all the same. She looked at me once more. Her lips formed a bewitching smile. Yo, she's coming over here. Fez's eyes were fixed on me, never once looking elsewhere. She slowly started approaching, as if she found her target. Is that what you were saying about the color? What do you mean? Oh yeah, where you, like, choose the path? Cubai chose this? Hey, I didn't write the game. Blame the developers. Or the writers. I didn't write the game. This is in it. This is a valid content path. I looked away for 1 minute and she's only in a bra. Hey, don't forget her underwear. Her panties. She's not just in a bra. Abstain. She has class, alright? And she has, like, some stockings on, too. Jesus. As if I was her lover, she blew her sweet breath towards me and wrapped her arms around me. Her skin was slightly damp with sweat. The scent and warmth were so alluring, they made me dizzy. her breasts pressed up against me, quickly and repeatedly rubbing up and down my body. I guess it's true what they say about singing being exhausting, because I could feel her ragged breath directly on my skin. Correction, she's in hot tub mode. Exactly. The stream is actually still safe and family friendly. She's just in a hot tub, bro. Chill. Her arms were wrapped around my back, holding me close, her nails digging into the nape of my neck, and her thighs were twined around my leg. Shivers ran through my entire body like jolts of electricity. I wasn't able to push her aside, nor could I return her embrace. The only thing I could do was stand still, staring at her with my eyes wide in confusion. Yeah, Takumi very hypocritical. He constantly gives Masumi shit and then also has horny thoughts all the time. Her followers cheered again, but this time, the noises they made sounded more like screams. The music played by Phantasm intensified. Chants of Fez echoed through the venue. Shouts of "Do it! Do it!" began to follow. Do what, exactly? In a situation like this, what could they be talking about? I had no idea. Fez, meanwhile, just kept hugging me in silence. Seeking help, I looked for Masumi's silhouette in the crowd. But when I found him, to my surprise, he was sharing an intense kiss with a girl in the crowd I'd never seen before. Well, it wasn't just Masumi. The rest of the acolytes, boys and girls alike, were throwing their clothes off, getting as naked as the day they were born. Some embraced one another, others placed their lips together. Some even were beginning to do the deed. Hell screams of pandemonium complemented the gluttony for carnal pleasure. Moans, groans, and the obscene sounds of flesh rubbing against flesh pervaded throughout the venue where Phantasm had just performed. This is a black mass. Oh, we fucking... I finally realized this was an obscene feast hosted by the witch known as Fez. And more importantly, the sacrifice brought in for the witch today was me. I had been chosen as the partner. Was this really what a Phantasm concert was like? I was beginning to lose myself in the atmosphere. I could feel a hazy mist engulfing my mind. I felt excitement towards what was to come, but also dread. I felt superior, having been chosen by Fez, but also completely entranced by ecstasy. I thought I was going insane. Like the world had stopped completely. Fez's laughter reached my ears once more. Even in this flood of sound, I could hear her voice clear as day. She said, "Oh, we fucking." What a sexy voice. Just hearing the sound of it put me on the verge of fainting. How's the audio, by the way? Can you still hear me over the rambunctious crowd having their orgy? But Fez was seducing me into diving further and further into this melting pot of pleasure. Her teeth lightly sunk into my earlobe. She let out a sigh right into my ear, and then she whispered, "Fuck me!"
その目誰の目
Oh, whose eyes are those eyes?
Fezエロいよ、Fez.
You're so sexy, Fez. Sitting in front of my PC, I'd gotten lost in another delusion. The concert I'd gone to earlier today was great inspiration. After all, as far as 3D girls went, Fez was pretty nice. That said, the number of people in the crowd had been way too high. Hell would have had to freeze over for me to go there again. I wanted to get the fuck out, basically the entire time. In the end, the size of the crowd made me too sick, so I had to rush to leave. Today's delusion had been awesome, though. Who knows? Maybe Phantasm and Fez actually did that kind of stuff. Quotation from a popular manga about bizarre adventures. Wait, what? I'll tell you exactly what happened. I blank, but before I knew it, blank. I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying, but I don't really understand it either. I thought I was going insane. It wasn't anything simple like hypnosis or super speed. On top of that, I feel as if I only got to experience the tip of the iceberg. Okay, wait, what part is that even from? I don't even recognize that JoJo quote. What? JoJo, I was going insane. I can't even find what part that's from. Hang on 1 second. It's quite the wet dream to have? Yeah, I guess so. I'll grab another drink real quick. If someone can tell me what part that's from, or like what that's supposed to be, let me know, but I had no idea. The quote sounded familiar. It doesn't sound familiar to me. I legit, like, don't. I've seen all, like, the JoJo parts. I don't fucking remember that. Seemed like a deep pull. Alright. Maybe Phantasm did that kind of stuff. They just decided to skip it today. Anyway, guess I'll log into ESO or something. To me, ESO was my life. My happy place. A breath of fresh air that let me forget all about the real world. Yeah, I know, bro. You keep saying this. I got it. As long as I could immerse myself in ESO, I could forget all about my troubles. I could stop being me, and instead, wander Baselard as Nightheart. But today, for some reason, Nightheart was a little off. Yes, I knew that he relied entirely on my inputs and decisions, but somehow I found myself struggling to pull off things I could normally do with my eyes closed. This game was supposed to be a breath of fresh air, but today, the more I played, the more irritated I got. Dude? I'm gonna fucking delete you, I swear to God. I knew it was all my fault, but I still took my anger out on Nightheart. I'm so fucking pissed off. I yanked at my hair and kicked the bare steel wall. Having let out all my anger, I took a deep breath and sat back down in the chair. I wish we could actually, like, play this game. You know, and, like, have actual gameplay in this game. I stared vacantly at my monitor. Nightheart was just standing there, facing towards the gates of the city of Shangri-La. Shangri-Lu? Free of my control. His back was facing towards me, just as it always was when I fought enemies. And of course, he was at max level. I wonder what level I am. Had the human known as Takumi leveled up even slightly since he started playing ESO? No. Since he'd been born? If I had, then why was I still so bad at talking to people, even though I was nearly an adult? Why was I a borderline shut-in? If I didn't log in as Nightheart for weeks, would he also turn into a shut-in like me? Whose eyes were those eyes? Suddenly I remembered those words as I stared at Nineheart's back. I was mildly interested in what he would do when I wasn't controlling him, so I figured I would observe him for a little bit. I left my keyboard alone as I ate some chips.
もしナイトハルトに自我があるとしたら
Nom 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 nom. If Nineheart had his own ego, then surely he'd waltz right into the city with wind blowing against his shoulders, right? He was the hero everyone worshipped, after all.
Nineheart.
Nineheart. I'm always looking at you, you know. You aware? Oh, are we about to fuck Nineheart in this delusion? Let's go. And then... let's go to the 2D world. I hadn't typed anything, yet Nineheart still spoke. Thinking it was just an optical illusion, I rubbed my eyes. But the message was still there, displayed in chat. Go to the 2D world? What was that supposed to mean? Even you can be a hero. We'll fight together. Are you talking to me? You're not into 3D, right? You couldn't care less about it? Well, yeah, but... Nineheart was speaking to me, the player controlling him. What the fuck? Did he have a will of his own after all? Place your hand on the monitor. When you do, you'll be able to enter Baselard as Takumi. The password is... whose eyes were those eyes? But I refuse. If I get the opportunity to go to the 2D world, I'm for sure picking Naroge. Baselard is all yours, Nineheart. After replying, I used force shutdown to turn off my computer. Bruh. Leaving the homie to Baselard all by himself. I'll tell you what happened. I reluctantly decided to go to school today, but before I knew it, I found myself going to buy a phone with my sister. I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying, but I don't really understand it either. I thought I was going insane. What you mumbling about, big bro? Well, either way, I asked you, what do you think of this one? What do you think? I think I want to go home. Besides, how many times do I have to tell you I don't need a cell phone? God, it hurts having a sister this brain dead. Why is he so mean to her? I genuinely don't get it. When I'd gone to school today, Nanami made her assault right in my classroom. After happily saying, "Wow, you came to school today," she ordered me to go out and buy a phone with her once school was over. Once the bell rang, I tried to escape without her noticing, but I'd forgotten how quick she was on her feet. So after being chased and easily caught up to, I found myself being dragged all the way to the front of the station. I didn't want to go anywhere near it, and I felt like that the whole way there. Even now, I already felt like I was going to throw up. Nanami, though, not giving a damn about what I felt, was busy admiring the many different models on display in front of the store. I tried to wrap my head around why exactly Nanami was so insistent about getting me a phone, but I just got a headache instead. Look at this one! Isn't it such a cute color? You should get this one. Since she was asking for my opinion, I gave a simple reply. That's fine. Actually, it might be a bit too cutesy for you. It doesn't really fit you, you know? See, it didn't even matter what I said. That would happen regardless. I'd completely lost track of how many times I'd said that's fine by this point. She'd ask for my opinion, but she didn't actually intend to listen to it. This is exactly why 3D girls sucked so much ass. Everything okay, big bro? Are the crowds getting to you? How about we take a break at McD? McD? The fucking prime hangout spot for the DQNs? That place was hell incarnate. Bro, the chicken nuggies aren't even dinosaur shaped. I can't go there. I violently shook my head no. Also, LOL, thinking people just hang out at the McDonald's. Has anyone ever just like chose to hang out at the McDonald's? Hey bro, I'm about to hit the Mickey D's. You wanna join me? Gotcha. Well, hurry up and pick one out, Van. Problem is, I'm still mixed between this one and this one. I sighed, deciding to just leave Nanami behind and go home. While Nanami intensely examined the array of cell phones, I took my chance to slip away. He just ditched her? Right as I turned toward 107, I saw something so strange it stopped me dead in my tracks. What was that? Across the crowds of people, on the stairs to 107, stood a girl that struck out like a sore thumb. How do you see her from here? Was she holding a sword? The color and aura it gave off felt somewhat similar to the mic stand Fez had been using at the concert. In fact, I'd say it was perfectly fair to think of them in the same vein. But even then, it was still one massive sword. It might have even been longer than Fez's mic stand. To my surprise, the girl was wearing a Suimi uniform. I couldn't make out her face from this distance, but despite holding something so conspicuous, the girl seemed relaxed as could be. She simply watched the people walk down the street from atop the stairs. Talk about bravery. I was impressed. I couldn't believe she was walking right smack in the middle of Shibuya with a massive toy sword. Must have had one hell of a humiliation fetish. Was the sword a cosplay prop for some new anime? I've hung out at a Chick-fil-A once. But that's different, because at Chick-fil-A, the customer service people are always so nice and welcoming. McDonald's is like one step away and one bad experience away from being like a fucking Waffle House at any moment. And people just ready to fucking brawl. You're one bad breakfast meal away at Waffle House, bro. Then again, I was pretty familiar with all the anime that were airing. Was there really a series with a sword like that? Had it slipped under my radar? Well, that reminds me, I kind of want to watch the new Gundam series. Does that have an English dub yet? What's it called? Gundam... Witch something? Witch from Mercury. Does that have an English dub yet? I don't know why I thought of that. Oh, it only just got announced 3 days ago, so... Oh, I don't remember, like, I don't recognize, like, any of the, voice actors in the English dub of this. Oh, no. One of them's Yor from Spy Family. I might start watching that later. Once the English dub comes out. Of course, walking around Shibuya holding a sword would be too much for me, but the sword itself was pretty damn cool. Kinda wanted to get one, honestly. I wondered if I could get one in Akiba. Even better if I could order it online. Where does this dude get all this money from? Is it literally just like him selling the gold in his fucking MMO? He's just farming IRL cash? I was suddenly struck with an elbow on the back. The pain almost made me black out and collapse. My dude actually getting bullied by, like, small high school girls. I turned around to find Nanami with her hands on her hips, sullen as could be. You trying to run away? I know I took too long to decide. I'm sorry for that, but that doesn't mean you can just go and leave me. Don't you realize how mean that is? He said he could live as he does for about 6 months until he needs a job. Fair enough, I guess. That's been me lately. I lazily shook my head from side to side. You big jerk. I hope your phone hits you with so many electromagnetic waves you die of kidney failure. What was her deal? I feel like an idiot for trying so hard to pick the right phone for you. So I'm not even gonna try. The same model as mine is good enough for a jerk like you. She forcefully grabbed my arm. I'll make sure you sign the contract today if it's the last thing I do. And until that phone's in your hands, you're not going anywhere. Got it. Let me go with me. Okay, hurry up and move your butt. I didn't have a clue why Nanami had gotten so worked up. She really was a pain in the ass. In the end, Nanami picked out a model with ease, as if she hadn't just spent 10 years trying to choose. After spending about an hour on the contract and other technical stuff, I tried to finally head back home with my phone, but she stopped me. I'll set your phone up for you, so why don't we stop by McD? Without waiting for a response, she grabbed me by the back of my collar and dragged me to the nearest McD against my will. Is this just an actual photo from a McDonald's? I feel like this is an actual photo of a McDonald's and they just drew anime girls in it. It's kind of weird, actually. Knowing you, you'll just chuck your phone into a random corner of your room without even bothering to turn it on. So I'll make things nice and easy for you. God damn it. How much longer was she planning on holding me hostage? And out of all the places she could have chose to do it, why McD? Bro, just get a burger. God, I kind of want McDonald's now. The inside of Shibuya McD was the embodiment of chaos. There are literal 4 people here. There were shitloads of people, and none of them ever shut the hell up. The sheer amount of DQNs was off the charts. At the table right next to us sat 3 DQN-tier mothers with dyed brown hair. To make things even better, they brought their kids with them. They just left their children. 3 little crotch goblins with red highlights, to be specific, run around the restaurant squealing their heads off, and instead of controlling them, they just kept on chatting. At a different table was yet another group of DQNs, this time made up of 4 high school guys, all laughing like obnoxious pricks. Yeah. Those dudes. How dare they laugh? Next, 2 high school girls, complete with baggy socks and dyed brown hair, sat opposite each other. Hyper-focused on their phones. They didn't even bother talking. Why do we keep pointing out the dyed brown hair? That's a pretty natural hair color. I would see if it was like they were talking about dyeing their hair anime colors. Beside them was a snoring middle-aged businesswoman, or man, slumped down on his table, making it pretty obvious he was skipping out on work. But what really made me double take was the table close by with a group of 5 elementary schoolers. Some boys, some girls. They all sat there with their little school bags on the floor, happily chatting it up with each other as their legs swung back and forth. So, considering that it was a co-ed, was it a mixer? It was, wasn't it? Weren't they elementary schoolers? What does this have to do with anything? What? What the fuck are we talking about? Who gives a shit? When are we gonna get back to people getting murdered? I don't care about who's at the McDonald's. Regardless, the point is that as far as the eye could see, there were groups of people that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. Takumi wouldn't talk to anybody anyway. Nanami had no problem at all relaxing in a place like this. Me, on the other hand, just setting foot in here only served to make my headache and nausea 1,000 times worse. Why the hell did I have to play along with my sister and stay in here in the first place? What are you gonna do for your ringtone? Got anything in mind? Without even looking in my direction, Nanami played around with my phone as she prodded me for an answer. Pick an anime song. Overruled. This is exactly why everyone calls you a nerd, big bro. You're the one asking me what I prefer. It's my phone. At least let me pick what I want. How about we use the new Omiya Korea song? It's one of my jams. It's so good. No, that's overruled. Yeah, I guess you're right. You're not really an Omura Korea kind of guy anyway. After showing how little she actually cared about what I thought, Nanami took a bite of one of her french fries. I should probably mention that this bitch asked for a fish sandwich combo before dinner, one that I had to pay for. I, meanwhile, was feeling so garbage that my appetite was long gone. Piece of shit sister spoiling her appetite and mine. Fucking bullshit. Jesus Christ, bro. Aside from that, look at my sister eating food. What a fucking normie. Bitch. For whatever reason, Nanami's placed her bag on her lap and started digging through its contents. Fucking using her purse like a fucking woman. This bitch. Where did I put it? Here it is. She proudly took out... defective Froggy? It's not defective. It's the Googling Garo Froggy that came out last week. Huh? You didn't know? You really do live under a rock. They release a new Froggy every Friday. That's cute. They remind me of Beanie Babies. Do you guys remember those? This guy's slowly approaching Andrew Tate levels, yeah. He's definitely getting to that like level of incel, man. It's kind of creepy. Not in a good way. Christ, he's way meaner than I remember. It's just, yeah, it's just so like insufferably unlikable. I don't know. I get that that's probably part of the point, but like... at some point, you gotta make me like one of these fucking characters in this story. Like, good lord. I gotta like somebody. Beanie Baby? The Beanie Babies are were like these old, like, plushy stuffed animal things that were collectibles back in, like, the 90s. People used to collect them because people thought they'd be worth a lot of money, and they weren't. They've made 12 different, like, different Froggy so far. Seriously? Is there really enough demand for weekly releases? Says the guy obsessed with anime and manga that has weekly releases. The one I have on my phone is the first one, the ordinary one. After that was Fatty, then the Rugged, Without skipping a beat, Nanami recited the names of the various froggies. Fourth was Smooth, fifth was Shining. And sixth was the most popular, the Cat. Then came Spooky, then Sleepy, then Burning, then Zombie, then Drunk. How the hell did she remember all those? Hang on, does she? Have you collected all of them? Well, duh, there's no point if you don't. That's why there's such a huge line to buy one every week. For a half-assed piece of garbage like that? To be honest, even I could shit out a better design. Wait, why had she even decided to start lecturing me on these froggies to begin with? So yeah, I've given you this one. Why? If you hang it on your phone, I bet you some of the girls at school will give you the googly eyes themselves. After saying that, Nanami started to put the strap on my phone. I don't want that. The fuck? There's no point if you don't collect them all, right? If you give me that, your collection won't be complete. Oh, don't worry about that. I bought 2. Did you buy 2 every time, or? I'm starting to seriously doubt her aesthetic taste. Nah, just this time. I bought an extra one for you and your phone, big bro. Purposefully? Purposefully. Having now finished attaching the strap, Nanami gave a satisfied nod before wrapping her mouth around her soda straw. Then suddenly she leaned forward, startling me. Although, it's not like I stood in line just for you or anything. Baka! I just did it because I could, that's all. I don't want it. What? Still leaning forward, Nanami opened her eyes wide. She looked like she might throttle me at any moment. You don't want it? Even though I purposely went out of my way to buy it for you? You said you just did it because you could. Besides, I don't care about froggies. If anything, I think they look horrible. This is why you're not popular with girls, big bro. I'd almost expected her to slap me, but surprisingly, Nanami managed to rein in her temper and sit back down. Instead of taking her anger out on me, she started nibbling on a fry instead as she sulked. Well, it's not like there's any point in resisting. I've put it on after all. She sure was acting like the queen of everything. Then again, I knew jack shit about cell phones, so it was true that Nanami knew best here. And if you even think about taking it off, you'll be the one standing in the weekly line, got it? But weekly line? For what exactly? Hello, so you can buy the new froggy? The whole thing usually takes a couple hours. Not a chance in hell. No way was I gonna let my sister hit me with a threat like that. For a while after that, Nanami wordlessly continued to fiddle around with my phone. I wasn't particularly picky about whatever she was setting up, so I was honestly grateful for the silence. To be honest, this feels kind of strange. Bruh, out of my drink. Big rip. Time to run out of my drink. Fuck. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to cough right into the ear. The next time she opened her mouth, her sullen demeanor from before had completely disappeared. What's the fucking beep noise? I guess she only needed a few minutes to forget annoying shit instead of having to sleep it off. Talk about easy going. In a way, I envied her.
うん
Yep.
なんか変だよ
It really is strange.
お兄とこうして二人
Feels like we haven't gone out like this in forever,
久
big
しぶ
bro.
りな気がするもんいつ以来かな
I wonder when the last time we did something like this was. I actually can't remember.
ポニーはいつも部屋にこもってアニメ見
You're
て
always
る
cooped up in your
ゲー
room
ムして
watching
るからね
anime and playing games, so I guess it only makes sense.
まあたまには
But yeah, doing this every once in a while is nice. You gotta shake things up, you know.
さすがに毎日はナナも嫌だけ
Definitely
ど
suck doing this every day, though. Even for me. Nanami placed my phone on the table and picked up her fish sandwich. She happily undid the wrapping, then heartily sunk her teeth in. To think of it, I feel like she'd said at one point that the fish sandwich here was her favorite food.
せいぜい太るがいいさ
Have fun getting fat, cow. Bro, what the fuck? She instantly stopped moving. She glared at me. And after hesitating for a second, she bashfully held out her half-eaten fish sandwich.
半分食べる
Want the other half?
もう手遅れだ
You're
よ
already too late there.
そういうこと言うと上司に嫌われるって覚えといた方がいいよバカ鬼
There is just genuinely nothing likable about this dude. I hope this game isn't like Doki Doki Literature Club. I think it's a little bit more on the nose about the gore in this game. But, what's up, Narvel? How you doing, man? Saying stuff like that'll make all the girls hate you. You better keep that in mind, you big jerk. Nami ended up finishing the fish sandwich on her own. What a fucking fat ass. Bro, she ate a sandwich. What? An actual regular ass meal is just one sandwich. I don't understand. After that, Nanami held me hostage with hours of useless chatter. And by the time I finally had my phone back, it was already dark. We aren't allowed to eat sandwiches in front of Takumi. Yeah, like what? Like a sandwich is a normal meal. It wasn't like she had like 2 or 3 sandwiches. Girl just had a sandwich. Like, what comprises of a meal? Who just eats half a fucking sandwich? Wild. I don't get it. How does Maddie paid for it? It's $1! It's McDonald's! Bruh. It had been a long, painful few hours, but eventually I was able to get away from Nanami and start heading back home. Fall seemed to be in full swing now, with the night breeze carrying a slight chill, one that soothed my headache and nausea. Also, my guy always has nausea. What the fuck? Those two things never failed to torment me whenever I spent a long time in crowds. Honestly, I'm not saying that. She only ever thought about herself. She probably didn't even have a clue about how much torture she constantly inflicted on me. If I had the option, I'd love to snap my new phone clearly in half right now and throw it into the nearest trash can. It wasn't like I'd bought it with my own money after all. But if I actually did that, it wouldn't just be Nanami that'd come to my base, but my parents too. And without picking up on a damn thing, they'd just go, "Oh, since it broke on you, let's go buy you a new one," like the idiots they are. Thus, I reluctantly suppressed my urges to smash the damn thing. I needed to get home. I could hear another night of ESO calling my name. Not a single day had passed recently that hadn't filled me with endless anxiety. I really hoped my peaceful everyday life would hurry up and come back already. On that night, another grotesque case occurred. The 4th new-gen case. Let's fucking go! Let's go! Something is happening! Like always, Grim laid out the details to me when I was playing. Fucking give me the deets. Here we go, boys. Stuff's happening. Sup? A bit later than usual today, huh? Whose eyes are those eyes? I couldn't believe it. Why did Grim know that phrase? I was completely taken aback. My fingers trembled on the keyboard. I didn't even know where to start with responding. Hell, even just looking at what he typed took nearly everything out of me. The 4th new-gen case happened. Been following the shitstorm this whole time. Things be really heating up in Shibuya. This one's seriously fucking crazy, dude. Lol. Victim's corpse had all the blood completely drained out. They found them dead in the Inuyasha bathroom, and the corpse was really something. The skin had turned green. Seriously, freaky. Goddamn freaky. Lately, I've even started thinking that the occult theories might be true. There's no way a person could do this. Uh-oh. The Jelly Man! I bit my lip as I watched the messages flow. My imagination came very close to forming an image, but I was just barely able to keep that delusion at bay. I took a gulp of cola from the bottle to calm myself. Man speaking like he was drinking some alcohol. Damn that Grim. He had to be ambushing me like this on purpose. Eh? Eh? No reaction? That's not very poggos of you. How do you know so much about it? You're talking almost like you were there. Well, something like that. Also, I guess you're still not interested in this stuff? New gen and all that jazz? Not enough to follow it. Too busy grinding. I'm on that grind. Sigma male grind set. Never change, oh lightning fast one. A true video game addict that puts the rest of us to shame. I didn't really want to talk about new gen, so I somehow managed to fool Grim into bringing the topic to an end. That's why we love you and admire you. By the way, take a look at this. What do you think? I'm sensing some serious bait. Last time he'd done this, he acted like it was some gory shit, only for it to be some random dumbass meme. This time could very well be the opposite. Huh? You seriously don't know about it? About what? Are you actually a wrong-sider? Fuck off. Fine, what is it? What if I said it's related to your precious Sierra? For real? Well, then I had to look. As far as I could tell, the URL looked like it linked to some auction page, so it probably wouldn't crash my browser or hit me with anything mentally scarring. Slightly excited, I opened the link. Huh? Type B blood in short supply. People are bidding 40,000 yen on some blood. Auction ID, alpaca versus capybara. That's funny. Located in Tokyo. It felt like I'd seen that title somewhere before. Might have been deja vu again. Well, he got it in that like one tissue card pack or whatever that he got earlier. The tissue he got. I had a notice about it. But weird that they're auctioning it off, but it might have been why that one dude had been sucked dry of all of his blood, yeah? Or like the 4th new gen victim. It's because they need this blood. For some reason. I just noticed the weird category it's under. Auctions, women, sports, swimsuits, amateur. And then fucking... Type B blood. Oh, this might actually... It might be the blood of the dude that they fucking sucked dry or whatever, yeah? Anyway. More importantly... Where's the Sierra pick? I spun my mouse wheel and scrolled down the page. Pranked! I could tell at a glance that the image that came up on my monitor was obviously gore. Can we see it again? It looked like the Gel Man. I averted my gaze to the left monitor in a panic, then quickly closed the browser. The gore had only been on my screen for less than 3 seconds, and the time I spent actually looking at it was even less than that. But even so... It's a picture of the corpse from the 4th New Gen case, from before the mass media started reporting on it. It's being sold on an auction like it's totally normal. It's like they're putting a price on the victim's tragic state itself. So basically the seller is 100% the New Gen culprit. Isn't that insane? The seller name is Vampire. Well, actually, it's probably just some throwaway. Even so, this has already caused a total shitstorm online. It's been posted all over tons of image boards. There's even memes. It's like Rule 34. People do this shit way too fast. No one would meme about a corpse. Bro, check out my cool meme of a IRL person dead. Very funny. Oh, do you notice the dying message in the image? Dying message. It's written on the wall with the victim's blood. LOL. Still can't believe it's there. The culprit probably did it for shits and giggles. Lamau. Hello? You alive? Your comp frozen? Dying message. I'd only seen the image for an instant, and yet... This is a game. It can't be real. This world can't be real. This has to be a game world. The victim's last message, written sloppily in a deep red blood, had been burned into my mind. I actually didn't see what it was. No matter how much I tried not to think about it, the letters rose one by one on my closed eyelids, urging me to realize them. How is that phrase there? I knew those words all too well. Words I often murmured to myself. Words I asked nobody in particular. The words Grimm had first said when I jumped on. It was like they were everywhere now. Those words that I had never actually said to anyone throughout my entire life. Oh, there it is. Whose eyes were those eyes? Bomb! Shibuya. Despite being named the city that never sleeps, very few people were currently present at its most popular locale, Scramble Crossing. Is Shibuya the city that never sleeps? I thought that was New York. Right? Yeah, the city that never sleeps is a ubiquitously used nickname for New York City that was popularized by Frank Sinatra. In fact, Shibuya is not even on the list of cities that have also been referenced by that name on the Wikipedia article. Cringe. Instead, many taxis were parked at their place, ready to carry away the drunks, unwilling to wait for the first train in the morning. A generous amount of the drivers were reclined in their seats, napping. One thing I don't like is that it kept automatically turning off of the, like, Jellyman picture. So, like, I couldn't get a good view of, like, I couldn't really, like, do any detective work or kind of, trying to figure out visually what was going on. It just kept wanting to, like, flash horror show the picture, like, jump scare me kind of deal. And then it automatically went to the next page. I kind of wish it, like, stayed there so I could actually look at it. To see if I could figure anything out. Because the game doesn't normally, like, automatically go on to the next image like that. So that's odd. Anyway, the more diligent drivers leaned against their steering wheels as their eyes stared idly towards the hotspots, the most frequent ones being Center Guy and the 107 building. However, they were not trying to ascertain whether or not any of the passers-by were potential customers. Instead, they focused intently on the movements of the sanitation workers who had arrived about 30 minutes before. 5 to 6 men were thought to be sanitation workers due to their yellow armbands. Each of them had sanitation reporter written on them. It was very likely that without the armbands, no one would have recognized them as such, for there was something particularly odd about the men. They were all wearing black suits. Furthermore, ever since their arrival, they had yet to show any signs of cleaning at all. Instead, one man held a strange instrument resembling a pendulum, and the surrounding men appeared to be measuring something. This was not restricted to just one area, however. From the center of the scramble crossing to the very edge of it, they left no spot untouched, writing all their findings down on various scraps of paper. Even now, they were taking measurements from directly beneath the traffic signals, silently observing the movements of the pendulum. At last, the instrument let out a small chime. Location L28 0.62 mega GE, the highest score yet. It's risen 38 points higher than last month's, just as expected. But there was no one present in the early morning Shibuya to pay attention to the odd mumbling of behavior. Who's telling us this story of these people? Who's here? Are we Takumi, like, watching them? What's happening? The taxi drivers would speed off as soon as the patrons boarded their cars, quickly forgetting about the mysterious sanitation workers. The drunks were hardly conscious, leaving them unable to see anything around them to begin with. Female nightlife workers who had just clocked out, finally free from the stress of smiling at repulsive drunkards, jumped into taxis to get home as soon as possible. Thus, not a single person was around to notice that the government had not scheduled any plans whatsoever for cleaning to take place that morning. Oh, they're not going to clean up the corpse at 107? Even after the weekend had passed, the uproar brought on by the fourth new-gen case, now dubbed the Vamp Buyer, incident hadn't even come close to calming down. A man's corpse had been found with all of its blood taken out of it, leaving the surface of the body a sickly, inhuman shade of green. Would you be green if your blood was drained, though? Like, that seems odd. It'd been discovered in a bathroom at Shibuya Station, a part of the Inokashira line. In addition, it was uncovered that a photograph of the corpse had been posted in an online auction, and considering the abnormality and brutality of the murder, it was inevitable that both the mass media and @channel jumped on it. Special attention had been paid to the headline of the auction page, which read, "Type B blood in short supply." Tissue packs advertising an upcoming blood drive had been handed out in large quantities in front of Shibuya Station a few days prior to the incident, and the exact same message had been written on them. I had one of those tissue packs on hand. Reading back over it again now, the insanely strange words didn't read like an ad for a blood drive anymore. They read like some kind of advanced message of the crime. The police had supposedly been searching for the part-timers handing out the tissue packs, but they had yet to find any of them. However, there was one area where the vampire differed pretty heavily from the previous cases. While there had already been elements of it in the crucifixion case, the intent for it to be a theatrical crime was much more obvious with this one. A few media outlets had begun clamoring for increased police presence via patrols, or for a late-night curfew for people under 18. But the number of young people visiting the city showed no signs of declining. They were just as packed as usual, with people flooding every nook and cranny of Center Guy and Scramble Crossing. Well, it's not like people could just stop working in a major city. The internet was so thirsty for news, just like I'm so thirsty for views, am I right? A group of people trying to be Snake had snuck into Shibuya late at night to post live updates. And there had also been a phrase that was trending among the city's younger population. Whose eyes were those eyes? Are those eyes? Excuse me, I've been fucking that up. It wasn't just online, either. That phrase had pertained to the ranks of each and every DQN walking around Shibuya. 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 On @channel, it had become common practice to tack the phrase onto anything, regardless if it was related or not. This week's episode of Blood Tune won't have much Sierra, whose eyes are those eyes. This new patch's weapons are so weak, they're actually unusable, whose eyes are those eyes. What? Whose eyes are those eyes? Is that from? And so on. Nobody memes like that. What? Nobody actually memes like that. To people my age, New Gen was probably just something new and exciting to follow. Whose eyes are those eyes? The newest shit show to obsess over. But to me, it was the most aggravating thing possible. Regardless, a whole 3 days had passed since the vampire case, so I'd been able to calm down a little. Of course, there was still a nagging uneasiness in the corner of my mind, but by losing myself in ESO over the weekend, I've been able to temporarily forget about all that irritating, inexplicable garbage. Even though I'd had to go to school today, I've been able to get through my classes by either sleeping through them or thinking about the stats and frame data of ESO's rarest items. I guess I leveled up a bit. Cringe. And so, on my way home from school, I stopped by @cafe for the first time in a while. It made me happy to see that the room I usually used, room 37, was vacant and ready for me. The last time I'd set foot in it was at least 2 weeks ago, meaning that this was the longest gap I'd ever had between visits. The sour breeze flowing in from the air conditioning, the manga stained with the smell of tobacco. How comfortable it was to sit back in the recliner, the snores of old men cutting through the silent, still air. It all provided the store's interior with an aura of pure nostalgia.
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。
I inspected the chat logs on room 37's PC,
そこから分かったことは、
and that's when I realized
あなた一人の
both members of that chat log were you.
将軍は
This shogun
あなた自身。
is you. Bwam.
ユアの妄想はすごいよ。
I hadn't seen Yuya since then. We were in different grades, and I didn't go to school that often, so it made sense why we didn't come across each other. Yuya's got some incredible delusions. I couldn't help but pity her. She was clearly sick in the head. Not me, though. I'd be better off just leaving her be. Besides, meeting her at all had been a freak accident. For the past 2 weeks or so, I've been dragged into all sorts of random bullshit. Before then, my everyday life had been completely vanilla, and Masumi was pretty much the only person who talked to me. So why was it that basically nothing but weird, inexplicable bullshit had been happening to me recently? Whose eyes are those eyes? I wanted to avoid thinking about that garbage as much as humanly possible. That dying message had to be just a coincidence. The words were all pretty common, after all. If I thought of it, there was no reason someone else wouldn't have been able to as well. I had no interest in who that message was aimed at. I couldn't be interested. That was what I told myself, anyhow. Suddenly, something started ringing nearby. I jolted up in surprise, and a shudder ran through me as I stayed rooted in my recliner. Actually me, though, whenever someone fucking calls me instead of sending me a text message. What? Don't fucking call me, bro. Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. But for real, though, not even kidding. You leave your ringtone on? No, not typically. But still, even the, the vibration you get from a ringtone is definitely different from, text message, so. It was the sound of the phone ringing, but whose was it? Because the store was so quiet, the electronic sound rang out all the louder. I looked around, but I couldn't locate a phone anywhere. Wait, maybe it's... A thought came to my mind, and I fished around in my bag. Sure enough, the ringing was coming from the cell phone I just bought a few days ago. Well, first of all, he didn't buy it. I glanced warily at the LCD display. Normally, the caller's name would be displayed there. Was it a good idea to answer? I didn't like talking to people that much, so probably not. Who the hell was calling me, anyway? I hadn't told anyone my number yet. The only people who knew it even existed were my family, with Nanami's nosy ass making sure to put them in my address book. When one of the people registered to my address book called, their name should display, meaning that whoever was calling wasn't a family member. So, who was this? The phone kept on ringing. Did people who had phones usually force people to listen to this ringing for this long? I never used one of them before, so I wouldn't know, but it was incredibly annoying. To suddenly invade someone's privacy like this, cursing them with an obnoxious ringing until they picked up. A socially acceptable way to invade someone's privacy, and is exactly why I didn't want one of these stupid things. Oh, it stopped. Relieved, I checked the screen again. Missed calls 1 was displayed. I had no interest in returning this rando's call, so I decided to leave it be. It'd be a pain in the ass if this happened again in the future, so I should really have to figure out how to set up my voicemail. Ugh, cell phones are such a pain in the ass. I didn't even like phones to begin with. Come on, they're freaky as hell. How exactly were you supposed to know if the person you were talking to on the other end was the actual person you thought it was? With how prevalent fraud was nowadays, were people actually taking the proper measures to make sure they were talking to the right person? What a bizarre train of thought. I couldn't help but wonder how many people would be able to calmly have a conversation with someone who might be an imposter. That's sus, bro. We have an imposter. Among Us. Even if I understood the gist of how it worked, it was hard to believe that my voice could somehow reach distant places through a phone line. Oh my god, boomer alert! When you talk on the phone, your voice is temporarily converted into electrical signals. They pass through the phone lines until they reach the recipient, where they are then restored back to normal. That's when they become audible. Okay. In order to talk on the phone, you need to go through this conversion process twice. With a cell phone, your voice is first converted into electrical signals, then it travels to a nearby base station via the radio waves, which then run through normal phone lines to the switching station, and then to the closest base station to the recipient, before finally arriving at their cell phone after. I don't care! It was a bizarre, complicated process. My voice was replaced by electrical signals. Could the other party really hear my voice word for word exactly as I'd sent it? In fact, wasn't it possible that in the conversion process, my voice and words could be transformed into something completely different? For instance, if I called Nanami, but instead of connecting to her, it connected to some strange, shady facility. And there, I would end up talking to someone I had never met, who was only pretending to be Nanami, and also somehow had a perfect impersonation of her voice because I couldn't recognize the sound of my own fucking sister's voice. You gigantic twat. Maybe they wouldn't even be a person, but a computer instead. That was the big reason why phone calls freaked me out so much. They were even scarier than talking to someone face to face. Please tell me that this character has a more distinct silhouette because we're about to start talking to them. But yeah, he talks online all the time, which is much more likely to have someone be like a fake impersonator than like someone over the phone. When I logged on to EOS, 3 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 weeks since I'd last used my alt account, but she made for pretty good support, so I was feeling pretty satisfied. I left At Cafe in a good mood and started heading home. Center Gaia was packed and noisy as usual, which irritated me. The bright lights illuminating the streets from the various shops made it hard to believe it was nighttime. And at the end of the well-lit road, despite the crowds, I clearly saw her, which caused me to stop dead in my tracks. That one girl. In the midst of so many people, she glared directly at me. What the fuck? Right smack in the middle of Center Guy, where people were coming and going without reprieve, where it was difficult to walk straight, she stood still, resting the gigantic sword she carried on her shoulder. I thought it was going to be the, like, girl with the black dress. Looks like an energy sword from Halo. The spectacle was completely absurd. And yet no one paid her sword any mind. The stream of people flowed right past her with no change in demeanor. She was the girl I'd seen at 107. She had been there when Nanami was dragging me around to buy the cell phone. The shape of her sword, her uniform, her long black hair. Excuse me? Her long black hair? You guys seeing this shit? Am I okay? It's purple, right? Back then, she had been standing at the top of the stairs in front of 107, watching the passers-by come and go. And I remember the sharpness of her glare. I had met her once before at school. She had these almond-shaped eyes and clean-cut, model-like features. And yet, they only served to make her seem all the more unapproachable. And it was all capped off by that long, silky black hair that stretched all the way down to her waist. Am I delusional? What's happening here? This is the second time they've made sure to emphasize that she has black hair. Bro. What? Is this one of those, do you see like a white gold dress or the black and blue dress moments? Hey, what's up, Kyler? This was girl B, the one had so rudely probed me in the corridors after school one day, asking me who I was. Come to think of it, why was she glaring at me? Purple just to make it more appealing? Well, why not just say in the text that her hair is purple? I don't understand. How many copyright strikes? 11 yesterday. So, very low. Thinking maybe it wasn't me she was looking at, I turned around. Usually when something like this happened, more often than not, they were just looking at someone who happened to be behind me. That wasn't the case here. The one she was glaring at, her gaze filled with an intense hostility, had to be me. I froze. I knew now what it felt like to be someone's prey. Glaring back was out of the question. I was always terrible at looking people in the eye, so I couldn't help but stare down at the pavement. I should run. Normally I'd go home by taking a left at Scramble Crossing, where she was standing, and then it would end up next to Bookfat. But today I headed for the station instead. There were a lot of people there, but I'd rather that than deal with some scary 3D girl harassing me. Hell, she might even try to mug me. My dude is actually just afraid of girls. Or maybe she was only fainting being alone, and she actually had several DQNs lurking nearby, waiting for her to lure me in so they could beat the shit out of me. To be honest, they'd probably one-shot me. Like I'd fall for that. I swiveled to the right, only to be caught off guard.
Oh. Eh?
What was with that sound effect for her to just move like a quadrant over? Somehow the girl was right in front of me. Flustered, I turned back around to look at Scramble Crossing. She was no longer there. I looked in front of me once again. The girl with the sword was still glaring at me, just as she had been before. When did she get around me? Legs could only move so fast. That was practically teleportation. Besides, how could she have predicted that I'd turn around in the first place?
Oi.
Hey. Her voice reached my ears with extreme clarity. Hey James, what's up, man? Anime art style exaggerates colors for memorability. It's like how most anime characters with blue hair, their hair is not literally blue, but black. Don't traumatize me like this. Anime characters have anime hair. Them describing her hair as black instead of purple is just a typo. Lost in translation. I frantically looked around. I wanted to think she was talking to someone else, even though I already knew full well who she was talking to. I searched for anyone else she could be directing that "hey you" towards. But obviously, there was no one. A number of businessmen walking by glanced at Girl B inquisitively, only to realize she wasn't talking to them, and walked away. Girl B, who had been standing there imposingly the entire time, took a sudden step towards me. That was all the confirmation I needed. Girl B had been targeting me after all.
お前見えるのか?
I'm talking to you. Do you see it? Rude as ever. In the 17 years of my life, I could probably count the number of times a girl had talked to me like this on one hand. Well, I guess there were times when Tsubaka, aka Sunako, had talked to me like that, but it was in a tsundere kind of way. Granted, she was just a 2D character from the eroge Tell Me doll. Girl B kept getting closer and closer as those stupid thoughts raced through my head. Why did she feel so intimidating even though she's a girl, I wondered. But the reasons were simple. The sharp look in her eyes, and the gigantic sword she was carrying. For a sword, it had a fairly unique shape. It was the kind of thing that operated on anime logic. It had an awesome design, but if you actually used it in real life, it'd be completely unusable. That's not true. Swords with like this giant space gap in between them are meant to be a duelist type sword. You would use them against someone else who is using a sword. Because, see, the design of this is like someone would swing their sword right in between here. Like when you're exchanging blows, you would catch their sword with this, and then you twist the handle of your sword, and you would disarm the other sword user. That's the purpose of a sword like this. I know that because that's what the energy sword in Halo is modeled off of. That's the only reason I know that. It had to be from some mecha anime. Have there been that many mecha anime that had started airing recently? I mean, obviously, yeah, like this handle, like this guard here, that's like over the top anime design. But like this actual concept isn't like anime logic. It's like actually what you use those swords for. Even though I knew it was a prop for some random cosplay anime cosplay, it still looked incredibly sharp and solid. Like if you even so much as touched it, it would slice your fingers off. What a strange sword.
見えるのか?
I asked you if you can see it. Girl B had already cut the distance between us by 2 meters. If she swung her sword, it hit me. Flustered, I took a step back, but it was too late. Girl B closed the distance further and further. She actually swung the sword. Cowering on the spot, I covered my head. If I hadn't dodged it, it would have hit my head for sure. I doubted it would have cut me, but with that kind of force behind it, it would have given me a concussion and permanently dented my skull. I hated pain. What the hell are you doing? I was so shaken up that my speech got all messed up. Girl B looked down on me coldly. Man, she was really close. Her bare legs in front of me. But at this angle, I could almost see up her skirt. You can see it, can't you? I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. I frantically lowered my gaze. I knew for a fact she was going to accuse me of looking at her panties. But I didn't see them, I swear. I almost saw them, but I didn't, really. Besides, 3D panties don't get me off anyway. You're lying. You had to have seen. You've been glancing over and over for a while now. I didn't. I swear. And then, for some reason I couldn't comprehend, she slipped off one of her shoes and then began to take off one of her knee-high socks. In the midst of this, the area under her skirt threatened to become visible, yet again, leaving me at a loss of where to look. I tried to find an opening to escape, but Girl B refused to take her eyes off of me as she continued removing her sock. Okay. The now barefoot girl assumed an imposing stance, curving her lips in a scornful manner. This is certainly a game of all time. I'll make you confess. Suddenly, her warm bare foot stepped directly on my crotch. The sudden humiliation rendered me hopelessly embarrassed. Okay. Wait. The people walking around didn't even look at us. Why couldn't there be at least one person who came to my rescue? What a cold society we lived in. Having this happen to me, smack in the middle of Center Guy, it was mortifying. But I was enjoying it. You see it, don't you? The D sword. Huh? When I came back to myself, I couldn't immediately grasp what was going on, leaving me to stare blankly up at Girl B. She was still wearing her shoes, and she wasn't stepping on my crotch or anything. What? Had that been a delusion? So she wasn't trying to accuse me of seeing her panties. At any rate, with a D sword? What the hell was that? It was the first time I'd ever heard that word. Girl B had said it was a sword, and whatever she was carrying was definitely shaped like a sword, but how was she asking if I could see it? I decided to just nod. I mean, I could obviously see it. There'd have to be something wrong with me if I couldn't. Lugging around a sword that large and conspicuous, and in center guy no less. I'd be willing to accept it if this was Akiba, but in Shibuya of all places? So are these delusions wet dreams, or just the things that will happen in the future? So far, every delusion has really just not been relevant at all. Yeah, it's just pretty much like him daydreaming. I see. So you too have been gathered. Huh? Gathered? Who? And by whom? At the very least, I was definitely here voluntarily. Have you seen an error before? In Japanese, please. Was what I'd wanted to say, but unsurprisingly, I wasn't brave enough. Then again, if I said the wrong thing, she'd probably stab me, so... Regardless, the chick had been spouting nothing but nonsense ever since she first opened her mouth. Tell me if you see one. Then she's back to looking so derpy. She looks like normal in that screenshot. I just really can't get over the design for eyes of characters in this game, especially with the game having such an emphasis on eyes as its dialogue, right? Whose eyes are those eyes? And then they just all have fucking jelly bean eyes. It's a really weird artistic choice. After she said that, Girl B turned around. Her skirt fluttered in the breeze, and I could almost see her panties. Ooh, ooh. I shut my eyes. I'm Aoi Sina, a third year. You'll find me on the train in front of the station. I opened my eyes. The girl calling herself Sina had vanished. Sienna? I was completely stunned, and it wasn't until I arrived back at base that I realized that I hadn't understood a single goddamn word she said. Okay. Despite everything going on, I had to go to school 3 times this week. Somebody kill me. A mysterious screech resounded from far away. The sudden nature of it made me jump. When I slowly looked in the direction it came from... Shit. Big bro! Nanami rushed towards me with staggering speed. I tried to run away, but it was too late. She'd already circled around me, blocked my path. She always did have amazing reflexes. Hey! Why'd you try and run away when you saw me? Because you're incredibly annoying. Jeez. You're always so quick to climb up like that. Damn it, why did she decide to go to Sumi of all places? That decision had done nothing but cause me endless pain and suffering. Whenever she ran into me on the way to school, she always stuck her nose in my business without fail. Hey, do you like your new phone? Are you using it? Let me guess, probably not, right? It's been days and days since we bought it, but you haven't called home a single time. That's how I know. Doing my best to break free, I started speedwalking. But Nanami was determined to keep up.
家に生存報告に
You could at least call home and let us know you're alive, you
買った
know.
んだから
That's why we bought it in the first place.
どうしても嫌なら
And if you can bear to do that for whatever reason,
ナナの
you
携帯
can
にかけるだけでもいいから
you can just call me.
お母さん心配してるんだ
'Cause
から
mom's worried about you.
そもそも
Have you
ちゃん
been
と
eating
ご飯
right?
食べてるの
Why'd I even ask? You've probably been surviving off nothing but stuff from the convenience store.
やっぱお兄に一人
I
暮
knew
らし
you'd be helpless living on your own.
家に帰って
Just
きた
come
ら
back home, you butt.
ナナがどんな気持ち
Do you have any
で
idea how I
お兄
feel
の
whenever I
様子
come
見
to
に
check
行く
up on you?
か分かってるいつも
I'm always worried about
心
you.
配でしょうがないんだから
Just can't help it. Did you say Cena's name correctly? I don't know. Shut the fuck up! What the hell's your problem? Are you my mom or something? Stop talking about shit like this when we're on the side of the road. It's humiliating. I'd already been feeling like shit, yet this bitch had somehow managed to come along and make me feel worse. Sorry, she is concerned about your well-being. There was nothing on this earth more embarrassing than walking to school with your younger sister. The situation came about in Naroge. Hell, I'd always longed for it to happen to me. But Nanami was nothing compared to 2D little sisters. Less than nothing. Seina? Damn it. Give me a cuter younger sister. A slightly tense atmosphere hung in the air between us as we walked side by side toward school. I looked at Nanami to see if there was any chance of escape before we reached the gate. Even though she'd been yammering on and on just a bit ago, she had fallen completely silent, now walking with an absent-minded look on her face. It even looked like her eyes weren't really focused on the road, but that was probably just my imagination. Her footsteps unsteady. Something must be wrong with her, I suspected. She kept on swaying back and forth, and about a moment later, she stumbled right out into the road, right as a car came racing towards her. Uh-oh. Hey, watch out! Panicking, I grabbed her arm and yanked her back. The horn of a car blared as it sped by. She just barely avoided getting run over. What the hell are you doing, dumbass? Huh? Huh? Navi blinked a few times, then tilted her head to the side. What was... Why'd I do that? Yeah? I was at a loss for words. She was an honest-to-God fucking idiot. She didn't even understand her own actions. For the record, that wasn't Moe, not even close. Seriously, what are you doing? You trying to get run over? Was there a car? Yes, there was a car! What's up with this total fucking ditz? Hey, big bro. That whirring sound just now. Didn't you hear it? What? What was she talking about? I hadn't heard jack shit. When I heard that, my head went all fuzzy for some reason. Over there. Nanami pointed at the corner of the road. I saw Mom and Dad. They were calling me. When I looked to where Nanami was pointing, I didn't see our parents. Instead, I saw a creepy man standing in that spot. He wore a plaid shirt with fingerless gloves, and jeans rolled up at the bottom, white sneakers. He had a rucksack on his back that was filled to bursting. He looked like an otaku plucked straight out of Akihabara. Capping off his outfit, he was holding a video camera in one hand. Did he have a voyeur fetish or some shit? Hey, don't point at strangers. God, what a rude-ass sister. Besides, it made no sense for our parents to be here in the first place. They lived in Shimoki Tazawa. Fucking weaves. It's so weird. I know I heard my name. The man started looking our way. He pointed our camera lens at us. What the hell was wrong with this guy?
行くぞナナミ
Let's go, Nanami. Frightened, I quickly ran from the scene, leaving her behind. Bro!
あ、お兄、ちょっと
Hey, big bro, wait for me. There is literally nothing likable about this dude. Well, that was almost interesting. I continued to ignore her until we got to school, upon which I ditched her to walk down the noisy-as-ever hallway toward my classroom. When walking down the hallway, stay along the edge. Don't walk too fast or too slow. Don't make eye contact with anyone. Those were the 3 rules I always followed. So fucking weird. That was how I didn't stand out at school. I transformed myself into an existence akin to air itself. That was my secret to success. What success?
Yo, Taku.
Yet people like him definitely made it hard for it to work. Catching up to me from behind, Misumi greeted me in his normal, overly friendly fashion by clapping a hand on my shoulder.
Oisu.
What's up?
挨拶ぐらいしろって
Come on, you could at least greet me back. Or whatever. I already know you're not really that kind of guy. Hey, remember the chick I was talking about a couple of weeks back from Class D? You know, the super cute one that doesn't come to school often? This, I don't know who Hachiman is. But this guy is voiced by the Japanese dub of Jotaro Kujo. If that's who that is. Did you see the shot down balloon? No. Shot down balloon, what do you mean? Oh, he shot down a Chinese spy balloon? Ooh. China's big mad. Good, fuck him. The balloon was merely a delusion. Why do you put it in quotations? I mean, China responded to it being shot down. They said in an official statement they reserve the right to retaliate from destroying it. So, did they respond? Yeah. China issued a warning to the US for it. So, I mean, it clearly must have been theirs.
Huh?
Her name's Kishimoto Ayase? Anyway, I discovered something absolutely insane about her. What the fuck are these names, bro? Ayase. Oh, I guess I ran out of times for that, Misumi suddenly lowered his voice and looked around us. It was gonna be something vulgar, wasn't it? Already tired of his BS, I almost let out a sigh. So you know Fez, right? But what he said made me bite it back. That chick, she is Fez! That really threw me for a loop. I can't believe Fez is a student at her school. Did you know she's in the same year as us too? For whatever reason, he leaned his upper body out the window and gazed up toward the sky with a look of pure ecstasy. This has to be fate this has to be that fate thing everyone's always talking about. This was the third floor. If he were to slip, he'd fall to the ground and break his neck, ending his life just like that. My anxiety steadily climbed as I watched him. Who thinks random things like that? What, are we gonna push him or what? He leaned further and further out the window, before switching his gaze down towards the entrance beneath it. Yeah, of course they're saying, it's a civilian thing. Shit. Speak of the devil, I see her. She'll be here any minute now. There's so many coincidences piling up one after the other. Maybe it really was fate. Not that I cared. Alright. I'll be waiting to pounce on her here. I'll show you a thing or two about picking up chicks. Watch me work. He was brimming with self-confidence. Alpha males like him really were impressive. Picking up girls and all that was a completely different world for me. It wasn't even worth trying. Damn, bro, what an alpha. A Chad. A few moments later, Fez, Ayase appeared. It was just like Misumi said. She really was Fez. I made sure of that while observing her from a safe distance. I still couldn't believe she was in the same year as us. She was wearing our uniform. A distinct aloofness came from her expression as she walked slowly down the hallway. Gave off a completely different impression than the one she'd had on stage. Back then, despite her apathetic tone, I'd felt a sense of power and liveliness emanating off of her. But now, the aura she gave off felt listless and unapproachable. Ignoring this, likely deliberately, Misumi strolled over to her with the same overtly friendly attitude he always had with me, and casually stopped right next to her. Hey, good morning. Whoa. His smile was so invigorating, despite being so obviously fake. I had no idea how he was able to act like that around someone he barely knew. That's why I love him. That's why we admire him. And again, I didn't really want to be him. Oh yeah, Misumi. Nice to finally meet you. Oh wait, that might make you think we haven't met before, right? But nope, not true. I went to that Phantasm concert the other day. You know what that means? It means this is our second time seeing each other. I just want to say, your voice back then, how do I put this? It gave me chills. It's not like I'm the type of guy to follow the herd, you know? Sure, I was taken in by your lyrics and how cute you are and stuff like that. But what impressed me the most was how perfectly in sync you and your band were. You know, like how perfect their sound and your voice work together. You guys showed me what real harmony's like. For had to be a lie. He was willing to go that far in order to win some points, to force a flag rather than obtain it naturally. Did the stream die? Oh. Well, hang on. I'll be right back then while the connection stabilizes. I'll let it stabilize, but I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom anyway. Uno momento. I return. I am a big trying to predict plot twist guy. I usually find that like the most fun part of games with big stories. I do kind of want to have a mix of gameplay though when doing these. One of the things I think is like a perfect mix of like games with a serious plot element like this, but then also gameplay is like the Zero Escape games. I don't know if any of you guys have played those. I've streamed every one of them because they were so fun. Fez didn't even so much as look at him. The fuckboy. Umi Neko is an actively meta commentary that plays with your understanding of the mystery genre. I'll add it to the wish list. What is it? Is it on Steam? Looks like a fighting game. That's weird. Oh, When They Cry. Oh, there's a fighting game version of it. Hey, Door of Flight. Pretty sure visual novel fans have all played Danganronpa and Zero Escape. It's low-hanging fruit. Yeah, I've played and streamed. I've actually streamed every single one of the Danganronpa and Zero Escape games. A lot of fun. She simply continued to walk down the hallway at the same pace, as if not a sound had reached her ears. Hey, are you listening? Yesterday I thought I was getting a cold. I think today for sure confirms I'm starting to get a cold. Very unfortunate. I went out and ran and like I was doing a bunch of errands on Wednesday. Someone must have been sick that I like interacted with. That's so annoying. It's gonna interrupt my streak of like going to almost a year without getting sick. But I always like somehow manage to get sick like every fucking winter. Whatever. Suddenly, Fez stopped in her tracks. Her slightly lowered gaze slowly rose up and then... She looked at me. Huh? Come to think of it, the same thing happened at the concert. It felt like Fez was staring directly at me. Right at the final stretch of winter as well. Yeah, I fucking know, dude. Almost made it. I didn't think I got like that close to anyone while I was running errands on Wednesday. But I guess I did. Fucking people being sick and going out in public. Because I dressed super warm when I went out on Wednesday because it was negative. It was in the negative degrees. So I wore like a big jacket and everything. And dressed really warm. It wasn't like I went out like exposed to the elements. It's been like that 2 weeks ago. I've been stared at by a whole bunch of freaky 3D girls since then. What the hell was going on? Was I becoming popular now?
私
There's
好
already
きな人
someone I
がいる
like.
のよ
Oh,
マジ
really?
何何
Who is
そ
it?
れって俺のこと
Could it be me?
そこの人
The person over there.
そこ
Over there? Over where? Who was she talking about? She wasn't pointing anywhere, nor doing anything that would clue us in as to who she was referring to. She just kept looking at me, and only me.
えっと
Wait, was the person she liked me?
この前
You came to my concert the other night. She began walking towards me, still refusing to avert her gaze. My surroundings began to buzz. Everyone was listening in on the unexpected confessions of Shibuya's famous songstress, Fez.
いや
So, I think there's been a mistake. I came to the concert.
一目で
From a single glance, I knew. Fez wasn't listening to a single thing Misumi said. She grabbed my necktie with one hand and pulled me close. Close enough I could feel her breath against my skin. This was not a distance you could maintain with someone you were close friends with. Nor was it one to be shared between family members. It was a distance, a closeness, reserved only for lovers.
君は
You are my companion, chosen by fate. With nary even a smile, Fez slowly brushed my cheek with her fingertips. The sheer seductiveness of the gesture sent chills down my spine. I was entranced. Fez had me. I couldn't take my eyes off her.
決めたわ
I've made my decision.
私
I will
君のお嫁さんになる
become your bride. The declaration was so far removed from the normal aloofness and decadence that Fez always carried, and yet the sheer contrast between them proved unbearably cute. Wow. It's like those scenes in like sitcoms where the audience cheer gets forcibly like added in. It's the laugh track. Everyone around us was effectively throbbing with excitement upon hearing Fez's proposal. Misumi was so utterly mortified upon losing to me that he came crashing down to his knees, crestfallen. Do I get a say in this?
嫌なの
Do you not want me?
嫌じゃない
I don't not want you. Felt like I was being swept away by a river of temptation. If I got to marry a beautiful girl like her, I would win at life right then and there. And thus began the heart-pounding love story of me and Fez. Like that ever happened. While I was over here drowning in my own moronic delusions, Fez was murmuring something in a low voice, only to up and disappear. You've lost your touch. Damn it. He was sulking, having been completely and utterly disregarded. Considering how she was able to deter an alpha male of his caliber like he was no lower than a spur on a boot of hers, to deter him was nothing more than a typical Manzur. Maybe the other team was what Fez preferred, a true Yuri connoisseur. Man, she'd make a great... What? What is that? That looks like a fucking typo. What am I looking at there? If I Google that word, it says it's French for sister. Okay. Kinda wish I didn't Google that. Especially if she was a lolly like Nanami. That's the stuff. I won't even bother trying again with an antisocial bitch like her. God damn, this sucks. What was up with that finding a sword shit anyway? Made no sense to me.
Ken.
A sword?
ああ
Yeah, that's what she was going on about. Weren't you listening?
剣を見つけろ
Find a sword. If you do, you'll be granted salvation or something like that. Salvation.
なあタク
Hey,
ファンタ
are
ズ
there
ムの
any
歌に
Phantasm
そん
songs
な
with
歌詞で
lyrics
もあ
like
るの
that?
か
A sword. Could that possibly be referring to the mic stand thing she'd been using during the concert? Come to think of it, there'd been another person a couple days ago that interrogated me about a sword. Oh, fuck. That Aoi girl. The one who was absolutely terrifying. I actually thought she was going to slice me in two. The sword she'd been carrying was a different shape than the one Fez had, but they had a similar aura to them. Could the two of them be connected somehow? I didn't know. There was way too much shit I didn't know. Say it. I said her real name. Shogun, the demon girl, Yua, Fez, Sina, swords. As was my old habit, I jotted down a list of all the things I didn't know enough about in my head. I'd meant to put myself as one final item on the list, but decided against it. It was completely normal. It was the stuff happening around me that wasn't. That was the most obvious conclusion. Was Fez my ally or my enemy? It would be nice to know at least that much. Problem was, I didn't have the courage to ask her. Seina, but isn't that her last name? Aoi is her first name, yeah? Today I headed straight for Anime 8 without stopping by the cafe. The reason, of course, was to finally pick up my long-awaited Bloodtoon figure, Sierra post-awakening version. While I was in checkout, Yua's face crossed my mind for a second, but I cut off those thoughts immediately. I glanced at Sierra, the Sierras that were on display in order to attract customers, but since the sculptor was Kijimi Yoshi, not a single word needed to be said about their quality. I had to get home fast so I could enjoy her every nook and cranny as soon as possible. As long as I could admire Sierra's face every now and then while I played ESO, I was content. Goes to Japan, calls someone their first name, asked to leave. I mean, let's be real, if I was going to another country, I would just speak English at everybody. And then I would progressively get louder when people said they didn't understand me. Why did the third dimension do nothing but bring me trouble? It plagued me even now. I headed straight for my base in high spirits, forgetting all about Fez and swords and whatever else, and practically skipping the entire way home. Uh-oh. When I was about 50 meters away, I encountered two men who carried an unmistakably abnormal air about them. I attempted to pass by them without making eye contact, but they were very clearly watching me. You over there. Could we have a moment? The first of the two to call out to me was the dull, older man, one that looked like he belonged to a cycling racetrack, gambling his life away. Detectives? Kind of. This is actually Detective Gumshoe, and this is Phoenix Wright. So, one of them is a detective, and the other is a lawyer. His hair was unkempt, and his beard unshaven. He wore a worn-out old suit, a sloppily tied necktie, and dress shoes that didn't show a trace of being cared for. All of it came together to form an unparalleled example of a man who failed to get ahead in life. Gumshoe. I'm starting to get congested, so it might have sounded like Gun's shoe. I'm actually going to take a... There's your meme. Yeah, you're right. Boom, nailed it. Give me just another second. Let me get another water. Oh, yeah. Your boy still had Dayquil from fucking last year when I got sick. Hey, good night, Quintuple A. Dayquil doesn't expire, right? I'm sure it's fine. Are you gonna give Takumi a Sprite? Oh, I should give him a Sprite. Does he have one I can edit, though? Can someone find a Sprite of Takumi? Oh, he doesn't have a Sprite? Damn. true. If someone can find a sprite of him from maybe one of the other adventure games or something, send and post it in the Discord, that'd be dope. Anyway, this guy looks like a man who failed to get together. Yeah, I edited one for Okabe, my famous Oka Brick one. I don't really know what I would do for Takumi. That would be a bit different, but not a bad idea to make another one. So that way I can make fun of Takumi in full efficiency by having him right on screen. Do I still have the Okabe one? I forgot where I saved it. I definitely didn't delete it, did I? Oh, found it. Nailed it. We're going for another 10-hour stream. It depends. Like I said, there it is. There's the Okabe spread I edited. Just whenever he was being hard-headed, I'd pop that up on screen. Kyler posted it in the Discord. Yeah, I can probably make that work. Thanks, Kyler. But if we go for a 10-hour stream, yeah, it'll, why a brick? Just because when he was being, like, hard-headed. You know, being a brick. Brick-headed. Oka brick. Like Okabe. Oka brick. I thought it was clever. I don't fucking know. But yeah, the going for 10 hours all just kind of depends on if the stories interest me and if people, like I said, if people sit here chatting. He doesn't think sometimes, in Zero especially, yeah. He definitely, like, loses a couple IQ points between Steins Gate and Zero. But, I mean, we'll give it to him because of all the trauma. Fastest PNG poster in the West. Lamau. But, yeah, I mean, like, as long as people want to sit around and chat, we can probably go for 10 hours. Or as long as the story doesn't start to annoy me at some point. Man's had enough in Zero, yeah. Definitely. He does kind of intentionally not think. But there were definitely a lot of scenes in Zero where I was like, bro. The fuck? But I think because I got the true end in the OG Steins Gate, it made it harder for me to sympathize with him come Zero. Anyway. For some reason, the fact that he was flapping a fan at himself only served to further emphasize how pathetic he looked. His expression was similarly languid. His mouth curled into a flippant smile. And yet, when our eyes met for a split second, I knew then that he wasn't really smiling. There was nowhere to run. As I searched for something to reply to them with, the two men made their way up to me. In case you're wondering who we are, I'm hoping this is about to be the turning point for the story to pick up. The story definitely is desperate need of some ramping up here. We've been going for like what, 13 hours now, and not shit has happened. Let's go. In case you're wondering who we are, the older man took out a black badge from his suit and held it out towards me. It was the same kind of police badge you'd seen in various TV shows, but it was obviously the first time I'd ever seen a real one. It finally come for me. They could only be here for one thing. The crucifixion case. What if I asked you a couple questions? I really feel like whenever I'm talking for this dude, I need to be like taking a drag from a cigarette. Just a... Oh, we won't force you to talk to us, of course. No, don't worry. You can take it easy. We're not after you or anything. We just want to hear your takes on things. Honest. Like, the way he spoke didn't show a trace of trying to intimidate me. The other, younger detective, however, wore a strict expression as he nonchalantly moved to block my path. The Texan sheriff accent? No, I don't think so. Because he's, like, also way too, like, defeated. To bring that, like, Texas sheriff accent. Because they're a little bit more, like... You know, that Texas sheriff's got a little bit more of, like, a... oomph to him. Like, you ain't messing with the Texas sheriff. Listen here, Sonny. I got a couple questions to ask you. We're not going anywhere till I get some answers. But he's just kind of like, hey, man. Need you to answer a couple questions for me, alright? I should just start smoking cigarettes in the middle of streams, so I'm super cool. Every time these guys show up. Bring the voice acting chops. So I haven't started my class yet. Maybe next week. When I, start, sounds like a druggy detective. Yeah, I'm not very good with doing the smoker accent. Like a noir detective. Yeah, there you go. That would be a good way to do it. A noir detective would definitely be a good way to describe him. Is it an in-person class? No, it's an online class. But it's done by, like, an actual professional voice actor, so that was pretty cool. Let's see, what characters does this guy voice? I'm trying to think of if there's any characters that he voices that you would know. Oh, he's in Yakuza, or he's in Lost Judgment. He voices Issei? What's his name? Joe Zaija? I don't know how to pronounce names, dude. He does have a lot of voice actors. Yeah, he plays someone in Judgment and Lost Judgment, Kyler, which is, I think you would know him. Whoever this dude is. That's the character's name. In Judgment. Sweat started running down my neck. If I made any wrong moves, they'd likely suspect me of being the culprit and haul me down to the station right then and there. I didn't want that to happen. Yeah, he voices that dude. He plays Claude in Fire Emblem Three Houses. He's got a lot of, like, pretty big roles. Seemed cool. And I felt like if I was going to start doing a bunch of these visual novels, I might as well get some voice acting chops. Even if it's not, like, actual professional experience. Just, like, any type of moderate coaching would make these streams better, I feel like. Because for the most part, I just read. Want to improve my game. I resigned myself and gave a small nod. Let's see. Have you heard about what's commonly referred to as new generation madness? I knew it. I wiped the beads of sweat off my forehead and gave him a nod in reply. Then you'd also know about the third case, the crucifixion case, correct? It did happen right in this neighborhood, after all. We've been looking for a witness. No, while we're at it, could you tell me your name? A gulp forced itself down my throat. This wasn't some bait-and-switch shit, was it? Or maybe they were a bunch of con men who were only acting like policemen, while in reality they were just mining my personal information so they could put it to ill use. They could even be a demon girl's underlings. He's young buck number 2 and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That's dope. Yeah. Do you guys understand that feeling where, like, that tragic feeling when you start getting more sick and you can absolutely feel yourself getting more sick? Ugh. I'm so annoyed. Sorry, it's a side tangent, but my nose is starting to do that thing where, like, you know when the one nostril closes and you, like, can't breathe out of it anymore? I just had, like, that one one nostril just closed. I feel like that's the worst part about being sick. Like, I could deal with a sore throat, a cough, any of that, but, like, when the one nostril closes, brutal. Fuck me, dude. Now I'm gonna have to actually sleep a normal amount of hours so I can get over being sick, too. I normally sleep like fucking 2 hours. I'm so annoyed. Side. Not like I don't constantly do side tangents anyway, but... You still there? Stream ending early so Kubai can get his beauty sleep. No, I'll just have to post the stream notification for tomorrow either early or late, depending on when I go to bed. That's annoying. I don't want to sleep, bro. I just want to stay up and play video games. I also don't really want to be sick either. Anyway, you still there? Did we lose you? Yes, you lost me to the flu. Or whatever I got. They started to suspect me. There'd be no end to it. What should I do? If I gave them a fake name, they might arrest me immediately. Oh. You worried about protecting your personal info? Do I really look that untrustworthy? I'll say. Either way, this friendly way of speaking had to be just an act. In the end, I figured there was no way around it, that it was in my best interest to answer honestly. Mind if I call you that? I shook my head. Don't fucking call me that. You sure? Huh? What was that supposed to mean? I had purposely given him my real name. What the hell was that reaction? Sorry. Just yanking your chain of scotch. Don't worry about it. His unnatural laughter rung throughout the quiet residential area. Why are they chilling just in this neighborhood looking for him? That's an interesting move. Not really a real gamer move. Just hurry up and let me go. The uniform of yours. It's from Suimei, isn't it? What year are you? Do I have to answer stuff like that? Obviously, I'm second year. I'm an anime protagonist. Sorry? I didn't catch that. I'm at that age where your ears start to go. Could you run that by me one more time?
2年生
I'm a second year.
2年生
Second year. Got it.
で西条
Alright
さん
then. As for what we want to ask you,
先月の29
where were you on the
午
29th
後
from
6時
6
から
p.m. to
10時頃
10
にか
p.m.?
けてどこで何してたかなんだわ
Were they asking me for my alibi? Does that mean they suspected me? That's ridiculous.
いや
Oh,
別に
it's
君
not
を
like we
疑って
suspect you
る
or
わけじゃ
anything.
なくてさ
Just thought that if you were in the neighborhood, you might have seen someone suspicious or heard something.
怪しい人物を見
That's all.
かけたとか
Talking to this guy makes me want to play the Phoenix Wright games.
ないかと思って
Or the Ace Attorney games, excuse me. I don't know, I never finished the Ace Attorney games. I've got the, like, Ace Attorney collection or whatever. And I have the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I just never finished either of them. Should I ever go back and finish the Ace Attorney Chronicles? Or the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? I don't know. But he really does remind me of Gumshoe so much, this entire conversation. His design almost looks like straight ripped from him. I mean, I guess that's a pretty standard design, though, so... Probably didn't steal it necessarily from Phoenix Wright. For some reason, the way this guy talked was really starting to get to me. Ace Attorney is considered a visual novel, right? Yeah. In the same sense that Danganronpa is. It's like 90% a visual novel, and then there's some mini games, like, played at the very end of a chapter. Just not as Ace Attorney is like a much calmer version of Danganronpa. It's still like wacky, but you're not like the mini games aren't you like fucking firing guns off and doing stuff. You're just like kind of puzzle matching in Ace Attorney. Also, he really doesn't like the way this guy talks for some reason. Is it just how casual he is? Maybe talking in a way that deliberately agitated the subject was some kind of interrogation technique. Hey, Michael. What am I playing? I'm playing a visual novel from the same universe as Steins Gate, called Chaos Head Noah, where we play as the head of Noah. Of course, I had seen someone suspicious. I'd seen someone very clearly with my own two eyes. But I wasn't sure if it'd be a good idea to tell that to the shady old guy. What would I do if I told him, and then the demon girl came back for revenge? It seemed like the demon girl was letting me run free for now, but she still had Shogun on her side, and that he was equipped with precognitive powers. So by that logic, that must have meant that the demon girl had some sort of insane power as well. And if that were true, and I told the police about it, she might find out about it immediately because of her clairvoyance or whatever. Then she'd come to kill me right after. Say, surely it isn't that hot out today, is it? My heart rate skyrocketed. If I stayed silent like this, they'd absolutely suspect me of being the criminal. But at the same time, I was scared that if I lied and said I didn't see anything, they'd see right through me. The older man fanned me a couple of times with his fan. A cool breeze rustled my hair. That's something I always think is weird. Cops always seem to be like, wow, you're getting nervous. That's certainly suspicious. No, I mean, you're like accusing me and asking me questions. Of course I'm going to get nervous, regardless of if I did it or not, fucking cop. Get out of here. We're pretty deep into the fall, after all, so I can't say I feel it's hot enough outside to be sweating. Well, no one's built quite the same as anyone else, I suppose. Ironic, considering he was the one walking around with a fan, but he was right. It wasn't all that hot out today. It was perfect, actually. The kind of temperature you'd actually enjoy spending time in. Which I feel like is such a small portion of the year where it's actually, like, nice outside. And, like, 80% of the time of the year, you're like, fuck this, I don't want to be outside. Maybe it's just because I live in the Midwest. Where it's currently 9 degrees outside. Yay. I'd wipe the sweat off my forehead with my sleeve countless times now. Spring is always nice weather. Yeah, but the problem with spring is I'm allergic to things. And in spring, that's when all the flowers start blooming and I get hay fever. And I fucking want to go outside with a flamethrower. And just burn down all the flowers and bushes and trees and shit. I am like almost permanently kind of sick all spring. I hate it. Because fucking it sucks, but well, I mean, I could list all of the things that I'm allergic to just to give you a rough idea of how spring is for me. But I will just say I'm allergic to grass, and that's probably enough for most people to kind of grasp how rough spring is for me. So, fuck spring. My least favorite season. I didn't do it. That's totally not suspicious. They're like, where were you during the time of the incident? And he just goes, I didn't do it, if that's what you're asking.
Ooh.
No. The look in his eyes shifted. I realized that I'd slipped up. But I had no idea what exactly had tipped him off. Chris? Holy shit, it's Dick Gumshoe. I made that joke earlier too, you're right. Uh-oh. Music has started playing. Damn it. Don't worry, it's still funny. What didn't you do? They definitely suspected me. I had to answer honestly. Staring at the manhole cover right beneath my feet, I began to blurt out everything. Man, Takumi fucking crumbles under the pressure, bro. Not even a normal-ass response to these cops of like, hey man, I was just at home chilling playing video games. I know that's technically not an alibi, but at least act semi-not fucking suspicious. Takumi immediately crumbles under the pressure. They go, hey man, what were you doing? I didn't do it. I just saw a demon girl kill the guy. Excuse me? I saw something. At the crucifixion crime scene, there was a girl. She was standing in front of the body. Her hands were covered in blood. There were tons of stakes stabbed into the corpse. There had to be over 500 of them. It was so messed up. The body, it looked almost like a hedgehog. The girl, she looked at me and she said, "Thank goodness." And then she smiled at me. That girl, she's not human. She's a demon. She's the culprit behind New Gen. She's a being that transcends humanity. She has precognition powers and super strong ESP and... Yeah, they both are like, bruh? Upon saying that much, I realized the two detectives were staring at me with their eyes wide. Maybe they didn't believe me. Thinking that, I clamped my mouth shut. They're like, actually, we're gonna need to take you downtown, little guy. Just think, if Takumi had like a single drop of being normal in his body. He could have made it through this. A demon, huh? I see. That's, very helpful. I'm telling the truth. Yeah, I know. I never doubted this. I never doubted that. You've given us valuable information. Please get the police to protect me. Okay, before we do all that, do you know how old the girl was? Her clothes, her facial features? Stuff like that I'll also do. Suime uniform? You mean Suime Academy? No, bro. Suime fucking Police Academy. What do you... She was wearing a Suime uniform. You just said that. In other words, she goes to the same high school as you? And you don't know her. After simmering on that for a moment, the old man grinned. He then muttered something that could either be an actual question or just him mumbling to himself. What year is she in, I wonder? What do you think? I don't know. If he can't interact with women, what makes you think an even more stressful situation will be better? No, I didn't say that I'm surprised that he's acting like this. I'm just saying, like, if he had even like a slightest drop of being normal, he could have made it through this situation. Instead, he's cringe. Alright. What's her name? I don't know that either. I don't know that demon's name. About her height and weight? And while you're at it, what about her measurements? What's up with this guy? Is he screwing with me? How was I supposed to know even a single one of those? Did he think I could instantly get all those measurements from a single glance? Yeah, sure, I absolutely had such a stupid power. Oh wait, no I didn't, because this wasn't a goddamn rom-com. So, you climbing up over there telling me you don't know. No big deal. You've been a big help today. Gotta head back to HQ and consider all this very carefully. Sir, are you serious? Waving his hand to silence the dumbfounded younger detective, the older man signaled something to him with his eyes. Before I forget, did you tell us how to get a hold of you? Why? I knew they wouldn't believe me. They wanted to label me as some nutjob and falsely accuse me of everything. Well, you didn't exactly make it hard to make them think you were a nutjob. Well, you said there was a demon, didn't you? We've got to protect you from it somehow, no? Oh, so that was why he'd asked. Thank God, they actually believed me. If I could get the police to protect me, it'd be incredibly reassuring. Yes, the enemy was a demon, so the police would only get one shot if they went up against her. But it was better than being unarmed. Feeling slightly relieved, I took out the phone I had bought a few days prior and showed him my phone number. The younger detective scribbled it down in his notebook. Well, time for us to jet. Thanks for your time. We'll keep you safe, so don't worry. Alrighty, if we have more questions, we'll give you a ring. Just keep your ears peeled. Make sure not to pretend like you're not there or something, you hear me? As of now, you're an invaluable asset to the police. Eh? Your eyewitness testimony could be exactly what we need to blow this case wide open. Have a good one. The two detectives bowed their heads and promptly took off. After taking a glance at me over his shoulder, the younger detective whispered something to the older one. The older man paid him no mind, simply continued to walk. I let out a long, long sigh. That was intense. It was the first time I'd ever been questioned by actual detectives. I'd acted pretty suspicious without meaning to, but they believed me anyway. Somehow. Yeah, believed you. God, I'd give anything for the police to arrest that demon girl. Then again, the police didn't have any special powers, so maybe I should keep my expectations low. That my mouth had gone incredibly dry without me realizing. So I redirected myself to the nearest vending machine and got myself a cola. GG, easy day. Got interrogated, didn't fuck it up. Holy shit. The costume on the post-awakening version is way too erotic. Her panties are completely visible. But that's what's good about it. Post-awakening, more like Fire Emblem Awakening, am I right, boys? A lot of big Fire Emblem fans in the chat here, for sure, right? Right, guys? Your face is so cute. The attempt to match the anime is somewhat lacking, but her face has that distinct eroticism to it that permeates through all of Kojima Yoshi's works, which more than makes up for it. One of your best works, my lord. Her jacket's removable? From this angle, she almost looks completely naked. Holy shit! God, I hate this guy. The way her hair flows looking so good. I had a theory that the hair would be what truly sells the post-awakening version, and I definitely wasn't wrong. Alright, the part we've all been waiting for. Let's take a look at the panties. Let's see. Wow, they did an amazing job on her V-zone.
すげえマジですげえクオリティ高すぎ
Awesome sauce.
これセーラタン5作目にして早くも最高傑作爆誕じゃねえこれ以上すごいのなんて出せないってマジでやっぱ木島は神
This is only the 5th model, yet they've managed to put out a masterpiece this quickly. Seriously, how do they expect to top this? Kojima is an actual god. I carefully stood my new figure next to the monitor. You're so sexy. This figure literally looks the same as the last one. I don't understand. Except now it's like a blue outfit. Fucking weebs. Simply looking over at her made me grin uncontrollably. Life was good. I logged on immediately, started posting my impressions of the new figure on @channel. When I finished doing that, I went to check my email, then checked to see if any of my friends on Free Para had posted any updates. Takumi is an anime figure unboxing YouTuber. Dude, I would do that. I used to make unboxing videos back in the day, when I used to actually buy stuff. That was cool. Good times. I've got a friend request. Who's this? Probably someone from the Sierra fandom. Sure, accept. Now then, time for ESO. But the very second I thought that, I felt chills on the nape of my neck. It was the gaze, complete with its usual intense presence. Whose eyes are those eyes? Damn it, this was not the time. When had I first started feeling the gaze? I'd long since forgotten. It slithered its way into each and every part of my life, bothering the shit out of me all the way. There were a lot of things that disturbed my peace, but the gaze was right up there with Nanami as the most irritating thing I had to deal with. Fine, let's do it. It'll take more than that to make me turn around, game. Still fixated on my monitor, I tried to think of some cool lines you'd hear in a manga. Buy a Sierra figure? No. I have wanted to buy a Makase Kurisu figure, but those are all super expensive. I would imagine the Sierra one would be even more expensive, wouldn't it? Because it'd be much more rare. Oh, you just can't even buy it. Although someone less than a month ago asked if anyone is selling it. Careful when searching Chaos Head stuff. True, but I mean, I just searched, like, Sierra figure Chaos Head. Solaris, Japan. Actually, not, like, wildly expensive. All sold out, though, obviously. Why do these figures all sell out so fast? Feels like they make like one, and then they're like, okay, that was enough of that. Come on out, you piece of shit. Do you think you could pull the wool over my eyes? How incredibly naive. You found me out. Of course I have. How many times have I told you not to stand behind? Huh? Was that a woman's voice? Goosebumps stood all over my body. Had the reclusive owner of the gaze finally decided to show themselves? Was that possible? Should I turn around and see? But what if she attacked me the moment I did? It was a fairly cute-sounding voice, but what if, in reality, a monster far removed from anything human was standing there? No. If that were the case, wouldn't that mean they were getting ready to attack me right now? And if I didn't turn around now, I wouldn't even notice if they killed me. Maybe I should say something else to see if they'd respond. It was possible the voice I heard was just a hallucination or a delusion or something, so that helped confirm it. And I mean, I talk to my Sierra figure all the time in my head. Had to be the same thing. I tried to be bold and asked, "Who are you?" but I hesitated. If I was to revoke the attacker, it could have very easily spelled the end for me. It could have caused her to finally stop waiting and attack. So many delusions ran through my head, I found myself completely paralyzed. What should I do? Maybe the whole thing was a product of my own design, and I was just being the world's biggest dumbass. I swear if the owner of the gaze wasn't here, I'd just been sitting here trembling in fear over nothing. Taku? Why are you so tense? Oh god, it really wasn't a hallucination. Someone was right behind me. Startled, I reflexively turned around. That was almost a good jump scare. If they had given her, like, a 3D style model for, like, the normal, like, how his room is normally, like, that 3D room that, like, moves back and forth. If they had given her a 3D model, That could have been scary.
But because it transitioned to CG, it wasn't as scary.
Or like a picture. Hiya! The demon girl! Not enough budget, Rip. Yeah. Tragic. The girl sitting on the sofa was undeniably the same one I had seen at the crucifixion crime scene. And now, for some reason I couldn't comprehend, she was just standing there, looking at me, smiling. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. She'd finally come to kill me. It had to be because of the detectives I talked to. She'd seen me do it with her clairvoyance. After that, she infiltrated my base without making a sound, took up a position in which she could kill me from at any moment. Now she was reveling in my fear as I cried and screamed in terror. Couldn't be anything else. Don't kill me, I tried to scream, but I was too terrified to make a sound. A doze didgeridoo? Tilting her neck to the side, the demon girl unleashed a strange incantation. It had to be some demonic tongue. She was cursing me. This is the most pathetic sentence I've ever read. In hopes of gaining as much distance as possible from her, I went to hide underneath my desk. The problem was, I was so shaken that I ended up bashing my head into the edge of it, rendering me unable to move as I writhed in pain. What are you doing, Taku? That was a crazy loud sound you just made. Bonk! Even now, the demon girl was keeping her amused smile. But it had to be a trap. One built to lull me into a false sense of security. The second I let my guard down, she'd swoop in and end me. Or maybe she already had that curse she'd placed on me a minute ago. In a few days, my entire body would suddenly start spewing blood everywhere, and then I'd die right then and there. I beg you, don't kill me. I got down on my hands and knees, cradling my head between my arms. Those goddamn detectives had completely fucked me. I'm sorry, I talked to the police, so please. Huh? And even when I told them everything, they didn't believe a word I said. It was a lie meant to buy me time. The older detective had said he'd guarantee my safety. If he was doing his job properly, he had to have sent at least one officer over to my place. Upon thinking that, I suddenly realized I'd given the old man my phone number, but I hadn't given him my address. Suddenly, the demon girl assumed a pose resembling a statue. And what was just as, if not more strange, was what she said. It almost was like a sound effect. Was it another demonic curse? You're gonna stop talking like that right now. Stuff like, oh, don't kill me, the police, or any other weird stuff like that. I got no clue what it means. That's fine, we don't either. What? Was she trying to play dumb? Or was this her roundabout way of threatening me? And in actuality, she was saying, forget the truth, act as if nothing happened. What the hell was she thinking? Hadn't she come here to kill me? Can you stand? Here, let me help you up. The demon girl got up from the couch and reached her hand out. Her expression was so gentle. Now that I was seeing her up close, she was actually pretty cute. I was letting her get to me. Stop acting like a goddamn idiot. Was I seriously calling a demon pretty cute? was a murderer. She'd used Yuya and Shogun to trap me. And now she'd come to finish me off herself. Don't trust her. Trap you into what, my dude? You always come to this exact place and just lie and, like, you know, sit in this shipping container. Doesn't really need to set a trap up for you. You just kind of trap yourself, bro. I'd already learned my lesson back with Yua. I'd never make the same mistake again. I refused to take her hand. Don't be deceived by the demon girl's smile. She was a demon trying to tempt me. If I gave in, I'd die. Trust no one. Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything anyone says. Is this the least sexy green delusion in the game? I'm not even being stepped on. I saw you kill someone.
あのさ、タク。
Baka. What do you mean? I didn't kill anybody.
Don't you realize that's a pretty mean thing to say?
まさか殺人犯
Can't say I ever thought I'd get called a murderer. Baka. So silly. What's she gonna do with me? Aren't you gonna kill me? Just like the guy in the fourth case, was she gonna... For new gen? Or are you gonna take me to where you and Shogun?
ユア将軍誰それ
Yua? Shogun? Who are those guys? Maybe the three of them have decided to work together. That way, I wouldn't be able to fight back when they beat me to death. Please. Anything but that. Help me. I like that he's just like, yeah, I couldn't beat her up.
じゃあ
Okay.
私
I
を
promise
殺
I'll
人
help
犯
you.
扱いしなけれ
As
ば
long as you stop treating me like a murderer. That was her true goal.
そんなビビ
Freak
ら
out
ない
like
で
that.
も
You react like this to every other thing I say, and it always bums me out. Please. I won't tell a single soul about you again. Please, let me go.
もしもし
Hello? Could you calm down a little? No. This bitch, acting like we were close or something. Calling me Taku and shit. Actually, how did she know my name? She'd already known it back when we first met at the crucifixion crime scene. How did she know it? And also, how would she know where my base was?
当然でしょ
I mean, why wouldn't I? It only makes sense.
あなたの名前を知ってるの
If
は
I know your name, I mean. Had she just read my mind? I knew she was clairvoyant. She knew my name, my address, all because she used her powers on me.
タクって結構独り
Sure
言
do
多い
talk to
よね
yourself a whole lot.
前から思ってたことだけど
Then again, you've pretty much always done that. Always? How long was she talking? Had I been talking to myself out loud just now? I hadn't been aware of it at all. Is that really true? Had I really been talking to myself out loud? Or was it just possible she was lying to me, and in actuality, she read my mind? God, how dope would it be to be able to read people's minds? If you guys could read minds, would you do it? Or would you feel like it's an invasion of privacy? Would you be like... Because it technically would be like an invasion of someone's privacy. Depends if you can turn it on and off. let's assume you have to turn it on. Like, you'd have to, like, concentrate on someone. Like, it'd be a physical act. Or not, oh. Yeah, physical act. Like, you'd have to think about it. Because, I mean, God, it would be horrifying if you could just hear everyone's thoughts like idle chatter. I would probably only read someone's thoughts if it was, like, specifically related to me. Like, if they were talking with me. Like, maybe mid-conversation, I would, like, read their mind. But I don't think I'd, like, go around reading people's minds. Tests would be easy. If you knew who was going to ace the tests, yeah, I guess they would be easy. But only if you knew who was going to ace them.
Tacoの名前を知らないわけないよ。私、物覚えはそんなに良くない方だけど。
Why wouldn't I know your name, Taku? I mean, I know I'm not great at remembering stuff, but
友達の名前くらい。
I always remember the names of my friends. Friends?
それともタク、私のこ
Also,
と
are you
バカにして
making
る？
fun of me? Sure, my test scores aren't that high, but
実はそんなによく面と向かってそういう
it
こ
kind
と
of hurts when you
言
say
われる
that
と
sort of thing to my face, you know? Was someone here crazy? But who was it? Me or her?
もしかして転
Could
校
you
生
be a transfer student?
そういえば
Now that you mention it, there's apparently a transfer student moving into our
カ
classroom.
チン先生が言ってた。
He said something like that. There were two different conversations going on here. My terror from earlier, together with the anxiety of having no idea when I'd get killed, was starting to fade. But rushing in to replace it was a completely new kind of dread, slithering in to slowly erode my mind.
も
Hello?
しもし、その顔はまさか。
Judging by your
まだ信じ
face,
てくれてない
I'm guessing you still don't believe me? No.
誰
Who are you? Who were they? Murderer. A demon girl. That was who.
うわタクこそクラスメートの顔を覚えてないんだ。
You can't even remember what your classmate looks like? I can't believe you. Did you say classmate? So we weren't just friends, but classmates too?
でもまあ、しょうがないか
I。guess I can't bug you too much about it. You don't come to school very often after all.
だからって私の存
That
在
doesn't mean you can just
ことなか
totally
ったこと
forget I
にするの
exist.
はと私の名前本当に忘れちゃっ
You
た
really forgotten my name?
そんなことないよね
Come on, you have to know it.
あなたは
I know.
知ってるはず
You know. And I'm not telling the truth. I know. You know. They just don't have any clue. Me.
リアみ
そう正
That's right.
賞金
50 yen to you. Okay. I don't remember this one. Am I supposed to have known that? What?
私、崎
Yep.
畑リミです。
Sakihata Rima reporting for duty.
なんだ。
Wow,
やっぱり覚えててくれたん
you
だ。
really do remember me.
よかったよかった。
Glad to hear it. I don't, actually. How? Was it true? Was the demon girl's name really Remy? Remy? Why had that name suddenly popped into my head? Why did I know her name? Maybe she really was my classmate and friend and I'd just forgotten? Oh, there's no way. I never even heard of the name. Sakihata Rimi. Yeah, 1 second again. Where'd everybody go? Where's the chat? I died. Big rip. It had to be a fake name. It had to be that when I said Remy, she just decided that was her name right then and there. It was like one of those spam emails from a Nigerian prince that used your personal info. Besides, other than Yua, I'd never met a 3D girl who talked to me like we were this close in my life. And Yua was the demon girl's underling. Wait, that was it! The girl calling herself Sakihata was doing right now was exactly the same as what Yua had done. Part of me wishes, I think this game's older than Doki Doki Literature Club, so it probably doesn't have that budget. But I miss some of the stuff from Doki Doki where like the character models, like the sprites would start doing like weird shit. Or their like eye would start twitching, or they'd be like, how cool would this game be if like the character model just started doing like that head twitch shit? Or like was just like with like weird effects and stuff. What are some of those Doki Doki sprites? Like if I look up a horror sprites, Doki Doki Literature Club. Too much for the budget? Yeah. There's actually not that many like available right on Google. Are they called something specific? Like, is horror sprites not what's gonna bring them up? Like this one. Maybe evil sprites? Someone knows what I'm talking about, though, right? I guess I just didn't think it would be hard to find. Huh. Weird. Oh well. Someone knows what I'm talking about out there. This temptress knew I wasn't used to interacting with 3D girls, so she was attempting to lead me into a trap by behaving all friendly and trying to seduce me. It was the exact same strategy. The thing is, while I barely remembered my classmates' faces at all, and I didn't plan to either, I could say with absolute certainty that I'd never seen this girl's face in the same classroom as me before. Probably. Damn. I couldn't completely rule it out. After all, whenever I was at school, I was usually glued to my desk until the final bell, pretending to be asleep, having delusions, staring at my desk, or feigning reading my textbooks. I didn't do anything else. I had next to no memory of my classmates' names and faces, so I didn't even try to remember. Which was it? Was she telling the truth, or was it all a lie? It didn't matter. Whether or not we were classmates, because the one thing I knew for sure, the one hard, indisputable fact, was that she had committed murder. Are you really having trouble remembering? Did you get amnesia when you hit your head a bit ago? She reached for my head. I retreated back under the desk to try and avoid her. You're being weird. I know. How about you ask Daichin? If you do, maybe you'll remember then. What the hell was that? Was that a person? Or some sort of secret code? Another demonic incantation? Come on! Misumi Daisuke. She knew Mizumi's name? And not only that, but she was calling him Daichin? She wouldn't call him that unless they were really close. I feel like every visual novel I play, like, I learn a new, like, Japanese suffix. What the fuck is chin? There's so many of these. Okay, just a sec. The demon girl reached for a bag on the sofa, a bag that wasn't mine, and took out a cell phone. Let's see. You should be... Alright, got it. Here you go. After a bit of fiddling with the phone, she held it out to me. When I made no motion to take it, the demon girl forced a smile and quickly grabbed my hand. Come on, loosen up. She forced me to hold the phone. The demon girl's hands were soft and just a little cold. I'd expected them to be a lot colder, almost like ice, but it wasn't nearly that bad. I guess even murderers had blood flowing through their veins. And because her hand was unexpectedly feminine, my heart started to thump. Nothing like the old touch of a serial killer to really get the blood flowing. I'm back. What'd I miss? We made it back home after buying our weeb figure, and then Takumi started having a delusion of the murderer girl. That's it. Don't fall for it. She's a demon. I'll never let her seduce me. I'm not into 3D. Lend me your power, Sierra. Have you not used a cell phone before? You're supposed to put it up to your ear. Tilting her head, the demon girl peered at my face from point-blank range. With her hand still grabbing mine, she brought the phone up to my ear. But before she did, I looked at the screen. The name registered Daichin was displayed, and it looked like it was already calling. With no escape, I pressed the receiver up to my ear. I heard the sound of the phone ringing. The truest sense of horror. She's forcing him to make a phone call. Honestly, I don't know if there's anything scarier than that. Whose eyes are those eyes? No! Were they saying that to me, or to the demon girl? Why had they said that? The person on the other end remained silent. They didn't say who they were. It sounded like they were downtown or something. I could hear a bunch of noise coming through the receiver. I was so confused. My voice wouldn't come out. I had no idea what to say. Or so it goes. Did I use it right? I know that phrase is pretty popular nowadays. Misumi, or at least that's who I thought it was, quickly reverted to his normal tone. Yeah, what's up? Rimi? Misumi knew her? Well, it wasn't like that was anything unusual. He was a natural-born playboy, after all. It wouldn't be surprising if he'd gone out with the demon girl in the past, or even if they were in a super intimate relationship. It didn't matter to me, though. What I needed to know was whether the demon girl was my classmate or not.
Taku, Daichin deta?
Did Daichin pick up? The demon girl once again peered at my face. Shit, she was way too close. I turned my back to her and spoke to the receiver. It's your bro. What? It's you with Rimi? Why had he responded so nonchalantly? Him acting so natural made it sound like me being with the demon girl was an everyday occurrence or something. Shit, is she dragging you along again? Man, you really got it bad. But do you mind if I give you a piece of advice? Buy your own damn phone already. Was the person on the other end really Misumi? For example, there was a possibility that the demon girl had made a phone call to someone who only sounded like Misumi. Maybe this person who sounded like Misumi was just another underling, and he was only pretending to be Misumi in order to trick me. Yes, they're all out to get me. All the voices. I was starting to doubt anything and everything. I didn't know what was true and what was a lie. Hold on. What the hell kind of trap was the demon girl trying to make me fall into anyway? Why bother with a trap this elaborate? So what trap did Takumi fall into originally that made him start to think like this all the time? About everything being a trap. We haven't really seen any, evidence of him, falling victim to something like this before. And the only thing that he's really, the bit of his past, Yua, but that's it. But he was already paranoid of the trap before he even fell into Yua's trap. So it doesn't really make any fucking sense why his character's like this. He didn't have any backstory developed. When we got the backstory, it was about the bus or whatever. But it was never anything about the trap. He hasn't gotten, really trapped before. Because even with Yuya, he was like, I'm not falling for it. I'm not getting trapped. You can't fool me. I won't get got. And I was like it was completely unprompted. In a situation like this, wouldn't it be easier and quicker for her to just go ahead and kill me already? Or was there some reason behind it? Some kind of prerequisite saying she had to trick me, even if it meant taking it slow? No, maybe it was some hidden camera type spearheaded by Misumi. The girl wasn't actually my classmate, but Masumi's girlfriend, and he'd sent her here in order to screw with me. As fucking if. He actually felt like he could be normal at times with Yua right until the moment. That's not true. I don't feel like that's true at all. I feel like he was already constantly fighting against her. If that were the case, how the hell would I explain everything that happened at the crucifixion crime scene? So what's up? So to be honest, I can't say I'm all that happy about getting a call from a dude. His tone of voice sounded exactly like Misumi. The more I heard, the more convinced I was that the person on the other end had to be him. Looking for advice on how to seduce chicks or something? As if you'd ever call me up about that. Should I start talking? I sensed a gaze on my back. The girl was staring at me. The chills on the back of my neck still hadn't gone away. What kind of expression was the demon girl making? I wanted to turn around and see for myself, but I was too scared. Okay, seriously, what is it? I'm with a girl right now, so make it quick. What? Hurry up and spit it out, dude. Our class. Yeah, what about her class? In it? What's in it? A girl. Who?
Sakihata
Sakihata is her name. Despite steadily becoming more and more incoherent, I somehow managed to explain myself. He stopped responding. Silence. However, I could still hear the noise of the city around him, so the call hadn't disconnected or anything. Why wasn't he talking? The next thing I heard was an extremely exaggerated sigh. Look, you sure you haven't got gamer brain or whatever? Theory that claims people who play video games experience a chronic decline in emotional restraint and judgment due to a condition similar to dementia. But this theory stemmed from recorded measurements showing that the brains of those who play video games emit extremely low levels of beta waves compared to that of a normal human. It was widely publicized by the mass media and became a social issue for a period of time. But there are too many ambiguities present in the study, such as its methodology used to measure brainwaves, leaving some doubt to its credibility. I don't know, man. Playing a lot of video games certainly seems like it would reduce the number of beta waves you are, because the more games you play, the more sigma you become, and you start moving more sigma brain waves from your brain, and the beta waves get replaced with alpha waves as a real gamer. Obviously. That's why I stream video games 15 hours a day. Huh? Where'd that come from? Not only was it completely out of left field, but he brought up that bullshit condition that had been coined despite having no scientific backing whatsoever. You're talking about Remy, yeah? You call it right from her phone, so I don't understand where all this dumbass shit's coming from. I get it now. Remy put you up to this, didn't she? This is a prank? You two trying to pull one over on me? Alright then, give Remy a message from me. Tell her I'm not stupid enough to fall for your garbage pranks. Is she really? Is she really what? Is she really our classmate? Dude. Look, I get you barely come to school, but did you seriously forget? Are you really that far gone? Fuck me, you've been in the same class with her since the first year of high school, if I remember. I mean, come on. The three of us saw a movie together pretty recently. See, I feel like this whole scene's a waste right now, because, again, we've so far shown that the delusions don't really mean anything. And they're all made up. But maybe this one means something? I couldn't comprehend what the person that sounded like Masumi was saying. He said that the demon girl and I had been in the same class since first year, and that the three of us had seen a movie together pretty recently. Pretty recently? But when? We wouldn't have become pals if it wasn't for Remy. I was hanging out with her when we met. After all, she and I mesh real well together. You know, with how whimsical we both are. The world's pretty huge, but even then, Remy and I are about the only ones who'd bother talking to a neat like you. Oh, whoops. Might have been a bit harsh. The words I heard on the other end of the call, not a single one of them felt real, and absolutely no memory. I couldn't acknowledge that any of that had happened in the past. I couldn't. There was also some story that the person who sounded like Misumi had made up. It couldn't be my past. The past could only be established as a truth if the person remembered. So I didn't remember it. It wasn't true. I'll rat it. I haven't mean to say that Remy doesn't really act much of it like a girl at all, does she? Kind of throws me off, but don't tell her I said that. Who are you? Have you seriously lost it? If you've forgotten even me too, then you really have been playing too many video games. Unable to take it anymore, I hung up the phone. I don't get what that was supposed to be. My breathing had grown extremely heavy without me noticing. The sweat that had been beading on my forehead showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was increasing. Long trails of sweat trickled down my entire body, starting from my face and ending at my feet. Hey, you're covered in sweat. The demon girl, looking worried about me, calmly offered me a handkerchief. A cute, patternless vermilion handkerchief. There was a faint floral scent. Instead of taking it, I attempted to somehow maintain my composure and organize my thoughts about everything that was happening. But in the end, it didn't go too well. I was doubting anything and everything, causing all my thoughts to rapidly churn together in a chaotic whirlpool. Sighing in minor disappointment, the demon girl put away her handkerchief, and then with a triumphant look on her face, asked me a question. Whose eyes are those? Oh, so what did he say? She was acting like she already knew the answer. I couldn't afford to answer her. What was she? An ordinary classmate? Or a monster? Maybe I was the crazy one. Taking the chat with Shogun into consideration, I couldn't rule out the possibility that someone other than myself was controlling my body. Or maybe all the memories of the demon girl, of the girl named Remy, had somehow gotten knocked right out of me due to some freak accident. Hang on. I gotta stretch again. At this point, I don't know anything about myself for sure. Do I have amnesia? Did I sleepwalk? Or could it be something else entirely? You okay? No. You're not feeling good. You could try laying down. The demon girl spoke to me kindly. God, we gotta stop with this. We gotta come up with another nickname soon. Don't let your guard down. Anyone who acts nice to an otaku must have some kind of an ulterior motive. I shook my head, putting my strong will to resist against the demon girl on full display. Then using that same strength, I raised my head. Sweat got in my eyes, blurring my vision. The demon girl's face was a lot closer than I expected. What color eyes were those? Why? Why what? Why are you here? Because I came to see you, duh. Are you mad I came in without asking? That's totally your fault for not answering. I was knocking for a long time, you know. I thrusted the cell phone she'd given me back at her. As I watched the demon girl take it back, I asked her once again. Why? What is it this time? Why are you here? What was her reason for coming here? If she'd come to kill me, she would have done it long ago, so why wasn't she doing anything? You wanna know why? Just a sec. She reached into her bag, pulled out a single sheet of paper. This is why.
プリント持ってきてあげたの。
I brought you the worksheet asking about what you want to be when you graduate. So here, post-graduation aspirations. I found myself taking it from her without thinking. She wasn't lying. The piece did have post-graduation aspirations written on it, along with 3 blank spaces to write your answers in. Wow, is this really all she came for?
帰ってよ。
Go home. I didn't want anything to do with her. I didn't want anything to do with 3D girls. It's a trap. Don't listen. This isn't real. This is a game filled with bugs. There are way too many contradictions. It doesn't hold together as a proper story. Well, you got one thing right.
僕に関わらないでよ。
Stay away from me! If you don't intend to kill me, then just leave me alone. I am me. Some me that isn't me may be friends with Rimi, but that has nothing to do with current me. Cradling my head, I closed myself off completely. I kept trembling and trembling, envisioning that the girl known as Rimi wasn't there. Not long after, I heard the sound of the door opening, telling me that the demon girl had left. Tragic. In the midst of the pitch-black room, the pale light of the PC monitor cut through the darkness. Pictured on the screen was a Sierra screensaver from the Blood Tune animation. While there had been a girl by the name of Rimi present in the container half a day prior, the only figure that remained was me. It was already 5 in the morning. In Takumi's daily life, he would play online games until dawn and collapse into the sofa once he could not keep his eyes open. Even now, Takumi was asleep on the couch, twisted in a seemingly uncomfortable position. He never used his bed for sleep. He did indeed have a proper bed, but it was already occupied by manga and CDs and other random piled-up media. He could have never bothered to tidy up, so his bed had effectively been repurposed into his storeroom. Ever since then, he had utilized his 2-person sofa as his one and only place to sleep. A pained moan escaped from my lips. Perhaps he was having a nightmare, his entire body perspiring, and his closed eyelids twitched and trembled. His expression was warped in agony, and he was tossing and turning so frequently he came very close to falling off the couch. Right before he did, however, his eyes suddenly shot open as he faced the ceiling. Bloodshot, his eyes were faintly convulsing. In that state, without even blinking a single time, he rose from the sofa and staggered towards his PC. But if your eyes are hurting like that, you shouldn't look at a computer monitor. Without sitting down, he moved the mouse as he stood before the desk. The screensaver disappeared, and his desktop showed itself. The pale light of the monitor shone on Takumi's face, illuminating his horrifyingly vacant expression. His body swayed back and forth, and his mouth hung slightly ajar. Drool seeped down his chin. His current state was a textbook example of sleepwalking. The delirious boy launched the web browser and opened App Channel. His movement itself was languid and slow, but he showed no hesitation in selecting a thread from the board. Oh no! He is a sleepwalking shit poster! The worst kind of criminal scum. The board listed a total of around 60 threads, and Takumi slowly opened each of them. And then, with his eyes remaining glued to the monitor, he began to type. Whose eyes were those eyes? He repeated this action for each and every thread. His posts were not particularly long, only housing a few characters each, but they all composed of the exact same sentence. Whose eyes are those? went to the hospital first thing in the morning. I hadn't confirmed it the last time I was here, but today they would definitely tell me I was normal. The doctor would remember me. I'd say, hey, it's me. I was your patient around 4 years ago. And then he'd tell me everything I needed to hear. I wasn't the crazy one, it was the demon girl! And Misumi. They were crazy. That was definitely what he was gonna say. The hospital opened at 8, which was a little bit earlier than regular hospitals. That was the reason why I'd shown up right when it opened, and yet the seats in the lobby were already filled with countless middle-aged people or older. Why? The hospital just opened, so why were there so many people here? Do you bastards know head starts are unfair? Come on time like you're supposed to, assholes. As I continued to insult them in my head, I had no choice but to wait. About an hour passed before I really started to regret not having made an appointment. But right after I started to think that, they called my name, and I was immediately relieved to know that I wouldn't have to wait as long. Except the one waiting for me in the examination room wasn't the Dr. Takashina, but some white-haired old man I'd never seen before. Where's the doctor? Noticing my confusion, the nurse standing right behind him, I think her name was Hazuki, gave me an apologetic look. I'm afraid he's no longer here. What? Rather, to be specific, he collapsed from fatigue last weekend. He's taking the week off to rest. This couldn't be happening. He was my one and only ally. Had he really collapsed from fatigue? It's a conspiracy. Orchestrated by the demon girl. You good, bro? She had to have poisoned his food or sent him a death threat to scare him into submission, or done some other horrible act to psychologically break him. Okay, so clearly we're at the point where Takumi's kind of going off the deep end, but it really does feel unprompted as well. I don't really get it. He's like... It does feel like he's just kind of finally gone full, like, tinfoil hat conspiracy. It's the demon girl! It's the demon girl! It's the demon girl! But why? Like, I don't... She hasn't, like, come back at him. Do people always have an assigned doctor? Yeah, that's pretty common. Like, people usually have, like, their specific doctor. Just so, like, you can have consistent care. This had to be the work of the demon girl. She was trying to isolate me from my allies, so I'd be defenseless against her assault. What allies? There's no way in hell I was going to let anyone other than Dr. Takanashi examine me. So instead of getting a checkup, I ran. I ran so far away, and I run. I run so far away, and I run. I run so far away, away. I looked at the sky. The skies of Shibuya were dim and lifeless. You'd have to be crazy to call them clear. I shouldn't go to the hospital anymore. The demon girl's net was tightening around me. Maybe I already had nowhere to run. Maybe the detectives I'd met yesterday were imposters! Among Us! Maybe in reality, they had been the demon girl's underlings all along, just testing me. That had to be it. The timing had just been way too perfect. The demon girl had broken into my room right after I talked to him, for fuck's sake. She was a demon after all. Wasn't human. Controlling and manipulating the human mind would be child's play for her. I had no evidence. But at the same time, I had no evidence proving she wasn't a demon. Oh, Gigabrain. Which meant the only way to stay alive was just to assume the worst case. Did I really have nobody on my side? It felt like everyone was against me, no matter where I looked, no matter who it was. All I saw was yet another one of the demon girl's underlings.
助けて
Somebody save me. Somebody save me from myself and from this game. Somebody pick the story up soon. Why didn't I have a single ally? Why couldn't anyone come save me? Why did only I have to suffer so much? I have to go to school. Why? I felt more hopeless than ever. I just wanted something to support me. Someone who would protect me. Something that would protect me. But I won't talk to anyone to potentially get that to happen for me. I didn't care who or what. Just someone. Something. Please grant me salvation. And then, just as suddenly, Fez appeared in my mind. I remember what she said to me when we met. I'd been lost in my own delusions at the time, but Masumi told me what she said. Find a sword. If you do, you'll be granted salvation.
Ken.
A sword. If this was a game, I'd be the protagonist, and there'd be a cliché story moment where I'd obtain the legendary sword and triumph over evil. At this point, I'd heard the word sword from 2 different 3D girls recently, and in extremely close proximity. There still remained the possibility that Fez was on my side. Girl B, however. She had a pretty high chance of being one of the demon girl's underlings, judging by her attitude. A sword.
剣だ
A sword? If I get a sword, then I'll be... I started talking to myself like I'd lost my mind. I was gasping at straws. If I get my hands on a sword, I might be free from the nightmare. I couldn't help but hope. It wasn't that I believed what Fez had been said about granting me salvation. I just had nothing else to cling to. At the very least, I should do some research. I promptly tried to search for it. I started off by checking to see if the swords Fez and Senya were carrying appeared in any anime, but couldn't find anything, at least from the seasonals. I had expected as much. I always checked out the newest anime, after all. Professional weeaboo. Considering there were upwards of 30 to 40 of them in one season, it'd really pile up on me if I tried to watch them all. So I just watched the first couple episodes and figured out which ones to keep following from there. Naturally, since MewTube existed, I had no trouble completing my lineup from channels such as BS and CS. There's no way I'd ever overlook any anime. Those swords weren't in any of the shows. The swords both had extremely distinctive shapes, so if they showed up, I would definitely remember. Although, if someone other than myself had been controlling me when I saw it, then there was nothing I could do. Next, I tried to search for the swords themselves, rather than anime they might have appeared in. I saw video game walkthrough sites. Terms I knew well, such as EOS's Shangri-La Edge, kept popping up. I was making no progress. For fuck's sake, I was supposed to be able to find it quickly. I had a feeling that Senya had used a more concrete name for it. But what had it been? The nightmare won't end unless you remember. You see it, don't you?
そうと。
Welcome back, Ruben. That was it. She called it a D sword. I quickly typed it in and ran a search. Hits! Only 2 of them, though. Even so, I was already starting to think these 2 links were the road to my salvation. Holding back my excitement, I clicked on the top page first. URL not found. Shit, the page was down. What the hell? Calm down. This page had an illustration on it. Ooh. Must have been a recreation based on how the sword was described in various books.
元ネタは伝
It's
承
the
か。
delusional sword. Thus, swords of light, known as D-swords, were unleashed upon the world. D-swords are fictional swords created in medieval Europe by the legendary Gladiol, the Wicked Heart King. The swords were created to feed off the negative emotions of man, and as such, it's said that the Black Knights who fought with these swords eventually had their hearts eaten. Unlike other holy swords, these swords are characterized by their unique invisibility. It's said that the moment one of these seemingly unarmed warriors swings their arm, the sharp slice causes their opponent's arm to be severed from their body and fall to the ground before they can even feel pain, much like the Kamatachi phenomenon. Ancient legends often contain settings and transcend theories of all creation, and as such, this sword has made appearances in several pseudepigraphia books and various other mediums. These swords and the Kamiachi phenomenon are considered to be practically synonymous. Kamitachi, meanwhile, are imaginary specters that are sometimes depicted as weasels with sharp sickles for arms, but this interpretation can only be fucking... That's from a legend.
でもセナって女が持ってたのに比
Compared
べ
to
る
the
と
one that the senior girl had, it's plain. Why'd it have to be such a niche sword to begin with? Why couldn't it have been a sword like Excalibur or Kunsagi? You know, swords that were actually a big deal. This wasn't the time to piss and moan. Niche or mainstream, I didn't care as long as it could save me. I decided to research more. Continuing, I clicked the second link. The words, "I bought a D-sword," caught my eye specifically. Were D-swords something you could buy? You missed the biggest part. I'll be honest, I don't know what a big part I missed was. I still don't really feel like anything happened. He hallucinated the killer. Like, I guess I'm just not really following what's going on. Yeah, the detectives tried to talk to him, and then he hallucinated the killer after. Because he was, like, seen at the scene of the crime. The blog owner seemed to be male, so I could deduce that it couldn't be the demon girl, or Senya. So he'll believe some random blog post online, but he won't believe someone who sounds like a person he knows on the phone. He'll, like, just freely look on the internet and be like, oh, wow, it's a blog. This is totally legit. And then his friend will call him and talk to him with his voice, and he'll be like, it's someone pretending to sound like my friends for no specific fucking reason. The energy shown in the writing was way too different from the Shogun's. I bought a sword today. It's called a D-sword, I think. Seriously, I can't get enough of all the shady stuff I've been picking up. Town Vanguard is an oasis for my soul, man. The only places in the entire Tokyo metropolitan area that I've gotten that shady vibe TV has are in Akiba. Even then, though, Akiba stores don't really scratch the itch, you know? All I've got is computers or porn and stuff. Can't say the same for TV. There used to be all sorts of shady shops in Shibuya. I guess that really shows my age. But they've been washed away along with the flow of time. Man, those were the days. What's amazing to me, though, is that if you didn't know any better, TV totally looks like a store for weebs. Was he completely unrelated, third party, or could he have deliberately changed his writing style? What the fuck? I knew that no answer would come to me no matter how much I thought about it. So I gave up and stopped looking. More importantly, it seemed like the store he mentioned, this Town Vanguard, was located in Shibuya. I had the feeling that it was too good to be true, but I also had the feeling that it was predestined, too. I'm wondering, though, who the hell named the thing a D-sword? Lol, it's this pretty huge toy, but it's got real oomph to it. Yeah, but even then, I'll bet money on the fact that the only reason it's at the store at all is because of the clerk. Yo-chan. I mean, they recently put up a fantasy weapons section in one of the corners of the store, so lol. There was a bunch of stuff like a lightsaber and a light shuriken, but they were obviously fake. Disappointing. Bro, this store didn't have a real lightsaber. 1 out of 5 stars. Absolute garbage tier. I hate it. Looking at it from another angle, maybe the exact reason I ran into the girl holding the D-sword in the middle of Shibuya twice was because the store was located there. Wait, wasn't the underground stuff like this supposed to be secretly popular among a few minority? Pretty sure. Anyway, I went ahead and ran a search for the Town Vanguard. It didn't seem to have an official site, but I did find a preview image of it on an online map. If they didn't have an official site, that probably meant they didn't take online orders. I tried searching for them as a seller on Taboo, but I didn't find anything. Which meant that I would have to go to the store in person. I really didn't want to go outside, but I have to get a sword. I have no choice. I had now come to think of the sword as my sole, only means of opposing the demon girl. I didn't have any idea what I would do after I got it, though. I certainly wasn't brave enough to kill her with it, not even close. Even so, I had hoped that if I got my hands on a sword, I would be released somewhat from the terror that was tormenting me. The D-sword would be my protective charm, something I could depend on. There was something strangely alluring about that word. When did the delusion end, or are we still in it? Hang on. Be right back. Again, for like the 19th time this stream. I got a piece of pizza. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure us seeing the demon girl was a delusion that time. I'm pretty sure we didn't actually meet her or talk to her. But again, Takumi right now seems to be like totally losing his shit, but it really feels unprompted. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not following it. But it seems like there hasn't been a specific breaking point here. Anyway, the store was somewhere near Cat Street. Cat Street was a long, winding road next to the Mijidori that ran from Shibuya to Harajuku. Unprompted, like there isn't a certain trigger for it that you can recall. Not since, like, I mean, he witnessed murder, right? And that was, like, obviously that's a traumatic event. But he didn't fall apart there. But recently, within, like, the last hour, he's really gone off the deep end. And really, I don't feel like anything has, like, been a real big trigger within the last hour. Like, he's had a couple sex dreams. And that's about it. But, like, in the last hour of reading, he's like, oh my god, dude. Where, my salvation. Everyone's out to get me. It's the demon girl. Ah, she's here. Ah, she's gonna get me. But why? I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't feel like an authentic progression of Descent to Madness. No, not at all, really. Yeah, he's paranoid and he's worried about all these traps, but, like, I feel like, I mean, maybe it'll happen later in the story, but it doesn't feel like there's any justification for him feeling like this yet. Maybe it does and you missed it? Yeah, I guess I missed it. I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't clear enough. Like, where is Yuya? I mean, we didn't even get, like, direct confirmation that she was really accusing us of shit. It's been 5 hours and we haven't seen her again. I don't understand to get paranoid of being connected to a murder. I just don't feel like there's enough really elaborating on that. I don't know. Anyway, this has been Bill on top of an old stream. There's a bunch of reasons as to why people started calling it Cat Street, such as it being frequented by cats. Or that it was so narrow the cats could only use it, but it wasn't like it made a difference to me. Cat Street was pretty far away from my base. It took about 15 to 20 minutes to get there on foot. It'd be much faster by bike, but unfortunately, I don't have one. Okay. I decided to take a route that went past the front of the train station. Yua is wisely avoiding Takumi. I know, but I just need some character that's interesting to start, like, appearing. I decided to take a route that went past the front of the train station. Quickening my pace a bit, I crossed the overpath that went over to Maijidori. What was the point of that? Okay. I'd finally arrived. I was starting to get really impatient. Same. The sheer distance was pissing me off. Cat Street was nice and quiet compared to Center Guy. Pretty much wandering, yeah. It felt like there had been much more... It felt much more like Harajuku than Shibuya. The stores lining the streets here were only aimed at trend chasers I wanted nothing to do with. Fuck them, to be honest. Knowing how out of place I was just made me all the more pissed off. It was completely foreign territory. Every last one of the assholes around me thought they were so cool. There were even more couples sauntering around than in the shopping district. Whatever. They were probably just a bunch of broke shitheads trying to pretend like they had money, so they were likely just window shopping. Lamau. Wastes of space. I was starting to regret coming here at all, but I ran to myself that the suffering would be worth it once I got a sword, so I just sucked it up and kept walking. In order to avoid making eye contact with anyone, I kept my eyes firmly trained on my map as I walked towards my destination. Town Vanguard was deep into a narrow side road that split off from Cat Street. Is this it? Even though I'd only gone to one side street away from the main road, the atmosphere had changed dramatically. It was a narrow, cramped, and filthy alley that no car could travel through. The street was lined with wooden houses and out-of-business stores with closed shutters and the inevitable spray-painted graffiti that covered said shutters. Once I buy my lightsaber, I'll show them all, yeah. This guy seems to always focus on his method of avoiding eye contact. Yeah, he's got a real complex about that. Despite how nice it looked from the outside with all its high-class name-brand stores, Cat Street 2 is nothing more than a superficial facade. Behind the facade lied a whole host of broken-down, mercilessly discarded junk heaps. Takami's about to walk out of that store like, I have the power of God and anime on my side. Then again, I couldn't stand the place either way. Both the bullshit and the truth were foreign territory for me. The only home for me was my video games. This makes me want to never play video games again. I want to stop playing video games and go outside. This guy is making me embarrassed to be playing video games. The only home and safe place for me was my video game. Even for the back streets, though, Town Vanguard had made an even smaller and darker atmosphere than I was expecting. I was finally starting to get what the blogger had called it shady. Even though an open sign was hanging on the door, it didn't exactly look like business was booming. I was being generous. Thanks to that, it was extremely hard to convince myself to go in. Akami's making me want to touch grass, yeah. Helping people touch grass since 2008. Yeah, I definitely want to go out and touch some grass, bro. It's a real thing. I'm feeling it, man. Gamer brain is bullshit, keep playing. It's so hard. I need something to happen. My fucking ADD attention span. Someone hasn't died in like 2 hours, bro. Fucking God. How was I, a guy who couldn't even go into a Gudian shop by himself, supposed to enter a sketchy-ass store like this? I want to go home. I need to get my hands on a sword no matter what. Ah, what should I do? I spent a little while trying and failing to get myself to go in. Not a single person came through the cramped alley. I had already spent 30 minutes waffling over what to do, but I still hadn't seen a single soul since I'd gone off the road. Bro. Just go in the store! Fuck! All that happened was I would finally decide to suck it up and go in, but then I would realize I wasn't brave enough. Repeat ad nauseum. I couldn't go home empty-handed. This is the only place I could get my hands on a D-sword. And even though my sense of reason told me that, my instincts made me hesitate to enter. In my mind, I had a delusion where the clerk came out to me. Copium. Of course, she was a cute maid and talked to me with a voice straight out of an anime.
Ooh, sir, would you like to buy a D-sword? It'll keep you safe from demon girls. Ooh.
She knew exactly what I wanted, and she held the D-sword out to me, friendly as could be.
Here, please take this sword, master. Ooh.
Okay, that's enough. Chill out. Hoo-hoo. Just as I was thinking about how much nicer it'd be if things turned out that way, a lone 3D girl appeared from within the store, almost like she'd somehow heard my thoughts. However, unlike my delusion, she was wearing disgustingly gaudy clothes. The type that made you think, what Native American tribe did she steal those from? But at the same time, despite the getup, she looked absolutely miserable. Talk about whiplash. Her hair was frizzy, to the point where it looked like her head had exploded, and creepy patterns were scrawled on the bandana she had twisted around it. She said that she was a store worker and had come out after seeing me pacing outside. My delusion hadn't exactly become a reality, but it wasn't like I hadn't expected that. Before I knew what was happening, the clerk forcibly showed me inside. Despite how reluctant I was to do so, I didn't have the chance to turn her down. Can we see her, at least? Can we get another sprite? Can there be another character? In the end, I found myself inside the store. It was all well and good that I had cleared the most difficult obstacle, but if this store was under the demon girl's control, and everything about the D-sword was just an elaborate trap, I wouldn't be allowed to complain if I got killed right here. I hope you did. My eyes darted around the store's dim interior. There wasn't a single customer. The air was awfully stagnant and slightly hazy. The unpleasant odor of tobacco and mold mixed together and invaded my nostrils. I felt like I was going to be sick if I stayed here for more than 5 minutes. Though I saw things that looked like products, I was falling asleep, but the pizza gave me energy again. I think the pizza mixed with the dormant caffeine in my stomach. I know that's probably not how math or science works, but you know, whatever. He woke me back up, at least. What is this song, dude? I'm gonna get my channel copyright striked over fucking this garbage. Fucking when you own a music studio and you produce this fucking fire track. Christ. Though I saw things that looked like products, it was difficult to judge whether or not they were actually for sale. All of them had been placed haphazardly, and there was no way to distinguish from them between fucking garbage. It didn't help that not a single one of them had a price tag. I didn't notice it until after I'd come in, but there was a whole lot of porn and sex toys. Among them were devices you'd see in R-word humiliation type Hiroge. And I had no idea where to find a safe space to look. Where is the... I don't see the sex toys in the background of this image. This store must have been a variety shop for adults. Where are the sex toys, you cowards? I don't see them. Are they supposed to be these things? The little Kirby-looking thing with an angry face there? After forcing me into the store, the clerk sat down on a stool behind the counter, then proceeded to zone out as she smoked. She said she showed no indication that she was going to continue meddling with me. The artists are cowards. Yeah, bruh. There should be a big fucking purple dildo right here. She was probably a partial source of the haze in here, even though it had been less than a minute since I'd come in. Anxiety, a weird sense of pressure, and the embarrassment all combined with how sick I was feeling in the form of a disgusting sweat seeping out of my forehead. I wanted to get out of this otherworldly place as soon as possible. I had to hurry up and find a D-sword, quick. I walked towards the back as I looked through the store. I soon found the fantasy weapons section, which had been mentioned in the blog. Side Adventures pacing is always like this. I don't feel like Steins Gate's pacing was this bad. It was slow, but I don't feel like it was this slow of a burn. Like, we kind of introduced, at least, like, Steins Gate started to introduce some of the more interesting characters a lot earlier. Right now, really the only character is just, we have to deal with Takami's unlikable ass fucking talking to himself. Like, yes, Steins Gate definitely did have a slow burn, but there was at least, like, little tidbits added in, you know, along the way. There was a breadcrumb trail. Right now, it's pretty much just Takami being like... This corner of the store was the only one that stood out to me. Numerous pole-shaped toys were neatly displayed. All of the toys were tubes of some sort. They were different colors, but pretty much all of them were lightsabers. You could tell pretty easily from how shoddy they were that they were all bootleg. I doubt they would even glow. It seemed like the light shuriken that talked about in the blog was sold out, which surprised me. Yet mixed in with the lightsabers was a single item that was clearly different from the rest. It only took one look for me to know it was a D-sword. It looked almost exactly like the illustration I'd seen online. Okay, but this doesn't look like either of the swords that fucking the two purple-haired girls are using. It just looks like a regular-ass sword. I went to pick it up, and it was unexpectedly light. I wondered what it was made of. But it definitely seemed like some sort of soft vinyl. It wasn't sharp, the edges were slippery, and naturally it didn't hurt me in the slightest. The sword looks disappointingly regular. Yeah, where's my anime fucking mecha sword? The two girls have mecha swords. Compared to the ones that Senya and Fez had, it was badly designed. It had no sense of weight, and above all else, it didn't give me the sense that it would ever sever anything with the slightest touch. Could it be a fake? That worried me, but there wasn't anything else in the store that resembled a D-sword. Would this even give off light? What the fuck is this soundtrack? Ah! The D-sword Fez had swung around at her show had pieces of glass embedded in it that gave off a blue light that looked badass. But I didn't see a single shard of glass in this sword. Maybe I shouldn't buy it. The D-sword was so shoddily made, I couldn't help but come to the conclusion, despite how long it had taken me to get there. But... find a sword and you'll be granted salvation. I remembered Fez's words. I can suggest more interesting background soundtracks? No. This is the intended experience. If I didn't buy it right here and now, I'd lose my only chance of getting my hands on a D-sword. Maybe it only looked cheap, but once it recognized me as its true master, an incredible power would manifest within it. I have the power! That's the call phrase, right? I have the power. Yeah, that's He-Man, yeah? There we go. And that's how Takame became Noah. We need a soundtrack for a store that sells anime swords and dildos. Yeah. I had sensed that exact kind of unknown power in Senya and Fez's swords, so this sword should have that too, but... what to do? While my internal debate raged on, the clerk came up and stood right behind me without me noticing. With a melancholic smirk, she pointed at the D-sword and muttered 10,000 yen, and I'll throw in a free bonus. How absurdly cheap it was made me doubt my own ears. I had amassed quite a bit of cash from RMT, and if it was only 10,000 yen, I could buy it simply by sacrificing a single figure. When I heard the price, and when I realized it was the last one they had left, I'd come to an immediate decision. The bonus that come with it was a cheap-looking bangle, and to be frank, I didn't want it. Everything after was hell. Town Vanguard didn't do deliveries, so my only option was to lug it home myself. But you talked about how light it was. 10,000 yen. Sorry, I'm not based enough to know. I think it's $100, right? Uh, 10,000 yen is 75 US dollars. How many people, like, do you think there were some, like, people that aren't, like, subscribers of my channel that have come in and I've just been freaking out for the last hour and have left? Do you think there's, like, some hard, like, there's some, like, hardcore Chaos Head fan, like, joined the stream and was like, oh, man, I can't believe somebody's, like, streaming Chaos Head. I love this series. And they tune in and I'm just going, yeah, and they're like, okay, all right, time to go. Toy or not, my excitement died instantly when I realized I'd have to carry the stupidly long sword right through the heart of Shibuya. But I already paid for it, and the clerk adamantly refused to let me return it. This was a really intense form of humiliation roleplay. Having to haul a huge toy like this down a fancy street. Just as I'd come to expect, the DQN couple's dolled-up grills and whatever other manner of sheep that passed me by all had those exact mocking smiles. Damn it. I'm not saying that. He keeps saying that. I really fucking hate when people say that. I focused intently on keeping my head down for the rest of the way home, having delusions all the way about, swinging my newly bought D-sword at the innocent people in the middle of the road, viciously slaughtering piles of them. Ding 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 ding. I made it back. I started running when I was about halfway home, and I didn't stop until I got there, so I was gasping for air by the time I'd reached my base. The ice-cold stares of the pedestrians were killing me. It was somewhat impressive that Senya was able to endure this kind of embarrassment all the time. In a way, I even respected her for it. I could never do what she did. Let's be real, Takumi couldn't do shit of anything at all. Suddenly, a sound came from a blind spot in the shadow of my base. Was someone there? Freezing in my tracks, I gulped. The pure white smile of the demon girl who called herself Remy appeared in my mind. Maybe she'd come back. Maybe this time she'd kill me for real. What should I do? Should I run? I sensed a presence. The light of the sunset etched someone's shadow onto the ground. One that I knew, without a doubt, had to be female. I readied the D-sword. When I actually tried holding it like that, though, it felt even less reliable than I'd expected it to. Senya's sword, it felt incredibly intimidating, and I had this sense of overwhelming pressure that wouldn't allow anyone to get near it. But the D-sword I was holding didn't feel like that at all. Maybe it really was a fake. Could I really fight with something like this? No way. Even if I had a real one, I couldn't do it. Not only that, but I just realized how heavy it really was. I hadn't realized how heavy it was until I first started holding it. Maybe I was holding it wrong. In any case, it would be impossible to swing it like this. The shadow suddenly wavered. It approached me. Stay back! I shut my eyes tight and haphazardly swung the sword in front of me. I knew I wouldn't be able to defeat my enemy this way. Even so, I had the faint hope that as long as I had the sword, it'd somehow do something. But I didn't feel it hit anything, nor did the enemy make a sound. I couldn't believe it. Could that single strike of mine have utterly annihilated the demon? If so, that'd be the best shit to ever happen. What's up with the sword, big bro? When I opened my eyes, the one standing there wasn't the demon girl, but rather Nanami. She was looking at me with unmistakably judgmental eyes. All my strength disappeared instantly, and I dropped to the ground where I had been standing. Don't scare me like that, Baka. She was the worst sister ever. Didn't she know how shitty it was to scare her older brother like this and enjoy it? Just fucking sitting there getting off on it? Ugh, disgusting whore. Who the hell did she think she was? This is exactly why 3D would always pale in comparison to 2D. I wasn't trying to scare you, I just came over for your routine survival check like I usually do, but you weren't here. How'd you make me wait for 30 minutes? Do you realize how worried I was about you? You've made my precious free time disappear into thin air, you know. Worried? This bitch was worried? As if I would ever fall for such a lie. This whore. Where'd you run off to? You don't go outside often. You didn't pick up when I called you earlier either. I left my phone at base. It wasn't like anyone was going to call me while I was out, so I saw no point in bringing it. What's with the sword? Did you just come back from buying it? Nami peered curiously at the sword. I got it. It's some anime toy, right? Man, you really are a total fucking nerd. You weeb trash. But if I'm honest, this toy doesn't fit you at all. Just a second ago, you had your shoulders all squared up as you held it. I'm gonna crack up just thinking about it. Ignoring Nanami, I undid the lock on the door to the container house and made to go inside. Don't ignore me. I'm the only other character we can talk to. Go home. If she'd just come to check on me if I was alive, then she got what I wanted, and she no longer had a reason to be here. She was always making fun of me every time she came over. She'd do nothing but complain. She was really put off by being here. She didn't have to come at all. I was annoying anyway. There'd be no skin off my back if she'd stopped. So far, I hope Takumi dies alone in his storage container after he tells her to stop doing checks on him. And so he just rots in the shipping container for weeks when no one comes to check on him. That would be satisfying. Hey, I came all the way out here to check on you. You could at least be grateful. I even bought a present for you and everything. Her voice was whiny. She pursed her lips. A present? Yep. Mom told me to bring it. Here. She gave me a bag of clementines. There are about 10 of them wrapped up in red knitting. Weird. Something's fishy. I'd eat clementines if they were in front of me, but they weren't my favorite food or anything. Yes, people can only ever buy you your favorite food. If they get you any other kind of food, it's fishy. On that note, I could use a quick break. So how about I sit down and eat some with you? Go home. What? I bought you a present and I'm offering to eat it with you. Aren't you happy? You should be. What exactly about eating clementines with Nanami was supposed to make me feel happy? Besides, it was obvious she just wanted to eat the clementines. And that was the whole reason why she'd come here. She'd been a fucking badass ever since we were little. Stealing my portion to add to hers, I couldn't count the amount of times we'd fought over that. Unable to take a hint, she waltzed right into my base. I gave up and followed after her. You have any tea? I'd like something nice and warm. Why didn't she buy me fish sausages? Gross. Why the hell would I have tea? I only drink cola. Nami sat down on the sofa and grabbed a clementine. Sighing, I set down the sword so it would lean against my computer desk. I had no reason to continue carrying the bangle in my pocket. I just chucked it somewhere. What's that? Quickly spotting the bangle I'd thrown on the floor, she went to pick it up. What a cute little bangle! It looks like Weiss's from, or what's her name? Weiss? I don't exactly remember her name. She's the W in Ruby. It looks like her symbol. I don't remember what her name is, though. I think it's Weiss. Or maybe Winter? Weiss. Schnee. Whatever. I don't fucking... No one has watched Ruby in a decade. But that looks like her logo. Did you buy this? Crazy to think you've actually got good taste. Cute? How? The thing was nothing more than a piece of junk you'd get for 500 yen at worst. I couldn't believe how bad her tastes were. Ignoring her once again, I nabbed one of the clementines and sat down in front of my PC. Why are you throwing this away? Because I don't want it. Okay, then I'll take it. What? What's the problem? You're gonna get rid of it. Come on, you could at least act like a brother every once in a while and give your sister a present. Consider this your first step. You call it a present, but it's just something I don't want that you suddenly decided to appropriate. Who cares? What? I don't understand. He's already made such a big show of not wanting it. Fine, just take it. Really? Yay! Literal walking PMS. As soon as she'd gotten my approval, she put the bangle on her wrist. Takes a cheap whore to get this excited over a cheap piece of junk. What do you think? Does it look good on me? Not even close. That's so? You jerk. It was supposed to be a present, so why was she treating me like this? Little sisters weren't supposed to call their brothers mean names. You literally just called her a fucking cheap whore. What are they teaching girls nowadays? Go play 100 eroge this instant. She was grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, I was getting extremely pissed. I really like it, so I'm not gonna give it back. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've gotten a present from you. Well, I have it now, so I'll take good care of it. Hey, Relesti. Is this translation really more accurate than the original? You never called her a whore in the previous one. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell. I mean, I didn't play the original. This is my first playthrough, and with this translation, I just feel like you would almost have to take like some creative ownership over it, like, and stop even if this was the real translation. If you were making a fan translation, you would just have to take some creative ownership of it to not make Takumi sound like such a fucking incel. I don't know, it's just so cringe. His sister's like, oh, look at my cute bracelet, and he's like, you fucking cheap whore. Okay, dude, calm the fuck down. He seems 10 times more amped up here than he was when I originally read it. Yeah, it's pretty excessive. He was dying to be written as an easily hateable character. I mean, I guess, yeah. He's definitely... I don't know, I feel like they gotta tone down the hateability of this guy until we reach other characters that I might like. You know? It's fine if you want to make him easily hateable, but at least, like, introduce some other characters that I could, like in between. They spent years restoring this dialogue. Maybe we should put in to spend another year fucking fixing it and changing it. Not restoring. You're only at chapter 3. So... I mean, really, by now, what other characters besides Nanami have we had, like, more than one conversation with? Yua for, like, a chapter. Misumi. We can't even count Fez or the other fucking purple-haired chick. The official translation is bad because the translator can't deal with the cringeness. I mean, I'm starting to believe that, dude. I think if I was translating this game originally, and I'm not Committee of Zero, I would have started being like, okay, he didn't fucking say that. He didn't say that shit. No way. As if I cared. No one even asked you to take care of it. I didn't even get it for you in the first place. If that's all you want, go home. I don't have time for this. Stop bothering me. He just sounds like such a fucking pathetic loser every time. The moment I said that, Nanami pursed her lips. You know, just I don't mean like that. Besides, we haven't even eaten the clementines yet, and you haven't gotten me any tea. I don't have any goddamn tea. She glared at me intently, hands on her hips. Before long, her eyes started welling up, and then... Fine, if I'm that much of a bother, then I'll just leave. Oh, good. Make it quick. You big jerk. Get clementine skin in your eyes and go blind forever. I'm not gonna give back the bangle either, you jerk. Yelling in a migraine-inducing voice that resonated throughout the entire room, Nanami grabbed her bag and ran out. Thank God it was over. Hanging out with Nanami always took everything out of me. Why did she insist on coming here every week when I made it very clear I was sick of it? Read the room, for fuck's sake. I don't have time for this. I have to play my video game.
ファーストメルトは期待以上の結果に終わりました。
Oh my god, is something happening? This is necessary for all the other stories to make sense, is it? Is it though? How necessary is it? The first melt has concluded with results that exceed our expectations. There are only minor discrepancies between the GE rate increase and our initial calculations. Do we know what GE stands for yet? No. And our ventures into biorhythm control, are they proceeding well? A graph showing cyclical changes in the physiological state, emotional imbalance, and intelligence of a biological organism. Is this the first time seeing this room? Yeah. This term is often employed with the explanation of, on days when an organism's biorhythm is high, they'll be in good condition, but on days when an organism's biorhythm is low, they'll be in poor condition. Okay, what? That made less sense to me. Whatever. Fucking, I don't care. Shibuya's GE rate. What is GE? What the fuck is that? Well, it's much higher than those found in other areas. Proves to be quite stable. Therefore, intentionally manipulating it is a simple matter. Forcing a sudden increase in the biorhythms of Shibuya's inhabitants would be equally trivial. Yes. Please consult the report containing the results of our experiment. I believe you will find the fruits of our labor to be quite acceptable. So it's natural that scum like you would produce such results. We're supplying you with a large sum of money and incredible human resources, after all. I don't know, I'm just desperately trying to make something of this. I'm fully aware of how effective it is. The church's followers have multiplied considerably over the past few months alone. And with that, Project Noah shall advance now into its next stage. Are we in agreement? Chaos and Head. What plan do you have in mind for its code samples? While you may have obtained the samples of 3 people, you've yet to reach our quota. Indeed. It will prove most difficult to achieve such numerical values if we do not have 5 samples at a minimum. We're currently gathering sample carriers. After such is achieved, all that remains will be extraction. Then we shall leave it in your hands. May the divine light save you. Continue your proceedings with great caution. I shall do my utmost. Come back. Yeah. I feel like we have so many like plot threads that are just like totally unexplained. Like we're creating too many plot lines right now with no questions answered. I should probably go to bed. Stifling a yawn, I looked at the clock on my PC. It was 5 a.m. I'd spent another entire day grinding on ESO, but no monsters ended up dropping the rare items I was looking for. I'd been binging it for about 8 hours straight, but no luck. Happened to me all the time, though. Glanced over to the side of my computer desk. The D-sword I bought yesterday was still leaning against it. I had it set there within reach of me so I could grab it at any moment. Speaking of the sword, the damn thing hadn't glowed at all. I've been hoping that it'd transform into some new badass form like the one Senya had. But that had been I'd been similarly out of luck there too. On my monitor, Grimm's avatar had just leveled up. My 9 heart was already max level, so he wouldn't go higher. I know! You already mentioned that he's max level already. Fucking re-level him, respec him at this point. Fucking do something. It's probably about time to make a new character. My 3rd. I thought to myself as I rubbed my eyes. EXP sure was something. Damn, bros. Leveling mechanics in RPGs truly are a gamer feature. It was a well-known concept in RPGs, but I figured EXP existed in real life, too. Back when I'd first started playing ESO, I'd been a total nobody who didn't know right from left. But now, I was known far and wide as the lightning-fast 9-heart, the most powerful player in Baselard. I would know, you said it already. I don't care, I don't need a summary again of your character. Your character's not even relevant. It's a fucking video game you play. I don't need this much detail on your stupid game. Let's say the person controlling me had lost a chunk of my XP for some reason or another. If that happened, then it would make complete sense why I'd forgotten things. That could also be where the discrepancies in my memory came from. Things like Shogun and the Demon Girl. Before a chunk of my XP got wiped, maybe it was perfectly normal for me, the person controlling me, to post in chat rooms under the handle Shogun. And for me to live like a complete normie with the Demon Girl. That wasn't possible. But if it was, then maybe I used to possess an incredible power that would allow me to oppose the Demon Girl. Was I the only person who thought like this? I didn't really feel like it was a particularly weird way of thinking. It's just a boring way of thinking, you nerd. Human beings could make judgments based on their own sense of values that they'd come up with themselves, so maybe it wasn't just me living my day-to-day life, making the wrong decisions, but everyone else! I'm going fucking insane, bro. Back when I was little, I'd gone to the dentist. I remember them telling me, "You did such a good job putting up with that much pain. You were a good patient." At the time, I thought it was amazing for making it through, and I felt proud. Thinking back, though, that comment was probably based on the degree of pain felt compared to the progression of the cavity. But even if the level of pain was the same, there would be people that could bear the pain, and there would be people who couldn't. In other words, I came to realize that someone recognized and felt such sensations completely depended on the person. Childbirth, for example. I had often seen on the internet that women could endure the pain of it, but it would be impossible for men. Another example would be marathon runners. Maybe they excel not because of their physical strength, but because of their ability to endure. I don't need more examples. There were also sadists and masochists. If there were people that found pleasure in being hurt, there would also be people that derived pleasure from hurting others. In other words, I believe that the way people felt things, along with their ability to handle pain and suffering, all varied from person to person. Oh my god, you're saying people are unique? Different individuals? Shut up, NPC. Get back to playing your video game. Perhaps the level of pain and toothaches and headaches I got from time to time actually surpassed the limits of pain an ordinary person could take. Unlikely, considering you get a fucking heart attack when you're about to talk to somebody. So probably you're not. You little pansy bitch. And if that were true, then perhaps if I'd pass the same pain onto someone else, the sheer agony would cause them to go into shock and die. The conclusion I ended up coming to a result of this line of thinking was more or less a self-righteous delusion that perhaps I was special. Special. Who am I kidding? Although I denied it, I was sure that every person had delusions like this. Every man longs to be the strongest in the world. Every human being wants to think they're special, that they're the chosen one. We all want to think that a dramatic story full of twists and turns like the ones you find in TV and movies are waiting for us in the future. The so-called desire to be a hero, or to be blunt, textbook chibi shit. Of course, even I had those kinds of desires. It could be very well my destiny to triumph over the evil demon girl. But if that really was my destiny, I had to make it come true. I needed a number of conditions to be met. First, she had to come into my safe space. At the very least, I absolutely needed the ability to use cheats. Be it cheat codes for special attacks, or maybe even a god mode of some kind. I didn't want to deal with any pain or fear. If I couldn't cheat in some way, or in other words, if I was supposed to achieve that with my own power, there was no way I'd be able to do it. Which was why, if the person controlling me had lost my EXP, that would be a huge blow to me. A super effective one. So his only thought of the way he could win is he needs to fucking cheat? The guy who needed help walking after running into a bike has too much pain tolerance. He almost fucking killed me there, okay? Anyway. Amoongus. I just barely got to school on time. Probably wasn't the best idea to stay up playing Vidya until early in the morning on a school night. I hate people that unironically say Vidya, by the way. I had to run in order to make it on time. When I got to the classroom door, I stopped and took deep breaths to try and catch my breath. I couldn't act in a way that made me stand out to my classmates. For me, even something like being late would be fatal. If the DQN's eyes all zeroed in on me, my life would be over. What's Vidya? It's like a abbreviation for video games. Like, just say games. Games is already a short 5-letter word. I'm actually keen to talk to our fuckboy friend. I'm keen to talk to anybody. Any other character would be great. I slowly made my way into the classroom, keeping my head down. I couldn't let myself make eye contact with anyone. Of course, I didn't give mindless greetings like good morning either. Trying to make my presence as undetectable as possible, I made myself invisible and turned toward my seat. That was how I always did things. No way. Do you guys know that Takumi doesn't like to make eye contact with people? Do you guys know that? Do you guys know he walks around like this? Because totally not making eye contact with anyone really keeps you a low profile. It totally doesn't make you suspicious at all. Today was no different. I made it to my seat without any issue and sat down. Soon after, I laid my head and arms face down on my desk, and from there, I was safe until homeroom started. But I only got to relax for a split second before someone's hand clapped against my back. Come to school 3 times this week. You're really getting serious now, huh? I hope Mizumi fucking starts clapping Takume's cheeks or some shit. Like, some fucking clapping needs to happen in this story. God damn. Mizumi again. Even though he was really getting on my nerves, I'd feel bad if I ignored him. So I started to reluctantly raise my head, only to hesitate. Was this Misumi? The real one? Oh my god. 2 days ago, I'd done what the demon girl told me to do and called him. When I talked to him, he'd been very clearly acting strange. I mean, he told me that Remy was our classmate, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, which I hadn't expected at all. Maybe the demon girl brainwashed him, or maybe something else. Maybe the person controlling him had been switched out. Yeah, hello? You out cold already? Could you guys fall asleep in your classes? I could not. Not even because I couldn't, like, normally fall asleep, but, like, my teachers in high school were always, like, fuck with you if you fell asleep in class. Like, no teacher of mine ever was like, oh, someone fell asleep in my class? Well, let's continue. I had, like, several teachers that would, like, go up to your desk and, like, lift the front of it up if you were asleep and then drop it. So you'd be like, woof. You know? I had teachers that were really big on that. Or they would, like, drop books on the floor near you. Luckily, I never fell asleep like that in class. But when I was in high school, my parents were pretty strict on how much I would sleep. So I was always pretty well rested in school. My parents, I still think it's funny looking back on it, but my parents had, like, this super strict bedtime for me. Even when I was, like, 17, it wasn't until I moved out of my house that I suddenly started staying up really late. My parents were very, like, big on the, like, if you're in our house, we all go to bed at 11 p.m. And that's when I went to bed every night, was 11 p.m. And if I didn't, woke up, or if I stayed up late, I would, in the morning, find my car keys missing. And my parents would have them, and then I'd have to bike to school instead of drive. So I just went to bed when I was told, even when I was like 16, 17. I had a bedtime. We gotta push Cubai back to his old house so he can actually get some good sleep. Yeah. I think that's part of, like, why I don't sleep too much anymore. I think, like, when I was finally living on my own, I, like, went into big, like, counter what my parents did, because my parents always forced me to have a reasonable sleep schedule. When I got to college, I was like, I'm only going to sleep 2 hours every night, and then I'm just going to be tired all the time. That'll show them. You know? An electronic sound suddenly rang throughout the classroom. I felt a faint vibration near my chest. It was my cell phone! Now of all times? What kind of asshole would call at a time like this? And not only was my phone going off, but even though I was sure I'd set it to vibrate, the ringtone was going off. I guess I must have messed up the settings. Hey, your phone's ringing. Yeah, I know. Should I just answer it? But if I did, Misumi would know I was faking being asleep. Besides, I didn't like talking on the phone. You had your teen rebellious years way too late? Yeah, because I didn't have the balls to stand up to my parents, dude, and get my fucking ass beat? No, thank you. Absolutely not. I rebelled when there was no one I had to rebel against. But also, if I didn't pick up, it would annoy the rest of the class. And considering how it was ringing loudly throughout the classroom, it had to be doing that already. I wasn't supposed to stand out. This was really, really bad.
Oi.
Hey, you not gonna pick it up? Are you actually asleep? Damn it. Well, I've been freaking out over what to do. I'd already lost my chance. I couldn't move now. The sound stopped. The call must have gone to voicemail. I let out a sigh of relief, soft enough that Misumi wouldn't be able to hear it. It was definitely the right call for me to have figured out how to use the voicemail function. Daku, who was it on the other end? Don't tell me. Was it a chick? Was it that glasses chick you went home with not too long ago? I'm right, aren't I? Damn, you're so annoying. I just wanted him to stop bothering me. That phone call had already made me stand out way too much. Has Misumi always been this persistent? God damn. Fucking let Masumi take the story over, please. Though he had always been way too friendly with me, I thought he at least had the capacity to take a hint.
やめなよ。
Knock it off already. I heard a voice from right next to Masumi.
そっとしておいてあげたら。
Leave him be,
大
Daichin.
なんだか疲れてるみたいだし。
He seems really tired for some reason. Just lay off for today. She was here in the classroom, like it was the most normal thing in the world.
どうせゲームのやりすぎ
He's
だろ
probably just gaming too long last night.
お前
You're way too
タク
soft.
甘すぎるぜ。
だって大地
You're
は
just mad because I'm
女の
not
敵
nice
だ
to
し。
you. And why would I, considering how you act around women? You're the enemy of all of us, I swear. They were having a friendly conversation like it was the most normal thing in the world. She was blending in like it was the most normal thing in the world. I was too scared to look up. I didn't want to acknowledge she was there.
ま
Eh.
別にお前に
Even
優
if
し
you
く
weren't
して
the
もらわ
nicest
な
to
くても
me, I got loads of
俺に
chicks
は
that'll
優
sub
し
in
くして
for
くれ
you.
る女
So
が
ha.
たくさんいるんだよ。
だから
You serious?
そういう発言が
I've been
良くな
telling
い
you
んだ
over
け
and
ど
over you should stop saying
彼女
things
さん
like
に
that.
聞いたら
Your girlfriend's gonna cry if she hears you.
今の大地の彼女
Not
が
that I
誰
know
だ
who
か
your
わかん
current
ないけど
girlfriend is.
ほらチャイム鳴った
Hey, there's a bell. Here comes the teacher. Had the demon girl really been my classmate? There's no way. She hadn't been here 2 days ago, or at the very least, the only person that'd spoken to me that day was Masumi. I hadn't gone to school yesterday, so I wasn't sure about that. Why does her VA sound familiar? I don't know. Kyler, who's Demon Girl's voice actress? You usually know that stuff. I don't listen to Japanese dubs ever, so I don't recognize the voice. Sorry. But when I came today, she was here. How had she managed to worm her way in? Everyone took their seats once the sound of the bell announced the start of the homeroom. Sensing that, I looked up. I surveyed the room with just my eyes. I wanted the voice from earlier to have just been an illusion. In order to prove that to myself, I needed to make sure the girl was nowhere to be found in the classroom. I didn't see her. I didn't see anything that even remotely resembled her. Did that mean she was really a hallucination? My seat was in the 5th row from the front. There were 9 rows total. She wasn't in any of them in front of me, which meant she was behind me. But I couldn't turn around. I couldn't allow myself to stand out. Yes, no one has ever turned around in the classroom before. Damn it, this was so frustrating. Was she really here in my classroom or not? I didn't feel the chills on the back of my neck. No one was looking at me. I didn't feel a gaze. Was she here or not? Which was it? Still staring at the surface of the desk, I tried to detect her by just her presence. And as I tried, I heard my homeroom teacher enter. I didn't remember the teacher's name. I had a feeling that it was Tasakji or Tusakanada or something. They were a PE teacher that graduated from an athletic college, and they were a total musclehead. However, he didn't really act like it. Nor did he employ corporeal punishment like one might expect him to. If anything, he was the type of teacher that knew how to take a joke. For some reason, the class all started murmuring about something, but right now I was occupied with trying to detect the demon girl. Did I really expect to be able to sense her by her presence alone? This wasn't some manga. Was I an idiot?
今日から転校生が入ることになった。
Alright, listen up, everyone. From today onward, we've got a new transfer student. My homeroom teacher mumbled that to the class. So that's why the room was so noisy.
ほら、折原。
Go on, Orihara. Give everyone a nice hello. I didn't hear the supposed transfer student say anything. Was there really one here? I glanced towards the door. Sure enough, there was someone there. Wild. Oh, dude, Lollipop Chainsaw. I haven't played that in a while. Fun fact, by the way, just to give you guys a heads up. They're removing all, like, Xbox original games from the Xbox 360 Marketplace. Do you guys know that? You'll lose access to all your digital Xbox 360 games soon. For anyone that plays an Xbox anymore. I know most people stopped after the 360, but the 360 was still popular. She was extremely petite, possibly even more so than Nanami. She looked fairly timid, emulating that Moe gets bullied all the time archetype. If I had to choose, she was probably around mid-tier when it came to 3D girls. For some reason, she was looking at the floor, her eyes filled with tears. Wouldn't it be nice if the transfer student were some holy messenger sent here to protect me and slay the demon? Whoever Remy was, I had no doubt she was dangerous. My life was being eroded, I knew that for a fact. Unless things changed, I'd be a dead man. Why? That's why I'm here. Suddenly, the transfer student turned her gaze towards me and whispered that. No way. Takumi, I'm here for blood. The demon girl is my target. Even though the transfer student's eyes were welling with tears, they were also filled with determination. Despite her timid appearance, I feel like I could trust her. There was no doubt from an outsider's perspective. Her words were blatantly nonsensical. I was the only person in the sea of confused people who wasn't perplexed by her first words. In fact, I was screaming for joy. Internally, of course. I'm saved. No doubt an exorcist organization sent this girl to dispose of Remy. Fuck yeah, kill that bitch. Taku, don't let her trick you. Remy's panicked voice rang from behind me. It's not me she's after, it's you. Don't listen to her. Cease your deception, demon. This is the end for you. You're the demon. Both of you shut up. Right now, I didn't care who the real demon was, nor who my real ally was. I just want to spend my life watching Bloodtoon and playing ESL every day. And I'm happy with that. I couldn't give less of a damn what you two do. In fact, you'd be doing me a huge favor if you just killed each other. Yeah, like that cliche where two warriors hit each other at the same time, and both of them die. Following those words, I could feel a rising unease spread throughout the room. A transfer student whose name I didn't know, and a demon girl who had only been in this class since yesterday. Each glaring daggers at each other from their own separate corners of the room. The tension between them burning like a fuse trailing towards a pack of TNT. The homeroom teacher and the rest of the students were on the edge of their seats, watching intently as the events unfolded. Fine. I'll do as Taku says. I have no objections. I'll put you to rest, assassin. And I'll send you back to hell, Miss Demon. And then they both sprang into action. Of course, something like that would never actually happen. This story couldn't get interesting for a couple minutes. God. This is why I don't like the delusions half the time, because it's just like a daydream. What are you doing? The transfer student remained as sheepish as ever, not uttering so much as a peep. Remy also didn't say a word. In fact, she didn't give any indication she was here at all. The scattered whispers grew to murmurs as the transfer student maintained her silence. So in order to comfort her, the teacher placed his hand on her shoulder. Looks like she's a little nervous. Alright, I'll take you off the hot seat. This is Orihara Koze. Koze? Everyone, I hope you'll welcome her as a new member of the class. Orihara, your desk is over there in the back. Go ahead and take a seat. The transfer student made her way to the back without saying a word, keeping her head low to the ground. Oh my god, she doesn't make eye contact with anyone like either. She's just like me, for real, for real. Her seat was 4 rows behind mine. Should I pretend to watch her so I could catch a glimpse of the people behind me? Problem was, that'd draw a lot of unwanted attention to myself. How? Looking at the new kid? Drawing attention to you? Everyone's looking at the new kid talking to me, you stupid fucker. I didn't want any DQNs trying to pick a fight. Don't go staring at her just because she's cute or some bullshit like that. I was at a loss of what to do. Should I look now or should I wait until class is over? Every fucking decision in this game, he's such an indecisive little shit. God! My head was still firmly pressed against my desk. I squeezed my fists tightly. Forget it. I was a coward. Just the thought that if I turned around, my eyes would meet with that girl sent shivers down my spine. Hey! You over there. Huh? You a baddie? If you are, Kazupi's A-okay with killing you. The transfer student walked right by my seat. Taken aback, I glanced at her face. Our eyes met, only for her to immediately avert her gaze and continue walking. What was that voice? No doubt it had been just another one of my delusions. I'd been feeling overwhelmed by them lately, almost as if reality and delusion were blending together. Still lacking the courage to turn around, my body stiffened even further, squeezing inward on my seat. The small girl scares me. I tried to focus on staying completely still, desperately trying to avoid drawing Rimi's attention. All my new fears and doubts zoomed through my head, 1,000,000 miles an hour. Before I knew it, homeroom ended. I didn't have homeroom when I was in school. Did you guys? Like, I didn't have, like, a classroom I was supposed to go to just to be like, I'm here today. Didn't have homeroom? No. I just went to my classes. First period would begin in 5 minutes. Is homeroom still a common thing? I feel like just because every teacher could do, like, a virtual attendance, like, you didn't need homeroom to, like, verify anyone was there. How does homeroom work? Usually homerooms are like an attendance check, so it's a classroom that students meet in at the beginning of the day so that, like, they could verify the attendance of students. This was the general purpose of homeroom, not necessarily, you know, yours, Kyler, but I mean in general, the purpose of homeroom was like, it was the start of the day, all the students gathered up in their homeroom to verify that they were going to be there for the school day. So, like, as you went to class, teachers didn't have to, like, individually do attendance. But in my school, they just did attendance in every class. My school also had a thing set up. I went to a pretty delinquent high school. It was in a bad neighborhood. But my school had a thing where, like, every class you went to throughout the day, the teacher took attendance, and there was an automatic there was an automatic message sent to like your parents or whatever number your parents put on file that you were not in attendance for a class. So like if I skipped a class, right? I mean, I didn't skip class in high school. I was a pretty good student. It wasn't until college I started skipping stuff. But like, say I skipped a class, right? And like my parents would get an automated voicemail that was like, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Sam's parents, just to inform you, Sam was not in attendance for his third period class today. That is all. Have a good day." Like if they didn't take attendance, like if I was marked absent, but I was already marked as present. That's how it would go. So that way they can like track individually who was skipping what class. And then your parents would know. Anyway, Mizumi rushed over to the transfer student's desk, knowing him he was going to try to lay the moves on her. The other students were clearly interested in her too, and the room had grown louder than usual. At a glance, it may have seemed like a casual, peaceful, ordinary thing. But for me, it was like being caught deep within enemy territory. My heartbeat was going crazy. Anxiety filled my head to bursting, and so much as a finger felt like more than a one-man, and lifting so much as a finger felt like more than a one-man job. My brain was in the midst of civil war, one side urging me to turn around, the other side warning me not to. Imagine getting this much in your head about fucking looking around your classroom. Oh my god, dude. Like, I'm anxious, but this is like actually like non-functioning levels of anxiety that like can't be real. This man lives on the verge of panic attack. My breath caught in my throat. My mind went blank. A voice had come from directly behind me. Someone was talking to me. She was here. That girl really was here. You don't look so good. You feeling okay? I needed to run. I needed to run away as fast as I could. Despite that, my legs were shaking so violently I didn't think I could even stand. And while I was frozen solid, the demon girl, Remy, circled around to the front of my seat. You're covered in sweat. You're not sick, are you? Takami's absolutely about to start like pissing and shitting his pants, like just in public. Like if that was the next line of dialogue, I wouldn't be surprised with like how this story was going. And she's like, "You're not sick, are you?" And then Takami's like, "And in that moment, I lost my nerve. I shit myself in the middle of the classroom." I'd be like, "Yeah, okay. That sounds like Takami." Just like 2 days ago, she spoke as if she was concerned about me. Just like 2 days ago, she held out a floral-scented handkerchief. I didn't accept the handkerchief, hurriedly wiping the sweat from my forehead on my own. Why? Why what? I couldn't look her in the eye, but from how she spoke, I could tell she had a smile on her face. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, what exactly did she say to you? Hermie crouched down, resting her chin on her hands. Now at eye level with me, she peered at my face. I quickly looked away. It felt like the anxiety would tear my heart right open at that moment. Damn it, why wouldn't she just let me go? Someone help me, please. I'm real curious. What was she talking about? Who is she asking me about? The transfer student. When she walked past you, she said something under her breath. But all I heard was... Do you two know each other? Remy was smiling. Was it just me, or was her tone more of a probing one than an actually curious one? Bro. Chill, my dude. What is up with my webcam today? It's so weird, because it's like I never change the arrangement of my lighting or anything. And my webcam just constantly is like freaks out on different days. It's just, sometimes it's in a mood. Like, I don't get it. It gets like all staticky sometimes for no reason. Not that anyone really cares, but it bugs me, okay? I thought you weren't into real girls. But is that really true? Where was she going with this? Don't you know I only like the 2D girls? Was her plan to probe me for personal info and then exploit it for her own gain? At the end of the day, I really didn't give a damn about 3D girls, just like I always said in that sour voice of mine. In that case, are you into me? A chill ran down my back. Despite having just wiped the sweat off my forehead, I could feel moisture all over it. Was that a threat? Or could it be she was inviting me to become her ally? Or she had intended to seduce me, acting all moe so she could lure me into a trap? All sorts of alarm bells were going off in my head. I shouldn't be talking to the demon girl anymore. If I did, I'd sign my own death warrant. Taku? I hit my breaking point. In a panic, I stood up and dashed for the exit, knocking into several desks on my way out. I shit my pants. Oh my god. I shit my pants, I'm so scared. She keeps talking to me, and now I'm pissing my pants too. Oh god. I ran straight up the stairs without looking at anyone and came out on the empty roof. It didn't seem like she chased me. Even so, I couldn't allow myself to relax just yet. I hugged my knees and decided to hide a little while in the shadows. My knees trembling. I couldn't believe I'd managed to run in this condition. I guess it showed how desperate I was. But I just come into the stream too? I'm just making fun of Takumi at this point. I was tired of this reality. The D-sword I'd gone out of my way to buy hadn't been useful in the slightest. I obviously couldn't bring it to school with how much it'd stand out either. I'd been careless. 2 days ago, Masumi told me that Rimi was our classmate. I'd figured that he was either spewing bullshit or outright deluding himself. But she really was. Or at the very least, she had become one. There was no point trying to figure out how she managed to worm her way in. She was a demon. She could do things humans were incapable of with ease. Maybe she'd brainwashed the whole class. Or maybe she'd brainwashed all the teachers instead. I couldn't go to the hospital anymore. Now I couldn't go to school. Meanwhile, Yua was at the cafe, and the Shogun always appeared online. The demon girl and her underlings were no doubt getting closer and closer to me, continually hitting me with psychological attack after psychological attack as they did it. Yeah, I lost my shit a couple years ago. Maybe I shouldn't leave my base at all anymore. There was danger and enemies at every turn in reality. They had disturbed me and threatened my peace, even though all I wanted was to live a quiet life, bothering nobody and being bothered by nobody. I looked up at the blue sky. It floated calmly above me as the wind blew white clouds across its breadth. How nice it would be if I could become one of those clouds. Three hours passed. people do normal shit. Oh my god, they're attacking me. I had stayed in the same place the entire time without moving. I didn't sense anyone else coming up at the moment. I could breathe. The problem, however, was what came after breathing. I had to live. During break, there would always be students that would come up here to eat lunch. That was why the best way out of this was to escape during 4th period and make a break for the base. It'd mess up my minimum attendance chart, but I didn't possess even a single ounce of courage that allowed me to return to the classroom where the demon girl was. I decided not to worry about the fact that I'd left my bag in the classroom. All I'd had were my textbooks, my wallet, my keys, and anything else important. Oh, wait. All that had were my textbooks, my wallet, keys, and anything else important would be in my uniform pockets, I hoped. Growing slightly nervous, I searched my pockets. Wallet, keys, cell phone, all there. That was when I remembered that someone had called me. I had been pretty freaked out at the time, but not as much as when Remy had talked to me.
一体誰だ
Who the hell called me?
I'm replacing my Takami voice with this annoying, shrivelly one. I couldn't think of anyone else who'd call besides my family. It would make the most sense if it was Nanami. She never thought about whether she might be bothering me, after all. The only other people who'd know this number would be... Oh wait, that's right. I'd given it to those detectives. If it had been one of them, I really should have picked up. They still hadn't sent me the officers to my base like they said they would, so I really needed to talk to them to make sure that was still happening. The caller's phone number was displayed on the screen. Nope, this is the number that called him randomly before he even talked to the detectives. It didn't seem to be Nanami's, and when I looked closer, I saw I had a new voicemail. I had the vague feeling I'd seen this number before, just in case I checked the call history. There were only 5 calls on the list, which meant that since I bought the cell phone, I'd only received 5 calls, 3 of which were from Nanami. I'd left 2 others. The one from earlier today and the one from 5 days ago were shown as numbers instead of names, which means they hadn't been registered. They were both from the same number, 03X733X991. What's up with the X's? Are they just censoring it so you don't like start calling fucking random numbers or what? Considering they'd gone out of their way to leave a message, it was probably someone who really wanted to tell me something. It's a thing to censor? Oh, okay. Guess I'd go ahead and listen to it. It's me.
別にあんたの声が聞きたいから電話したわけじゃないんだからね。なんとなく暇だったからとかその程度の。
It's not like I called you just because I wanted to hear your voice or anything like that, okay? I was just free and didn't have anything else to do, so I just felt like it. Got it?
でもクラスが別になって
But
最近
now that we're in different classes and all, we don't really get to talk that often.
あんた
Who is this?
私のことどう思ってる？
So I was wondering, what do you think of me?
例えばさ、私
Like,
食ってみる？
have you ever thought about confessing it to me? Think of it as Kurisu since it's her voice actress? Really? That's funny. Oh.
別に
But it's not like it'd make me happy or something like that if you did that.
そもそも私が OK する保証はマミ一つぐらいしかないんだし。
Yeah, it kind of is. And besides, the chances of me saying yes are like 1 in a million.
でもさ、行動しなくちゃ何にも始まらないって思わない？
But don't you think that nothing will ever happen unless you at least try to make a move? How did they know they were going to use this girl as Kurisu? Like, didn't this come out before Steins Gate? So just grow a pair and tell me already. Got it?
じゃあ今日の放課後伝説の木の下で待ってるから。
She definitely has the same vibes despite having a slightly different pitch. Well, yeah, I mean, they might have just not finalized the pitch yet if, like, her character hadn't been written yet. This might have just been like a fun Easter egg. Alright. I'll be waiting for you under the Tree of Legends after school.
急いでくださいよ。来なかったら承知しないんだからね。
You better hurry up and come quickly. Don't blame me for what happens if you don't. Kurasuba without the death threats, that's true. She hasn't said that she's gonna lobotomize me yet, so truly not my Kurasu. I mean, it could happen. JK, I fucking wish though, Lamau. There was no Tree of Legends or whatever the fuck at this school. LOL. And who was this Sundari supposed to be anyway, Lamau? Her personality settings were pretty lackluster. I should have at least made her more like Sierra. Dude. This wasn't the time to be indulging my delusions, was it? First of all, your delusion that you even have the 10th of the character that Kurisu has is quite strong. Feeling empty inside, I sighed and decided to listen to the actual voice message. I examined my surroundings, making sure the demon girl wasn't there, and then put the phone up to my ear.
こちらは留守番電話サービスセンターです。新しいメッセージは
Welcome to the voicemail service center. You have one new message.
1件目10月17日
Friday, October 17th.
午前
We're in October already?
28分の伝言です。
Nothing has happened in this game. The fuck's this? I said to someone's voice, and there was an incredibly familiar melody. Isn't this the sound to ESO? It felt like the sound was being recorded from a short distance away from the phone. Maybe the person on the other end was near a pedestrian signal. The song being played was one you'd hear pretty often at crosswalks. It was used in order to let people with visual disabilities know when it was okay to cross. Wait, what? The song was a nursery rhyme called You May Pass, also known as Torinese. While there were a lot of people that knew the melody, there weren't many who knew the lyrics, and I was one of them, actually. I'd memorized them back in middle school. Then again, it wasn't like I remembered them perfectly now. That's the thing in Japan. Well, obviously it's not in America. We don't care about people with disabilities here. You may pass, you may pass. Where shall this narrow path take us to? It's the pass for Tenjin Shrine. Please, oh please, will you let us pass? Those with no business will not be let through, to celebrate the 7 years of this child's birth. This chaos child. We have come with an offering. Going may prove easy, but returning is... But returning is wee-woo, 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 was what I heard from the phone. It sounded like an ambulance, which felt kind of like a bad omen. Yeah, this does kind of give me bad vibes. It likely didn't mean anything, but it still made me feel pretty creeped out. Yeah, it's creeping me out. Let's stop this. I also hate this noise a lot. The second after the traffic signal melody got cut off, an extremely loud noise that sounded like a buzzer exploded. It was so ridiculously loud, I'd automatically shot the phone away from my ear. The hell? When I cautiously brought the phone back to my ear, the voicemail had already stopped playing. What was that? Right at the end there, I thought I just barely heard a roaring noise. It sounded like the ground itself was rumbling. The buzzer sound was completely separate from the pedestrian signal melody. Considering how loud it'd been, the only thing I could think of was that the phone's receiver had deliberately been put up next to whatever made that noise.
いたずら
Was that a prank? My heart began to pound. Had I done something to make someone hate me enough to do that? Hate you enough to what? Send you an annoying beeper noise? See, this reminds me of my favorite part of Steins Gate. Crazy as this sounds, my favorite part was when Okabe gets that the text of the plate of jelly and jello, whatever you want to call it. Like that sense of dread and paranoia and freak out sense that happens there, is so perfectly built up to. I loved that. And this definitely feels like the beta version of that. This isn't as eerie. Who'd even called me in the first place? And especially it doesn't pay off as well because Takumi has been nothing but paranoid the entire game. Obviously now, at least I am at this point, just kind of over being paranoid. So when now he's just paranoid over another weird thing, I'm okay. Hopefully something just fucking bends Takumi over at this point. I don't fucking care. Well, when Okabe gets that text of jelly, I'm oh fuck. Who'd even called me in the first place? I could call them back by dialing the number displayed on the phone, but there was no way I'd be able to call back a prank either. In the end, all I could do was just leave. Besides, I was stuck in the middle of a situation far worse than any prank call. I returned the phone to my pocket and never so carefully left the school, making sure to pay attention to my surroundings as I escaped. Takumi's alma mater, Kitsuzawa's second elementary school, was about a 5-minute walk from the private train station. Who refers to their fucking elementary school as their alma mater? What? Bon had attempted to contact Takumi's elementary school teacher over the phone, only to be told that they had unfortunately passed away. Left with no other choice, Bon had decided to set up a meeting to speak with the person who'd answered the phone instead, the head teacher, Kamio. Not long after, he had arrived at the school together with his partner. As it was a Saturday, the gate was closed. The two detectives, Bon and Sua, stopped in front of it and turned their attention towards the school building. The white walls of the school's exterior had been painted with a brightly colored, eye-catching mural. Too bad we don't get to see it. Due to his complete lack of knowledge on paintings or any other kind of fine art, Bon had no idea what it signified. Where is it? But the way the spiral-shaped mural transitioned vertically into an array of 7 different colors reminded him of a rainbow. As Bon stared at the mural, cooling himself with his handheld fan, his partner Sua pushed the intercom button next to the school gate. Well, I'm sure it was a pretty mural. Suddenly, Bon looked around. He had a feeling someone was watching him. There was a gaze that seemed to follow him everywhere, leaving him quite discomforted. I really need, at one point when someone's, it's at some point in the game we gotta pay this shit off with just a good-ass jump scare to freak me out. I really need, a character to be man, it feels like someone's watching me, and then they turn around and then there's just a fucking, dead sprite or something. Something out of, Doki Doki Literature Club. Just just scare the shit out of me. Something, please.
felt like something was watching me. And then they go, "Brr." Like, just do it. Do I really look that cool? He attempted to strike a casual pose, one that aimed to be dandy and refined.
先輩、何変なポーズしてるんすか?
What's up with the weird pose?
裏門の方に通用口があるんで。
They said there's a side entrance to the rear gate, so they want us to come around that way. Bond retired from his pose with a sigh and headed toward the back of the building. The staff room was easy to find. As soon as they entered through the side door, all they had to do was travel down the rear entrance hallway and turn at a single corridor to arrive at the room. There was, of course, no sign of children in the school, although it was likely a mere illusion created by the smooth linoleum floor. The two detectives felt far colder than inside the building that they had. It's psychological horror, so it doesn't have any big jump scares. No, I know that, but like the way they just keep building up to it being a jump scare. Like they just keep constantly being like, someone's behind me. I just want them at, like, that's what I think would be great. Like, if you don't do the cheap jump scare, like if you earn it, right? Like if you build up to it over the course of the entire game like this, and then do it, like that would be so sick. Like if you truly earn it. Like if you don't do a bunch of cheap jump scares or whatever. Like truly earned jump scares are good. The whole point of the gaze is the fact when they look behind them there's nothing though. I know that, but I'm saying like it'd be cool like if finally at the end of the game, like the whole time it being nothing, 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 and then at the end of the game, just to fuck with the player, they just went like something's there, you know what I mean? Like that would be cool. Speaking of spooky visual novels, I downloaded a visual novel called Corpse Factory. I haven't started it yet, but I really want to play it. It's supposed to be spooky. What's it called? Oh, yeah. Corpse Party? No, it's called Corpse Factory. What's the description? I was pulling it up while I was like reading about the jump scare thing because Ruben mentioned a horror game that he thought was a good visual novel. And that reminded me to pull up the one I was talking about, or the one I was thinking of. The description is, it's an obscure website that allows users to request a death. Victims receive a photograph of their own corpse before they're killed. The one from the Steam sale? Yeah. What's Corpse Party? What? Looks like some shitty RPG Maker game. What? Oh, there's like a remake that looks a bit better. I don't want to play a game as a bunch of elementary students, though. That's lame. But yeah, no, I was referring to Corpse Factory. When Ruben mentioned a horror game, I was looking it up. I probably won't stream Corpse Factory. I don't imagine there's like a big audience for Corpse Factory. I just kind of want to play it myself, I think. But it'll probably be after I play through this now, because I'm already in the middle of one visual novel. I don't really think you should be playing multiple visual novels at the same time, I think. I don't know, maybe I'd stream it. I am really interested in it, though. Anyway, there were 3 teachers in the staff room. Upon seeing the 2 detectives enter, one of the 3 stood up and bowed. The man who stood up was named Kamio. His mostly white hair was parted to the side, and he greeted the 2 of them with a gentle smile. Maybe try it out for one video? Maybe. I do that sometimes. What are your plans for the rest of Psy Adventure? They hinge on my enjoyment of this game. Bon and Sua showed their police badges to him almost simultaneously, returned his greeting briefly, then immediately approached the topic at hand. It was Sua's job to ask the questions. We'd like you to tell us about one of your graduates, Takumi. Honestly, what fucking elementary school teacher is going to remember anything about an elementary student they had? Right? Like, why would they give a fuck? I don't know, generic kid 1083 fucking seemed normal, I guess.
彼のことは印象に残っています。私は担任ではなかったから詳しく
How could you possibly remember him? In Japan, I would imagine there would have to be just like dozens of kids per class per year. Like, because the population is so dense in Japan? I do indeed remember him. I wasn't a teacher of his myself, however, so I cannot provide you with much detail. Is that alright? Sua nodded, taking out his notebook and preparing to write everything down. What kind of kid was Takumi? I remember hearing he was difficult. They said he was special. What do you mean? Well, to be proper, he had disease that would make it difficult for him to study with his fellow students. Could you be more specific? I don't know if I'm able to say much. Would you be willing to ask his family or doctor? Schools had recently begun adopting this approach, where they would avoid any issues that may prove too difficult for them. What? They refused to take part in anything that may earn them complaints from parents or other parties. Such practices made it incredibly difficult for the police to do their jobs. That just kind of seems like unreasonably biased for no reason. What? A teacher not qualified in diagnosing the mental condition of his student refused to just give a blatant, uneducated diagnosis of a student that he didn't have in his classroom. What the fuck? Making it difficult for the police to do their jobs. Okay, bro. How did his homeroom teacher pass away? There was an accident. While he was taking his class on a field trip, the road their bus was traveling on suddenly collapsed underneath them. Oh, I remember that. I saw it on the news. All the children survived, sustaining only minor injuries. I thought we said that they died earlier, or some of them did. Such a terrible shame. It's such a terrible shame we lost Mr. Saito. He was the sole victim of the accident. Was Takumi involved in this accident at all as well? In response to Bon's question, Kamio shook his head. No, they only said they were injured. Alright. The boy was absent that day and not present on the bus. Very suspicious. Why was he absent? I seem to recall hearing something about his illness having worsened. Bon, too, had a faint recollection of the accident. For multiple days following, in the short glimpses Bon caught of the news, he would always see the media swarming the house of the sole boy who had not been involved in it. It was
悲しい事故だっ
a
た
truly sad accident. For some reason, while Kamiya was repeating himself, he placed a strong emphasis on the word accident. Okay. Are we getting some intrigue? Is shit about to happen? Nope. Almost. We keep getting a lot of fucking almosts. Like, they keep trying to sow all of these, or like plant all these seeds for potential plot points, but you gotta let at least one of them has to sprout. Holy fuck. I started talking with Grim a lot more before booting up ESO recently, to the point where it was becoming almost like a ritual. Never really mattered what we talked about. We trade interesting or funny at-channel threads or go off about porn shit. Also, that's just weird when you talk about porn with friends. That's something I would never do. That's so fucking weird. I don't know. Hey bro, did you see this? I jerked off to it the other day. Okay, dude. Don't fucking tell me about it. I don't care. Recommend each other new comics, talk about the anime from the other day, or other various dumb stuff. Funny enough, we didn't actually talk about ESO much, but that was just because we had already talked a lot about it while we were playing. Has there been some weird-ass prank going around recently? Not a lot to go off there. Deets, please. Why is deets, please a tip? Everyone knows what that means. Further details, please. Give me the deets. When I talk about porn with friends, it's to share cursed stuff. Yeah, I don't even do that. I still think that's kind of weird. I don't want to talk about cursed stuff with people. No. IDK. I just heard about it from someone I know. Don't know if it's actually a fad or some shit. It's like there's a recording of a weird sound and you get that as a voicemail or something. Like a moe voice whispering sweet nothings to you, lol. The fuck? Lamau, what eroge is that from? I mean, wouldn't you rather them just do that to you in person, lol? No one fucking cares. Now whose fucking eyes are those eyes? Bro, what? Cringe! Grim was still saying that. Thanks to that, I started to feel awful pretty much immediately. Not to mention, he was talking really weird in chat, to the point where it felt fairly forced. Like he was trying way too hard to be funny by shoving those words in. Or at the very least, I didn't find it funny. In fact, it felt more cringy than anything. Damn, Takami's calling things cringe now. I couldn't let myself get angry with him until I'd gotten my info about the prank, so I was forced to put up with it. Okay, so is it like the sounds of an otaku freak fapping then? Lol. Okay, that's too far. But in all seriousness, they play You May Pass. You May Pass? What, like the song? The one that plays at crosswalks and shit? Yeah. And then while it's playing, it'll get cut off halfway and snap to a buzzer-like sound. Apparently the volume is loud. Ever heard of a prank like that? That's the kind of thing you'd find floating around at channel, right? Yesterday I got in a voicemail with a mysterious buzzer sound. I had no idea who sent it, and the contents unsettled me for some reason, which was why I decided to try and ask Grim if he knew about it. If it was just a simple prank, I could forget.
Just a prank, bro. Just playing a buzzer in your ears for prank value. Huh? Grim wasn't responding. Why was he being silent? Hello? Did you die? Still no response. Grim didn't usually fall asleep like this. In fact, this was the first time this had ever happened. If he'd actually fallen asleep, I'd guess I'd just log off. We'd meet up again in ESO later anyway. So I could just bring it up again then. But the second I thought that, I began to get up from my chair. Kept you waiting, huh? I was sifting through @channel. Was looking for stuff about your prank. Oh, so that's why I disappeared. But that meant that even the oh-so-well-informed Grim hadn't known about the prank. No matter how many threads or boards or whatever I searched, I found nothing. Not on @channel or anywhere. So that would mean that whoever had pulled that prank had some sort of personal grudge against me. I was still curious about the true identity of the caller, but I wasn't brave enough to call him back. That's it. Since I knew the phone number, then I could use someone else as a scapegoat and have them call it for me. The best person for the job would be Nanami or Mizumi. Wait, Mizumi may have been brainwashed by the demon, so that wouldn't work. As for Nanami, however, I was sure I'd have no trouble asking her to do it. She'd probably get pissed at me afterward, but who gives a shit? Hell, if anything, it'd be good for her to suffer the tortures of society every once in a while. Why not just give it to Grim? I thanked Grim for his help, promised that I'd meet back up with him in ESO in a few hours, and closed the chat. Wow. Right as I did so, I felt my stomach growl. I was hungry. Did I have any ramen cups stacked somewhere? I tried looking around for a bit, but couldn't find any. Reluctantly, I decided to head to the convenience store. The sun was setting. I wanted to avoid going out late at night as much as possible, because every time I did recently, nothing good came of it. I unconsciously started walking faster, hurrying down the road toward the convenience store. Dun 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 dun. Today was Saturday, so I expected to run into a ton of pedestrians. But I hadn't encountered a single one so far. All of the stores that should have been open were closed, which kind of weirded me out. Maybe I was just confused. Like, maybe I had thought it was 7 p.m. and it was actually 2 a.m. Yeah, like that ever happened. But even so, it was way too quiet. I could barely hear any of the normal city noises you'd expect. The aura of the city was giving off something different than usual. I arrived at the convenience store. It was right in front of the train station, and yet there wasn't a single person here either. I was starting to get more and more freaked. The sudden disappearance of something I'd taken for granted was enough to make me feel like I'd been transported to a completely different world. On a normal day, I'd always avoid running into or talking to other people. But all I wanted right now was to see another person's face. Bust inside the convenience store. There has to be someone working here, I thought to myself as I looked around. There's no one here. This reminds me of, what's that one, like, creepy, cheap indie game that, like, takes place at a convenience store? Ah, fuck. That was, like, a trendy game for a while. What's it called? Chilla's Art, the convenience store? That's what this screenshot reminds me of. I actually don't even know really anything about this game. It almost feels like I feel like I've watched people play it and nothing ever happens. It's just like an ambiance horror, right? There were no customers or employees. There's no way. This couldn't be happening. There had to be an employee in the back. If I were to just bring something up to the register, they should come out right after. So I decided to leisurely grab a boxed lunch, pretend to flip through a manga magazine while I was at it, and then come up to the counter and set the box down. No one came out. Maybe there really wasn't anyone here. Well, if that was the case, then. I grabbed the boxed lunch off the counter and headed straight for the automated door. I stood in front of the door, and it opened automatically. But just as I was about to step outside... Wait! Ooh, the music. An employee finally emerged from the back room behind the cash register. He was a bleary, gloomy-looking guy, most likely a college student. He leaned over the counter and glared at me with dull eyes. You just tried to shoplift, didn't you? I shrugged my shoulders and walked back to the register. Yeah, because you didn't come out. Saws. I was catching some Z's. The employee bowed his head with a shit-eating grin. Felt like he was mocking me. I was pissed. This convenience store clearly didn't give a shit about its training part-timers. Go to hell. I can just go ahead and take this for free, yeah? But how's that in any way related? That's your responsibility, you pay for it. Fuck off, you fucking neat. You son of a... I swung at him without thinking. My incredibly fast, straight punch hit him square in the nose, and with a pathetic yelp he flew backwards. Collided with the shelf and fell to the ground. Magnificent punch, if I say so myself. I'm sorry! As blood gushed from his nose, the employee got down on his hands and knees and bowed with tears in his eyes. See, I'm starting to not care about these, because enough of these have shown up to, not mean anything. Too many of these, don't make it to the next part to, give you a sense of mystery of what's going on. Delusion starts at point A, delusion happens, when delusion ends, you go back to point A. It'd be interesting if you were at point A, and then the delusion happened, and then you just were at part B. And then either Takame was like, what the fuck? How'd I get here or something? Give an air of mystery to it. Maybe it'll happen later, but right now, the reset of this every time, I just stopped caring about it. If you always do green, it feels repetitive. I mean, I feel like even if I picked the other one, it wouldn't really change my opinion much. Because either way, it would have no value. You know what I mean? The scenes are non-canon, bro. Forget about the money, just leave. Glad you know your place. While I was at it, I swiped 4 of the dorayaki that were on display in the register and headed for the door. Good luck ever seeing me here again, asshole. Throwing out the line to get the perfect last word, I leisurely exited the store. It almost feels like that sad duck noise should play when we come back from the delusions. Like a wah wah. Several minutes had passed while I was having my delusion, and there was still no sign of any employees. I had no intention of staining my hands with DQN behavior, despite my delusion just now. That being said, I also couldn't bring myself to yell out for an employee, so I just stood there in the deserted store without moving. Like any other introverted nerd. I wanted to believe that the employee was just taking a nap, so I waited for another 5 minutes. But while I waited, no employee showed up, nor did any other customers either. There wasn't so much as even a sound. After enough time passed, I started feeling scared, so I put the box lunch on the shelf and left. I would so, like, how I would do in that scenario, I would definitely call out for an employee. I'd be like, hey, anyone here? But I also don't think I could ultimately steal it. Like, I don't know, I would feel pretty bad about it. Like, what about you guys? If you walked into a store and there was nobody there, would you, like, grab a bunch of stuff and walk out? Or would you even grab, like, 1 or 2 items or steal it? Or would you, like, just be like, okay, I guess I can't buy anything then? Like, I would just leave annoyed. You know what I mean? I wouldn't steal anything. Like, I would kind of do what he did, except I would call out. I'd be like, hey, anyone here? I'd wait for 3 minutes. If no one's there, you'd assume it's closed. I'd be pissed, but I wouldn't touch it. Right? Yeah, like, I would go in, like, grab whatever I wanted, go to the counter. I'd wait, like, I'd probably, like, open up my phone, like, check things for a couple minutes. And then if, like, after 5 minutes or something, nobody came out, I would go, like, hey, anyone here? And then if still nobody would, like, came to the counter, I'd be like, what the fuck? And then I would just, like, leave whatever I, like, was gonna buy on the counter or something and walk out. I can see he's just not a good person. I mean, he didn't steal. He just thought about it. So it's not, like, awful. But yeah, I'm just curious, like, what would you guys do in that scenario? Because, yeah, I would just be like, whatever, fuck you guys then. Leave your counter unattended. Because I've done that before, definitely, like, while working customer service. Just, like, been sitting in the back, like, office. Chilling. Doing whatever, like, playing a game on my phone or something. When it was, like, a really slow night. And then, like, had customers have to be like, hello? And I would run out like, ah, shit, sorry. Like, I've definitely done that before. Anyway, I opted to go to the railroad crossing located right next to the station. From there, I'd be able to see the station platform. There's no way a place like that would be deserted, right? That's what I hoped, but there was no one there. I waited for a train to come. Once that happened, there would be a bunch of passengers that would get off. But even if no one got off, I definitely see people riding the train as it passed in front of me. Even after 10 minutes, a train still hadn't come. He didn't just think of stealing something, he fantasized about assaulting the cashier, making himself feel alpha, and taking a bit before leaving. Yeah, he did. But as a real alpha, Ruben, you would understand a beta like Takumi having to fantasize about being an alpha instead of just being an alpha. Thoughts on Remy so far? I have absolutely no thoughts. We haven't gotten enough screen time of her. I have actually no opinion of her. We don't know what's real or not about her. Like, nothing has happened. I have zero opinion on Remy so far. Other than that, it's kind of lame that we haven't explored more about it. Every time she shows up, fucking Takumi pisses his pants and runs away, so we have no idea what's going on. Even after 10 minutes, a train still hadn't come. I try to convince myself that there must have been an accident or something that messed with the schedule. There was no sign of any passengers on the platform. It was then I finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was weird. Like, really, really weird. That's it. I'll go to Shibuya Station. There absolutely had to be people there. No doubt about it. There were people in front of Shibuya 24/7 without fail. I broke into a run without thinking. I ran as hard as I could. I didn't want to stop, even if I was out of breath. I would try to do a realistic, like, ragged breath noise, but I know I'm going to start coughing if I do that, because I'm, like, on the verge of, like, catching a cold. So I know if I start trying to intimidate, like, an actual deep, ragged breathing here, I'll fucking start hacking all over the mic. I haven't been able to put on the same voices that I did yesterday as much, because I can feel the back of my throat, like, kind of ready to cough at any moment. So, of course, it's really great that I, decided to start playing a fucking visual novel where I talk nonstop for 9 hours when I catch a cold for the first time in, like, 2 years. I'm really excited about it. I'm not bitter. I ran as hard as I could. I didn't want to stop, even if I was out of breath. It was probably the first time in my life I'd ever run so hard. As I ran, I hoped that this was just some sick dream I was having, but I knew it wasn't. My heart and lungs felt like they were about to explode. The pain was far beyond what you could feel in a dream. It surprised me how unbelievably fast I was breathing. No matter how much I inhaled, the pain refused to go away. It's your voice acting training arc. The cold's the weights. Once it's gone, you'll be taking your weights off. True. You're right. I think this weekend I definitely gotta start doing some of my classes. Before we beat this game, I gotta at least get a fucking basic training session in and see what I can apply to this game. No matter how much I inhaled, the pain refused to go away. As I kept running, I made it to Dogenzanka. I finally saw the 107. I think tomorrow I'll probably start some of the lessons before a stream. Unless, some of my buddies are off work. Because it's a Sunday. Hang on one second. I gotta refill with water. After I made fun of my voice, now I'm about to cough again, so I gotta need more water. Which is why I've gotten up from my seat like a dozen times this stream, by the way. It's because, my voice keeps, like, or my throat keeps, like, fucking drying out, so you've been seeing me leave the fucking stream like a dozen times so far, so I can... wet my throat. It's the struggle. Talking nonstop this long. I'll tell you one thing, though. I am great at just being able to endlessly rant now because of all the streams that I've done for so long. I was awesome at these college presentations where you just had to fucking ramble about shit for a while. Oh, man. I was so good at that shit. I used to always get professors that'd be like, wow, you were really good at it. And I would be like, yeah, because I'm a fucking weeb. Anyway, his legs were heavy, knees weak, mom's spaghetti. Even so, I forced my feet to keep moving. I no longer had it in me to pay attention to my surroundings. The entirety of my consciousness was focused on Scramble Crossing, the symbol of Shibuya. Whenever I hear Shibuya, I always think of the level in Jet Set Radio Future. Which is weird, but that's what always comes to mind when I think Shibuya. Hey, yes? Yes. I probably butchered that. What's up? You still streaming? Yeah. I usually stream like 8-9 hours. Big boy, real-time streamer. I work hard for these 10 viewers. You feel me? That's why you should subscribe and hit the bell button to pay off my dedication. Just kidding. How you doing, man? But not kidding, actually. I came from the Reddit. Pog! It worked! My meme attracted at least one person. Let's go! What's up, man? That's huge. I'm doing a full blind playthrough of the entire game with the COZ patch. Big payoffs. Almost there, just a little bit further. The second I pass the 107, it'd be right there. The largest in Japan. It was the place where the largest number of people in Japan came together all at once. That was why I had to get to Scramble. To Scramble. Yeah! It's fucking breathing, man. So is this our first, like, delusion that Takumi is having that, like, isn't prompted by the player, where we pick what kind of delusion he's having? Empty. That was the state of Shibuya Station, which I could see from the Y junction running in front of 107. A world without sound. A world that felt dead. A place which had always been flooded with overwhelming sound, now ruled by silence. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heavy breathing. This can't. I fell to my knees in the middle of the large street. I couldn't walk another step. The shock had stolen every last ounce of strength from my body. This is Shibuya, right? There was no one to my left, no one to my right, or in front of me, or behind me. There was no one anywhere. Even though 7 p.m. on a Saturday night was when Shibuya should have been the most crowded. What was going on? This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes and cradled my head. This was a dream, an illusion. This couldn't be reality. It was true that I wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life all by myself. I didn't want anyone to interfere with me, and I didn't want to get involved in anything. But that didn't mean I wanted to live in a world where no one existed. If no one existed, who would pay for my living expenses? Oh my god, what a fucking douchebag! The one moment I could potentially start sympathizing with Takumi, and he fucking rips it away. If no one existed, who would make boxed lunches for me? Who would play video games with me? If no one existed. A sound. I'd heard a sound. It hadn't come from me. It had to be someone else. Someone was here. Someone other than me was nearby. I felt like I'd been saved, but then it was Remy. As I thought, it was just a coincidence. It only appeared like there was no one here. In truth, no one had disappeared. I wasn't the only one left. I was so relieved that I almost started crying. I turned my gaze towards the sound. You're... fucking... is that Stephen Hawking? From SMT? It was a boy in a wheelchair. visual looks so similar. Hang on one second. Stephen Hawking's in SMT? Yeah. Let me pull up the image. How many L's am I taking this stream? Surprise sneeze. Did I not mute it in time? I thought for sure I had it, bro. I can't find the image. Ruben's been wanting to guess one thing, right? Almost. I mean, let's not be crazy. He can't be me at predicting plots. I really want to find this stupid image because it's... Seems like you muted. Oh, I did mute in time? Okay, good. I'm gonna try really hard not to sneeze right into the mic. Yeah, this will work. Because, yeah, he shows up in SMT. It even looks... His first appearance even kind of looks similar to this. Well, at least in the ones I've played. What are you looking for? The introduction of a wheelchair character from SMT. It just looked really similar, so I wanted to look at it and see if it was, like, the same. I don't think it is, but still. He had, like, that similar appearance. Or he just showed up on his wheelchair. This was totally not worth the bid. By there. This was not worth the amount of time it took me to pull that up. Okay, whatever. Anyway, a short distance away from me, still in the middle of the intersection, he sat quietly in place. I couldn't quite figure out how old he was. If I had to guess from his size alone, I'd say he looked like he was in elementary school. He was wearing his hat so low I couldn't see his expression very well. But... we meet at last. I could hear the boy's voice extremely clearly. It felt like he was whispering directly into my ear, which made me turn around. Of course, there was no one there. Excuse me, sir. Do you know what's going on here? Even though he was younger than me, I ended up speaking formally to him. Why is there no one here? Do you happen to know the reason why? Yes, I know why. Despite how young his voice sounded, there was nothing childish about it. But more importantly, did you receive my message? Message? What message? I had no idea what he was talking about. Who are you? The boy moved his wheelchair forward slightly. The wheelchair was old, and it made a rusty sound as it came closer to me. Whose eyes are those eyes? Yes. I was confused. Why did he murmur that just now? Who was he? Can you make boxed lunches? You must awaken. Quickly. Because if you don't,
もっとたくさんの人が
Many more people
死んじゃう
are
ことに
going to
なる。
die.
君は一
What the
体
hell are you? I rubbed my eyes to wipe away my tears, and because of that I was finally able to get a clear look at the boy's face. Almost a jump scare. The boy wasn't a boy. His skin was covered with wrinkles like an old man. Cheeks hollow. His eye sockets had sunken into an abnormal extent. Pupils cloudy, he had no eyebrows. His body was as small as a child's.
僕は
I am
将軍だよ。
Shogun. I am you, and you are me. No! I'm not you! For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. My head felt like it had been struck by a hammer. The ground was shaking violently. No, my body was falling over. I shot my hands out onto the asphalt to keep myself upright. What did he just say? He was Shogun?
忘れないで。
Don't forget.
君は
You mustn't
逃
run
げちゃい
away.
けない。
I lifted my head up and watched as Shogun, who had already turned his back to me, left Scramble Crossing. His wheelchair was getting farther and farther away, making a creaking sound as it moved. The Raiden Shogun, indeed. The thought of chasing after him and pressing him for answers didn't even cross my mind. I didn't even think of running up and punching him in the face for dragging me into this either. I wasn't even remotely a confrontational person. My head started to hurt. The area around my temples throbbed with pain. Still cowering on the spot I tried to endure.
たく
In the world without sound, a discordant noise began to spread. It was like the 7th time this word's been used. An all-encompassing static. Whose voice was that? See, that would have been a cool moment to, like, flash to Remy. Don't look at me.
たく
Damn it! That would have been cool. I was waiting for the game to do it, actually. What had previously just been a random, discordant mess of garbled static gradually turned to a real voice. Someone gently placed a hand on my shoulder.
邪魔なんだっつうの。
You're in the way, assholes.
何してんだろう
The
ね。
hell's your problem?
最近の若いもんは
Kids these days.
なんかのパフォーマンスじゃないの？
Could it be some kind of performance?
たく
While still trying to endure the pain of my headache, I looked up. The demon girl was peering at my face as she stood over me. Look at this motherfucker in the background, man. He is built stiff and angry, looking right at the player. Eyes that were clear and full of life. Eyes that looked at me, and only me. Again. This girl had appeared out of nowhere once again. Whose eyes are those eyes?
歩ける
Can you
歩
walk?
いて
Here. She wrapped her hand under my arm and tried to make me stand up. I shrieked and shook her off. Oh no! I came to my senses and looked around. I was still in the middle of the street, but it wasn't deserted anymore. There were people around me in every direction, walking every which way without paying me any mind.
たく
Remy, with a face that looked like she was about to cry, reached out to me once more.
今は
Listen
私
to
の
me.
言うことを聞いて
やるな
Stay back! When I screamed, the throbbing in my head transformed into an intense stabbing. Even so, I ignored it, scrambling back on all fours to try and get away.
お前だろお前が見せたんだお前の妄想だ
It was you, wasn't it? That was your delusion, and you made me see it.
僕の心を支配して
Controlling my mind, attacking my psyche.
この悪魔
You
め
fucking demon.
お前なんて剣で殺して
I'm gonna kill you with my sword.
ベースに帰れば僕には理想
As soon as I get back to base, I'll get my D-sword. An abrupt impact ran through my cheek. It stung with pain and began to heat. She'd slapped me. She was gonna kill me. Scurrying back on all fours, I tried as hard as I could to escape with my life. God, what a fucking little bitch. She grabbed my hand. With the strength I never thought a girl could have, she pulled me toward her. Bruh, you keep calling her a demon. Believe it or not, she probably doesn't have little schoolgirl strength if she's a demon. Oh, you little shit. And embraced me. You're just so pathetic. I couldn't bring myself to kill you. I just need to hold you instead. Her soft form gently enveloped my own. It was so warm. I could smell a tiny hint of sweat. Why does he always describe the smell of people? It's so weird. Her silky hair tickled the tip of my nose.
しっかりして
Pull yourself together. With such an anticlimax, my whole body felt like it was about to give out. Same, bro. Except instead of body, it's my interest.
ここにいたら
It's not safe for you to stay here. Her voice was slightly shaky. I couldn't tell if she was crying or not.
信号赤になっ
Because the light's turning red. I was confused. Was she not going to kill me? Why was she helping me? The hallucination from before, where all the people disappeared, it wasn't something she forced me to see? When I felt such a kind and gentle warmth, when she'd embraced me so innocently, I decided to forget that she had murdered someone violently. Because I'm such a simp, the simple touch of a woman was desperately what I needed in my life. It shook everything I had believed up until that point. Could it be that Remy wasn't actually a demon? Or was it foolish to believe that? What if this was just a cunning way to deceive me? Regardless, one thing was for sure. With Remy hugging me, I felt an incredible sense of relief. I had no idea what to call such a strange sensation, other than an inner reflection of my absolute desperation. Upon letting go of me, Remy put my face between her hands and stared at me once again, her eyes slightly red.
お願い
Please,
今は
come with me.
私について
You're going to be new gen victim number 5.
いい
Okay? For some reason, I nodded. We were standing still, alone in the middle of an empty intersection. A number of people on the sidewalk waiting for the pedestrian signal to change were watching us closely. I could hear a few people laughing here and there. Many cars had their headlights trained on us and were starting to honk their horns. Ruby grabbed my hand tightly and started running towards the sidewalk. She pulled me along with her and I followed. And then she stabbed me straight in the gut with one of those fucking crosses from when she committed a murder earlier. Wild. With countless horns blaring at us, we made it to the sidewalk. Remy breathed a sigh of relief and then stopped. My hand was still in hers. Just being held in this way made my heart feel more and more at ease. I wanted to submit myself to this feeling, to stay like this forever. I like that he's constantly like, fuck 3D women, well, they're all whores and bitches. But then the second he feels a woman's touch in every single circumstance, he's been like, oh my god, I think I love you. And then fucking busts. Remy turned back in my direction.
無事でよかったね。
I'm glad you're okay. She smiled, an incredibly happy smile. I didn't know whether it was real, an act, or what. But...
話してよ。
let go. Because I had been so hostile to her until now. Because I had thought of her as a demon until now. If I let her win me over like this, I felt like I'd cease being myself. That'd probably be a good thing, though, so maybe just do that.
あ、ごめんごめん。
So sorry. She quickly let go of my hand.
それにしてもびっく
Anyway,
りした。
you really gave me a scare.
タクが道の
You
真
were
ん
all
中
huddled
で
up in the middle of the
うずくまってる
road.
の。信号が赤になった時はどう
I
な
had
る
no
こと
idea
か
what I
と。
was going to do once it turned red. I turned my back to Remy as she started talking cheerfully. I walked off, pushing my way through the crowd.
僕、
I'm
帰る。
going home.
じゃあ送るよ。
Oh,
具合
okay.
悪いんでしょ。
Then I'll walk back with you. I know you're not feeling too hot. Her voice chased me from behind, but I shook my head in refusal.
タク。
The cheerfulness from before had vanished from her voice. Takumi is the reason Japan sells various body odor perfumes. It's so weird, though. He's so descriptive of it every time. Like, I'm waiting for the game to just start, like, inputting, like, sniff sound effects. Like, when he's, like, starts talking to a woman in this game, I'm just waiting for fucking Takumi to be like, ah, the good shit. She smells like sweat. Like, it's just so fucking weird, bro. Every time. I felt terrible considering how much he'd done to help me.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Barely. Just barely, I managed to squeeze out those words. We keep getting onto, like, the verge of interesting stuff, and then fucking yanks it away from me. Just pay something off, please. To think that 3 investigative divisions would actually be merged into one. Staring at the detectives gathered in the Shibuya Police Department's conference room, Bond thought that to himself. What a fucking... Inokashira Line Shibuya Station public bathroom homicide case. Rolls off the tongue. Or as the media called it to amuse themselves, the vampire case. Caused an increasingly serious drop in manpower. It does change the scene when you're most excited. It's been doing that to me for 20 hours now. Give me one scene. Quit fucking edging me here. Kubai discovered cliffhanger. I'm fine with 1 or 2, but it's been like a full day's worth of fucking cliffhanger. Quit fucking tickling my balls here. Just ask her why she murdered that dude or something. Anything. Christ. Anyway, Bond fucking upset that they abbreviate this 20-word case name to just vampire. They call it that to amuse themselves. Yeah, it turns out they fucking... People on the news simplify it to one word. When 3 brutal murders occurred within the same jurisdiction within the same period of time, the possibility of a single perpetrator became more and more evident. Bond is cute, though? Bond is a Detective Gumshoe knockoff. Get out of here. Pay off her story. I'm just salty. I take it back, don't worry. I'm memeing. How could you? Am I turning insane? Hang on, let me see. Thank you, bye, Cook. I'm just salty. Hang on one second. Why would I do that? That's a pretty drastic assumption. I'm not talking me. I'm not a fucking incel. There you go, boys. You're transforming into him? That's not true. I'm actually aggressive, and I don't fucking stutter over my own words when talking to people. Here we go, boys. We found a picture of Bond. You just edit that? Yeah. Okay, anyway. A suggestion had been raised that the Cornelius Tower mass suicide case was handled by the Juvenile Division, but since the media had been treating it as part of New Gen, is that going to be the meme for tomorrow? No. Actually, yeah, no, it will be something similar to that, I think, because I don't have any other meme ideas. Looks like it was clearly cut out from a white background. It was. It was a live edit. After I made that joke. I did it real quick. There's a possibility that the police treated the case differently. They'd be subjected to criticism. Therefore, it was only natural the Central Office had chosen the only remaining option, to merge the several investigations to one headquarters. Tragic. I don't know. Vibe and Wandering, did you guys share the stream anywhere else, or should I just post, or have any other meme ideas? Or should I just do the Ace Attorney meme? With this integration now in place, the group was revealing the series of new gen cases one by one. The projection screen in the front of the conference room displayed a series of photographs of the crime scenes one after the other. Sua had been chosen to hold the presentation. I thought the Ace Attorney was a good one, but what do I do with the Ace Attorney one? I mean, it's an interesting concept, but, like, what's the funny part of it? What's the punchline? Mom, can I get Ace Attorney? We have Ace Attorney at home. Ace Attorney at home, and then the picture of them. Like, I don't know. He'd stayed up all night going over the documents endlessly. Good work, Bond muttered internally, chin resting in his hands. IDK, just do the corporate wants you to tell the difference. I already did that for a Steins Gate meme, though. I already used that one. Same as your Chie and Yuki meme for Steins Gate? Ah, but I already did that. I gotta be original at least. I can't double dip. The Cornelius Tower mass suicide case went down on September 7th. Took place on. Of the 4 incidents that the mass media has begun referring to as New Gen, it was the first to occur. At 11:30 p.m., a group of 5 men and women fell from the helipad on the roof of the Shibuya's Cornelius Tower. None survived. All 5 were underage high school students, 3 male, 2 female. Out of the 5, 2 attended the same school, while the remaining 3 each attended different ones. This is something interesting? No, we've known about these cases for a while, and we've known all these details. So it might be interesting to you, Ruben, but if we've been playing along, this is old news and stuff. I'm ready to fucking skip this. I know what happened. The autopsy of the bodies revealed that each of the 5 had traces of flesh embedded beneath their fingernails, along with scratches in the palms of their hands. From this information, we can assume that the 5 were holding hands. There was no sign of any suicide notes on the roof. It appears that the 5 victims all came after school and headed toward the Cornelius Tower together. Also, the door to the roof was locked, creating a locked room mystery. We don't currently know how they got on the roof or locked the door behind them. As for further proof that there is more to this incident than mere suicide, the roof of the Cornelius Tower is off limits to all non-personnel. At the time of the incident, the door to the rooftop was locked and none of the 5 victims' fingerprints were found on the doorknob. The key to the rooftop was not found among any of the 5 victims' belongings. This suggests that someone other than the victims may have been present at the scene before and after the incident occurred. The investigation was proceeding under the assumption that the third party possessed the key to the door, locked it, and left before or after the incident. We've already conducted interviews of all Cornelius Tower Hotel employees, and nearly every one of them has an alibi. We're now in the process of interviewing the employees of the companies hosted in the tower. Currently, we've yet to find a motive for any of the 5 victims to commit suicide. 4 out of the 5 victims, those related to them in some way, such as family members, friends, school teachers, and so forth, all declare unanimously that there was no reason for any of them to commit suicide. Oh, this is the first time we see this one. Gross. The slideshow swapped to a picture of the second case, the Shibuya Station undergrad and fetus homicide. Next, let's discuss the case known commonly referred to as the man-child case. The incident occurred on September 19th, 12 days after the group dive incident. An easy prediction. How big is his perfect predicting streak? Pretty big, but You know, sometimes you take the low-hanging fruit. We don't even need to brag about the low-hanging fruit ones. The first to discover the body was an employee of a karaoke box located near the scene. The body was found at approximately 5 a.m. Why are we recapping these? I know! They're the only notable things that have happened. The victim is 21-year-old Kone Chizu, a third-year college student that was living in Shibuya Ward. The victim was already dead when he was found. The time of death is estimated to be around 1 a.m. on the 19th, about 4 hours before the body was found. The body's abdomen was unnaturally swollen, and a fetus was discovered inside it upon examination. The autopsy revealed that the victim's abdomen had been cut open while they were alive, and the fetus had been inserted inside. The fetus is believed to have been already dead at that point. The victim died after his abdomen was sewn back together. We found traces of being torn from the wound, leading us to believe that he'd been scratching at the sutures prior to his death. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah. The fetus was found to have been developed for at least 8 months, which leads us to believe that it was removed from the mother via C-section. The mother of the fetus is yet to be determined, and whether they're alive or dead is similarly unknown. Forensic analysis of the DNA has shown that the fetus and the victim are unrelated. To support this, the fetus's blood type is B, and the victim's blood type is A. So it took a breath. He seemed exhausted from all the talking. Fucking only talked for 15 minutes and he's tired? Try fucking 8 hours, Suwa, you little bitch. He must have been awfully nervous giving a presentation in front of so many senior detectives. Try giving a presentation in front of a YouTube chat, alright? Next, we have the third case, the Mari Yamacho stalking homicide case, or staking. After a short delay, the next slide displayed a photo of the crucifixion crime scene. Oh, this is different. This is the first time we don't just see it like a fucking bloody mess. We can actually see what's going on here. This is a totally different photo. Does that mean Takumi is like just hallucinating the really graphic death? This is a photo of the crime scene. The incident occurred on September 29th. The victim is a 56-year-old Ota Hayashi, professor at Tato University. The first to discover the body was a man living in an apartment near the crime scene. The victim's cause of death was strangulation. After they were killed, the body was pinned to the wall with 10 small metal spikes. Really? That's interesting. As you can see, the body has next to no external wounds. Okay, that's different. So then Takumi just hallucinated the bloody corpse. That's actually interesting to know. A few of the spikes penetrated the body, but the spikes were generally affixed to the victim's clothing. The media is referring to it as the crucifixion, or the bloody rare stake, or other similar names, despite the fact that there was no bleeding. The spikes are sold by the German company Kreuznagel. In actuality, they are stakes with a distinctive long cross-like shape. As the killer ultimately elected to use cruciform objects, the investigation is proceeding while examining the crime from a religious angle. We have received several testimonies detailing that between 9 and 9:30 p.m., the time the incident was occurring, the continuous sounds of nails being driven into the wall could be heard for tens of minutes in the vicinity of the crime scene. Noticing that Takumi may be an unreliable narrator? Oh, I mean, yeah, we've known he's an unreliable narrator for a while now, but there's just been no effective payoff of that at all. So it's not really been subtle that he isn't really reliable. But this is the first, like, actual, like, big, like, hey, At least in my opinion, this is the first big, like, hey, Takami's just off his fucking rocker. Like, we've always known he was, like, unreliable when he's, like, constantly being, like, everyone's a demon, they're out to get me. And, like, having all of his delusions and shit. But this is, like, 20 hours in, we're about to get our first, like, kind of payoff for it, and it's very small, even. But yeah, I mean... As the victim's estimated time of death is at almost exactly the same time as this, we believe that the victim was likely killed right where the body was found, or somewhere near. What about Remy? What about Remy? I really don't feel like there's anything about her. She just exists. Reason cares about Takami. God knows why. But yeah, I mean, obviously she didn't kill this dude. I mean, yeah, I don't really have anything from that. Okay. As the victim's estimated time of death is at almost exactly the same time as this, we believe the victim was likely killed right where the body was found, or somewhere near. In addition, although the statement may not be entirely credible, we received testimony claiming that a female student from Sumi Private Academy was seen at the crime scene. Lastly, so this one is actually graphic death. Well, I guess they've all been graphic deaths except the one that Takami thought was graphic. Lastly, is this supposed to be like a ripped shirt, or is this like part of his skin? Lastly, there's the Inokashira Line Shibuya Station public bathroom homicide, known as the Vampire case. The incident occurred on October 10th, and the body was discovered by a station attendant around 5:30 a.m. God, what a truly horrifying sight to see IRL, though. The victim's identity remains unknown. There were no belongings left behind that may point toward their identity. The time of death was estimated between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. the day prior. All the blood had been drained from the body, and it was left in a state resembling that of mummification. Well, not obviously not all of the blood had been drained. As you're already aware, this photograph was taken by an unknown individual and was sold on the internet auction site about 15 minutes before the body was found. Looks like the jellified victims of CERN. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, fucking Jellyman over here. As he listened to Sua's explanation, Bond gave a light click of the tongue. Seems like... death is what's in these days. Looks like we're selling death on the market. Ooh, Do we continue or wrap up here? We might as well go 9 hours. We can keep going a little bit. Let's take a peek into Chapter 4 a bit. I need to use the restroom again, though. Be right back. Turns out after I drank like 4 glasses of water during this stream, I've got to go to the bathroom a lot.
Need another piece of pizza. Everyone here knows the truth? No, I have zero idea what the fuck's going on. You vibing? The only thing I know is that Takami's a bitch. That's it. And now we're at Steins City. It's a small plaza. About stuff, who cares? A dozen people looking at their cell phones. Among those, only one girl wore an oddly stern expression on her face as she idled. A high school student known as Aoi. She was standing in an escalator. I mean, at least she's cute. She leaned back against a white pillar as she thoroughly scanned the environment. In contrast, both the sharpness of her gaze and the season, she was nibbling on a popsicle, which made her appear incredibly charming. But she wasn't. In truth, the girl was not waiting for anyone, but was instead quietly observing. From where she was standing, she could see all the way to the Jumbotron. Starting to like a character? No, I mean, she's cute. She's got a good design, but actual zero personality so far for her, so I have no idea. The only thing we know about this girl so far is she's cute. She's got a big sword. And she's like, ooh, I'm gonna beat you up. What kind of pizza? Little Caesars, $5 hot and ready. The best pizza. A music video of a famous singer was displayed. In the lower portion of the screen, they were talking about New Gen. Not a day went by without people talking about New Gen. Although she had no interest, she would often overhear people talking about it. Whose eyes are those eyes? Whose eyes are those eyes? I think was finally going to be our next version of the phone wave meme subject to change. I think it's time. Whose eyes are those eyes? Over the past few days, you began seeing people wearing t-shirts with those phrases. Man, if only we didn't glorify murderers. Anyway, guys, did you see Jeffrey Dahmer on Netflix? That was really cool. The phrase had been popular as an obscure meme, and now it was really starting to really take off.
Despite the brutal scene the words originated from, people happily walked down the streets, raving about how well the t-shirts were selling at souvenir shops. A clear indication of how disinterested people were in anything other than themselves. Oh, this truly says a lot about our society. That we would just blatantly wear memes on our clothing, on our own person. Disgusting. This truly is a Chaos Head Noah. A reflection of our society. She snorted quietly in a contemptuous display, finishing the last bite of her popsicle. She closed her eyes softly, without losing her stern expression, and she said, "Society." She listened carefully to the noise. An abundance of different sounds billowed in front of the station. The roar of the trains, the blazing horns of the taxis, people walking and talking, the background music from the Jumbotron, and from the inside of the stores, the announcements telling people how to safely ride the escalators. The sounds weren't allowed to end. Before one sound finished, another appeared, creating a multi-layered discord that rung throughout the station. Speaking of a Discord, might I remind you all of my Discord server that's free for anyone to join. If they want to click the link in the description below, you can join my Discord server, and we can chat about whatever you would like. This game, other science adventure novels, general video game stuff, life, anime, whatever you choose. Just remember, when you're going down to join my Discord server in the description, that you also click the subscribe button. I will give you a moment to click all of those links. Alright. Did we click those links? Did you join my Discord server? Free for anyone? Good. I'm glad. Welcome. You subscribed for further streams of Chaos Head Noah with the community of Zero Patch installed? Wow. How brave. In the midst of all the discordant noise, just like the noise of the Discord notifications on my server. In the midst of all this discordant noise, she focused her attention only on the people's voices. Her mind blocked out all other sound, and their words became clear.
結局全部同じ
違
犯人なのかな
うってニュースで言ってたぞ。手口が違いすぎるって。なんかっつうバンドの歌詞と一緒らしいじゃん。ファンタズムな。お前あのバンドの歌詞はこじつけて有名なだけだろ。今時ファンタズム知らないなんてさ。じゃあ CD 貸せよ。くれてるよな。ほらこれ見てくれ。この前から超ゲルのメタル結構来るじゃね。マジで来てるやつ初めて見た。
Fucking skip this. I can't understand what anybody said. A short click of the tongue escaped her mouth. She stopped listening soon after. Damn, I wish I could understand Japanese, she told herself. Fucking where is my English dub, she said, reminding everyone that I would voice an English dub of any fan dub of one of these games for free, if anyone else organized the project and could figure out how to mod voice files into these games. There was nothing of value to be found in any of the noise. After all, noise was simply that. Noise.
この視線の感覚
This feeling of someone's gaze on me. Am I imagining it? Oh my god, she's got the gaze of God on her as well. Once more, she examined her surroundings. She has some sort of supernatural power, or she's got good hearing. We have no idea. We have no idea who this is, really, other than her name. I installed the patch just now. You don't need to. You can just watch my stream. Please. I need the views. For a while now, she had been feeling a repulsive sensation, like cold fingers caressing her spine. The gaze being cast upon her from an unknown entity. One with which she was unable to pinpoint exactly what the source was. A name you can't pronounce? Yeah, her name's Aoi. What do you mean? She pushed herself off the pillar she was leaning against. Then, as if she just remembered something, she stared down at the popsicle stick in her hand. First name? Yeah, her first name's Aoi. I might not know how to say her last name, but that's fine. I don't need to know her on a last name basis. What does her popsicle stick say? Oh, her popsicle stick says you lose. Looks like I lost, huh? Oh, yeah. Gradually growing more and more discontent, she wrinkled her brow and began to walk quickly towards the station. I thought it was going to be a funny joke. Whenever I ate popsicles as a kid, there was always funny jokes written on the popsicle sticks. That sky. Why is it so blue that it makes me want to cry? I don't know, man. What if I Google popsicle stick joke? Let me give you guys an absolute banger. Why did the fish have a bad report card? Because all of his jokes were undersea. Because someone wished for the sky to be blue. I didn't wish for it. No, but I did. This place is your image world, but at the same time, it's mine as well. Hey. The sky. Where is it? Wherever you wish it to be. Is it okay for me to wish it? Okay. Fucking Jesus. The loudest line of dialogue in the game, bro. Fucking good morning. Wake up. Eggs and bakey. Last night's episode of Bloodtoon was awesome. Sierra played a huge part in it. There was a super hot kiss scene. The animation quality was practically movie tier. If you wake up, I'll give you a good morning kissy poo. What am I saying? Stupid. I didn't mean it, dope. Was that another delusion? No, hopefully it was Takumi dead in heaven. Staring out into the space. Sierra was calling me. Plus, she was saying such moe things I could not wake up. Talking me dead in hell, you mean? Well, I mean, to be fair, the sky was blue. I tore the blanket off my body and got up from the sofa with a groan. Hey, how long are you gonna sleep for, you big dum-dum? Hopefully forever. If you keep sleeping, I'm good. It's Syra. What is it, Sarah? Not Sierra. I'm gonna keep calling her Sierra. I don't give a fuck. I'm about to English dub 4 kids name all of these characters. Real quick. Alright? About a Joey and Tristan, all of the characters in this game. And fucking, we're gonna start eating jelly donuts. If you keep on sleeping, I'm gonna bash you with my samurai condenser and wake you up real good. Alright, how do you say it? Sarah? I like the name Sierra. Sarah is how you say it? Okay, Sarah. All these fucking names, bro. The moment I turned off my alarm clock, the voice of Sarah that had been echoing throughout the room disappeared.
Ohayo, Sarah.
Okay, it is Sarah. Okay. The Sarah alarm clock I had was very useful. If you're gonna do Sarah correctly, do the others as well. I do the others correctly. I keep saying fucking Seina's name exactly like you spaced it out, and you keep saying I'm saying it wrong. I don't believe you. I think you're just fucking with me. Is that not how you say it? Always pronounced right? I know that, but apparently I'm pronouncing your last name wrong. If I didn't turn the alarm off, the volume would slowly get louder and louder, and if I still didn't get up, an obnoxious buzzer would ring out. Say it again. Seiya. Aoi Seiya. I wanted it to be Sarah who woke me up in the morning. So I made it a point to wake up and turn it off before the buzzer. It's pronounced kind of like Say-na. Doesn't matter, say it however. I miss in other visual novels where characters have a whole ass scene where they say, "Hi, my name is," and they perfectly enunciate their name, so I don't have to fucking worry about how to pronounce their thing. Like in Danganronpa, whenever they introduce a character, they give them a whole fucking cutscene, and then the character is like, "Hi, my name is," and they say it. And I don't have any trouble. I had only failed to do so once or twice so far. After all, being woken up by Sarah was a great way to start the day.
Waking up was the absolute worst. I played Vidya until dawn, and the couch had been extremely uncomfortable once I actually had gone to sleep. It's Cena without the A. Today was a school day. I skipped a day last week, so my minimum attendance chart was really starting to fall apart. With the chart, I was only slated to go twice this week, but because of that deviation, I was stuck having to go 3 times instead. Damn, it's hard to explain. I mean, it's Sena, right? That's what Wandering said. Sena. I'll remember it now. Say no more is how we'll pronounce her name. I didn't want to go, but it'd be much worse for me if I didn't. This is why you gotta watch more Japanese sub. No. I can't speak Japanese, so I watch English dubs of stuff. Then again, whether or not I graduated made no difference to me, to be honest. Just a moment ago, I've been having a dream with Remy in it. It was a strange dream. One that was terribly wistful, lonesome, and sad. One that felt terribly distant. Would Remy come to school today? I've been thinking about the day before yesterday constantly. I've been thinking about it so often that I even forgot to play ESO. There had been the appearance of Shogun, and the delusion where every person in Shibuya disappeared. But I was barely giving either of those any thought. It just had to have been a delusion of mine. There was no way Shogun could be such an old man. And the idea of people just disappearing from Shibuya or whatever was completely ridiculous. So there was no point worrying about it. Cope. It had been a horribly realistic delusion, sure, but the fact that I'd allowed myself to fall for something so unrealistic so easily, and get all freaked out about it, was just embarrassing. But regardless, above all else, I was thinking about Remy. The girl I had been calling the Demon Girl until only a couple days ago. Ooh. Most of what I'd felt back then was shaky and surreal, as if it were some sort of dream. But I could still vividly remember the sensation of Remy's body embracing my own. If she hadn't done that, I could have gone insane and lost myself completely. Why did she save me? Maybe because we really were friends. I didn't have any memories of us being classmates, let alone since first year, nor did I remember going to the movies with her along with Misumi. But the way she treated me was definitely how you'd treat a real close friend. She even seemed like she'd been close to crying when she held me. At the very least, I didn't think that was an act. It was the first time I'd ever seen a girl care about, let alone cry, over an otaku freak like me. Ugh. When she treated me like that, all of my fears and suspicions were blown away. In fact, it made me feel like I might fall in love with her. I obviously couldn't let myself do that. Confusion invaded every corner of my mind. How was I supposed to act around her from now on? Was she an ally or enemy? Was she the new gen culprit? She saved me, that was an undeniable fact. But it was much a fact that I had seen her standing still as could be at the scene of the crucifixion covered in blood. On my way to school, I stopped by Shoto Park. Remember Yua? Remember cool characters?
After what happened with Yua, I'd put a stop to my habit of eating breakfast there before school. There was no way I could feel even remotely relaxed when I thought that Yua could be watching me from anywhere. And even if I ignored that, if she came up to talk to me, she would start going off about her irritating, delusional bullshit all over again. I didn't want anything to do with a girl like her. And by the way, that is a very offensive term to refer to someone that's schizophrenic. I wish visual novels had a page in settings where someone just pronounces the names. That would be cool. Or the over-the-top introduction segment. Who's Yua again? Some blonde chick with glasses who played that she liked us, and then accused us of being the new gen murderer. But we don't really know, because it didn't really elaborate on that. And accused us of having, like, psychic powers. Then we never fucking heard from her again. It's been, like, 10 hours. I didn't want anything to do with a girl like her. Yua was Remy's underling. Sure, my original guess may have been incorrect, but that didn't mean Yua wasn't my enemy. It was still possible that Shogun was the boss of the whole thing, and Yuya was one of his underlings. I don't think she appeared in this stream. She was at the very beginning of the stream-ish, kind of. And she just went, huh. And then she kind of told the reader that Takumi has dissociative identity disorder. And then she went, man, that's tough, kid. And then we never saw her again. Either way, I knew I'd be better off staying as far away from her as I could. Yet, I found myself coming here today for some reason. I examined my surroundings carefully to make sure I couldn't see Yua anywhere, and once I knew the coast was clear, I slowly sat down on my usual bench. I like that the camera panned, like, not even an inch to be him observing his surroundings. I examined my surroundings closely. Okay, we're good. I took a bite of the chocolate bread I just bought from the convenience store and looked out at the pond. Every time I hear about like Japanese desserts, I always think it's funny how much less sugar they have, and just the base is so much like less sugary than American candies. Because he's like, I took a bite of chocolate bread. Fucking bread. That's chocolate flavored. You mean your fucking chocolate cupcake that's stuffed with vanilla cream? Let's be real here. That's chocolate bread. Yeah, it's just like a lighter brownie. It's not even a full brownie. Where's the sugar? Where's the fat? I don't see any arteries being ruined here. There was next to no wind, and the surface of the water was calm and serene. I could occasionally see the shadows of carp-esque fish gliding through the murky water. I do want to buy some Japanese snacks and desserts though. That would be fun. The last ones I bought were I think Pocky was the last one I bought. The park was unusually empty today. It was a very quiet spot. As my gaze wandered across the park, I couldn't help but think of Remy. To be honest, I'd been dreading going to school today. I knew I'd have to face her if I did. That was the real reason I was stalling. I felt like I'd said a lot of awful things to her. Yet the smile on her face never faltered, and she always treated me like I was a close friend. And I was sure that when I went to school today, she would keep on doing that as if nothing happened. She'd smile and talk to me like we were friends, pretending that she didn't even care at all about what happened in front of the 107. It was hard to put into words, but I felt a little annoyed by her constant cheerfulness. Yet at the same time, I also ended up feeling more cheerful myself when I was with her. When? What? I wasn't sure how to act once I did run into her. It was true I didn't think she was a demon anymore, but honestly I didn't think of her as friend either. Misumi said that she and I had been really close classmates for the past year, but I didn't remember anything like that at all. Maybe it really was because of the person controlling me. But making my memories of Remy and only Remy disappear with pinpoint accuracy like that, no way that's possible. Upon entering the school building, I lowered my head even further towards the ground. As was my usual MO, I kept close to the wall and walked slowly towards the staircase. My class was on the 3rd floor. Getting up there was a pretty big hassle. They could use an escalator or something. When I reached the foot of the staircase, I spotted a girl climbing unsteadily up the stairs. She was dragging her right leg a little as she walked. Maybe she twisted it. Her petite body swayed from side to side. She looked extremely unstable. As other students passed by her one after another, the girl slowly continued to climb, exactly one step at a time. Watching her from below, I'd be able to see her panties any second now. Shit, if I kept this up, I'd be labeled a pervert. Last thing I needed was to go in front of a mirror and see myself as Bill Clinton or some shit. With that in mind, I stepped onto the stairs in order to pass the girl. But right when I did... The girl caught the tip of her shoe on one of the steps and staggered. And she fell down so hard you could almost feel the crash sound effect. Fortunately, she ended up falling on the landing, so she hadn't fallen down the entire stairs. She was still down on her knees from the pain, though, and was staying still. Could this be a flag? Yeah, no way. Even if it was, calling out to her or anything even remotely similar would be impossible for me. So I slipped past... Oh my god. He's such a dick. I hate him so much. Sorry, but you should get some womanizer who's actually into 3D girls to help you. You shouldn't rely on me. The girl was staying curled up on the ground so motionlessly, I started to get a little worried. I was halfway up the stairs when I slowly turned back around to check on her. Okay. The girl was gripping on the railing and trying her absolute hardest to stand back up. Her knees were trembling. She looked like a newborn fawn or something. Her knee was oozing blood. Maybe she scraped it. Her face, I'd seen it before. Wasn't she the girl who transferred into my class last week? What was her name again? I couldn't remember. I also just feel like... Can you imagine the fucking smell of Takumi? I just feel like he just absolutely reeks, man. I just really do. Oh, wow. She was crying. No shit. She fell down the stairs and busted up her leg, and she weighs like 5 pounds. Did it hurt that badly? The fall had definitely been pretty bad, but not bad enough she'd cry from it. There was nobody else willing to lend her a hand. Just help her! Oh my god! After barely managing to stand up, she bent forward and peered down at her knee. She must have been checking to see if she'd hurt it. The transfer student wiped away her tears, set her bag down, and started rummaging around. What was she looking for, I wondered. Suddenly, she raised her hand above her head in a triumphant manner. Clasped in her hand was a band-aid. Our eyes met. The transfer student went red in surprise soon after and hung her head. Regardless, she looked like she was okay, so I was sure she'd be fine without me. Thinking that, I hurriedly made my way to class. Alright. Some of you guys like this dude. I genuinely don't know how the fuck they're gonna turn this around, man. Ugh, fuck. This is so hard to read, man. He sucks. As per usual, I kept my head down and fixed my gaze on my toes. While remaining silent, I took my seat. I sat down. I remembered the transfer student had said something to me on the day she transferred. I'm so happy we're in the same class or something. I don't know. I forgot about it. I wonder what she meant.
Yo, Daku.
Daku. According to routine, Masumi called out to me. Maybe he didn't have any other friends besides me. He'd always talk to me and no one else. So I was starting to genuinely suspect that. Listen up. Yesterday, I saw these two sketchy old dudes go into the principal's office. I saw that. Remy and I both went straight to try and eavesdrop on them. And we were totally shocked by what we heard. The two guys were detectives. Detectives? They were going over the whole school roster. They looked serious. Maybe it has something to do with New Gen. Maybe the true New Gen culprit was someone at the school. I couldn't help it, but a face popped into my mind. Remy. Well, they did end up catching us when we were eavesdropping, though. I jumped. Speak of the devil, Jesus Christ! Felt my heart rate leap when I heard her voice. I couldn't look up, I was too nervous. But this was a completely different kind of nervousness than last week's. So where was she in the first, half of the game so far? Just chilling? Just being ignored? That's because you decided it'd be a great idea to go and open the door. It's your fault. Come on, I couldn't help it. I'd never seen a real detective before, so I was a little excited. Then I just kind of did it. How the hell did you just kind of open a door? Thanks to you, we had to get questioned by those two dicks too. What's wrong? Got something you don't want the big, scary Mr. Detective to hear? Don't you? Gee, I wonder. They were having a conversation with my desk sandwiched in between. They were completely ignoring my existence. Casual. Very easy to do. But to be honest, I was grateful for that. Even if Remy did talk to me, I didn't have any faith I'd be able to say anything back. I was hoping that the bell would ring before they got the chance to say anything to me. But when I glanced at the clock, I saw that there was still about 5 minutes left until class was over. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Did you see Koze on the way here? Koze? Who? Oh, I figured you probably wouldn't remember because it's you and all. But you really don't, huh? Isn't he the dead dude? Oh wait, no. The transfer student, Orihara Koze. Oh, so that was her name. I saw her on the stairs. I left her after she tripped down them all. The stairs. I saw her. So? Looks like I'll be right back. Look at Misumi. His voice gave off an aura of intense enthusiasm. I hadn't seen him in this energetic since a few days ago when he found out that Fez was from the class next door. In other words, I'd never seen him give his all for anything except girls. God, I wish we could play as him. Which reminded me that last week, Misumi had already gone to hit on the transfer student the moment she'd arrived. You're incorrigible. You got a girlfriend and everything. I hope you're proud. I'm proud of him. Hey, she's seriously cute, don't you think? He asked me something I had trouble answering. I moved my head down ambiguously, which he took as a yes. Right? I fell for her at first sight. All I wanted to do was protect her. All the boys agree. Every one of them says she's cute. The girls, on the other hand, can't stand her. She's got a real low reputation with them. Which is crazy, since she only just transferred. Despite that, though, they're all super quick to call her annoying or whatever. Class got way too many girls with shit personalities. Isn't that all kind of your fault? I mean, isn't the main person who's calling her annoying your girlfriend? Yeah, I guess. What's your point? He obviously doesn't care about her. My point is that of course she'd find her annoying. Any girl would be like that if they saw their boyfriend hitting on another girl in front of them. Even I get into fights with her a whole bunch. She'll say stuff like, "Stay away from Daisuke." She's far from the only girl who's told me that. Serious? You don't even know? Would it kill you to do even a little self-reflection? It's way too tough out here for a popular dude. There it is. My fault for expecting anything different from you. The enemy of all women. I'm not gonna cover for you anymore, got that? Oh hey, she's here. Wait, doesn't she look kinda hurt? You're right. I wonder what happened. She got hurt back when I saw her on the stairs. I obviously wasn't going to tell them that, though. I was trying to avoid talking to her Remy in any way possible. I'm going to go check up on her real quick. He ran up to where the transfer student was. Thanks to that, Remy was the only one standing close to my desk. Misumi, please don't go. Don't help the little girl. Help me not be alone at my desk. Ruby didn't say anything, but she didn't move away either. Considering the fact I was hunched over on my desk so far I could nearly sink my teeth into it, I couldn't see her expression. All I could see was her waist, but if that were true, then that would mean she had to be facing me. In other words, she was looking at me. You got be all neutral? No. I should work up some courage and act natural. There you go. Morning. Alright, first contact went well. But when I started to feel relieved, she tilted her head to the side with a frown. Hey, why are you talking to me all weird like that? Weird.
先畑さんなんて
Yeah, like with
なんか
Sakihara
他人行儀
san. It feels formal, you know?
今までみたいに呼んで
Just
よ
talk to me like you normally do. Like I normally did? I didn't even know what that was.
じゃあリミ
Okay, Remy.
おなんだいタク
Yeah, what's up, Taku?
いや特に
I like that
何
his
もない
name sounds like Taco. Taco-kun. Nothing much.
じゃあ私から一言
Alright, well, I've got something to tell you. She cleared her throat, looking around the room, and then brought her face close to mine.
タクは大地みたいになっ
Don't
ちゃダ
go
メ
and
だよ
become like Daichin, alright?
ああいう女
A
たらし
playboy like him
い
is
つか
bound
ひ
to
どい
get
目
hurt
に遭う
real
に決まって
badly
るから
someday.
うん
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
肝
Well,
に
first of
銘
all,
じておくよ
fucking Taco over here can't even talk to a woman, so I doubt he's gonna become able to talk to multiple at once at some point. Wouldn't worry about it.
うんうんタク
Cool.
のそういう素直な
I really like how honest you are, Taco. She liked something about me, huh? Must be brain damage. In other words, from her POV, I was the honest, neutral character archetype? I don't think so.
そもそも私大地のことで一つだけどう
For
しても許
starters,
せないこと
there's just
がある
one thing about Daichin that I absolutely can't stand. First of all, Daichin has fucking taken 2 steps away from the desk and she's already ready to talk shit about him. This is Takami's fucking delusion. Is that Remy, while she might not be a demon, is she's a gossiping little bitch. She's like, bro, I can't stand Misumi. And Misumi comes back around and she's like, oh my god, bestie. Wow.
あれだけあちこちの女子に
He talks to all these girls left and
私
right,
には全く見向き
but he
も
won't
し
even
ない
so much as
ってこと
look at me.
ひどいと思わない
Isn't that so awful? Man, even in his, he's out here getting cucked in his delusions. Wild.
Eh?
You want him to hit on you?
口説かれたいの
I guess that wasn't surprising. He's a total alpha in terms of looks. And he was fun to talk to. If you stuck him with a penalty for being a playboy, he'd still probably be the type any girl would like to go out with. Despite what I'd thought she was talking about, she frowned and shook her head.
タク冗談きついよ
That's a real mean joke.
大地に口説かれる
I get these real nasty
想像
chills
しただ
all
けで
over just
鳥肌
thinking about him hitting on me. She wrapped her arms around herself and made a big show out of pretending to shiver.
私はノー
That's
サ
a
ンキュー
no from me, dog.
でもなんて言うのかな
How do I put this? It's not like I don't have some pride as a girl. Yeah?
ねえタクから見て
What do you think about me? Am I attractive? Ooh. You're asking me something that's real hard to answer. No, it's a yes or no question. And even if you think the answer is no, you say yes anyway just to not insult somebody. Imagine if someone was like, hey, do you think I look cute? And you just went, no. Like, unless you were real close friends with somebody, not saying yes is a real dick answer. You're just like, yeah, you look nice. Unless the person's like all raw and is like, are you sexually attracted to me? Then you can be like, no, sorry. But someone's just like, hey, do you think I look attractive? You just say yes. You just be nice. Say yeah. And then you go about your day.
どうどう
Well, am I? It didn't help her eyes were twinkling, and she was clearly bursting with anticipation. That's, well, of course I thought she was attractive, but it takes a lot of courage to say it out loud. No!
認めたくないものだな。
No one likes to admit to it, though.
若さゆえの過ちというも
To
の
mistakes made because of youth. Sorry, what? A quotation from an extremely popular mecha anime series, often followed up with various lines about youth, such as "That's what it is to be young." What's that from? I searched "That's what it is to be young." No, I got nothing. Okay. Ugh.
引っかかった。
Gotcha. She smiled triumphantly. Was she actually an otaku? There was no way. I smiled in bitter defeat. But even though the conversation was normal, I found myself having a lot of fun. Up until now, I'd almost never had this kind of conversation with a gorilla before. I didn't know why, but I felt like we clicked pretty well. Which is why I was able to say what came next so naturally.
リミは魅力的だよ
No doubt about it. You're attractive, Remy. What? What? Remy exaggeratedly threw her head backwards and her face instantly turned a beet red. And she went, "Wah!"
面と向かって言われると。
When you say it to my face like that, I can't help but blush.
でも、
But
ありがとう。
thanks.
タコにそう
It
言っ
makes
て
me
もらえ
really
ると
happy to hear you
すごく
say that,
嬉しい。
Taco Bell
大地
Grande.
に口説かれるより、一
Like
億
100
兆倍
million
嬉しい。
trillion times happier than I would be if Daichin hit on me.
1億兆なんて桁はないけ
There's
ど
no such thing as 100 million trillion, though.
なんとなくニュアンスで分かってよ。それだけ好き
I bet you that scales to something.
ってこと。
Let's Google it as well. Yeah, it's just some big ass number with like fucking whatever you call it. To the powers of or whatever. You get the idea. It just tells you how big the happiness scale is. Man. Yeah, even in his incel fantasy, he's correcting a woman. What a bitch. So that's what it is to be young. If only I could have that kind of conversation. Every day of my life would be fun and fulfilling, and how I saw the world would change. But at the end of the day, that was just an illusion. What's the difference between that and delusion? The me in reality couldn't even make eye contact with Remy. I just kept my head down, didn't move, and stayed silent. Great. Wouldn't want you to make any progression. I despised my own cowardice. And so I was hit with a fierce wave of depression. GG.
タク
Remy, who had been silent the entire time, finally called out to me, albeit hesitantly. But I couldn't respond due to how sudden it was. To her, it probably felt like I was ignoring her. In my head, I knew I couldn't keep acting like this, but in the end, I couldn't get myself to say anything.
大丈夫
You okay? This time I nodded. It probably made me look pretty suspicious.
そう
Okay,
だったらいいんだ
glad to hear it. Her voice was gentle. I could hardly believe it, but she seemed like she was going to continue being patient with me, even though I was being silent. Are you okay? Was what she said. I felt a sudden urge to ask her something. I wanted to ask, Back when we met in front of the 107, what did it look like to you? Shouldn't you first ask, what were you doing in the fucking alleyway where I hallucinated seeing you, like, stabbing some dude? Can you just clear that shit up for me, bruh? Why did I see you in this alleyway? That was weird, right, cuz? Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Let's just clear that up. The fact that she hadn't mentioned anything in particular, it seemed like she didn't know about the people temporarily disappearing from the streets of Shibuya, nor anything about the wheelchair-bound Shogun. Which would probably mean it'd just been one of my delusions after all. That's why I wanted to ask her. But I didn't think I'd be able to look up and do so after all this time. Either way, I couldn't do it today. I couldn't even prepare myself to ask her. So next time. I'd ask her the very next time I came to school. Yeah. I should probably organize the questions I wanted to ask before then. Huh? Look, Taku. Orihara's coming this way. The transfer? Why was she coming over here? Was she gonna come down on me for not helping her on the stairs earlier? She didn't seem like the type of person to do that. God, I hope she just comes over here and just fucking wallops him across the face. Maybe she wasn't coming up to me, but she actually wanted Remy for something. Or she's just flirting with Sumi again. The transfer student came up to Remy and stopped. She didn't say anything, what the hell? As long as Remy was here, I couldn't raise my head. Bro, Takumi judging this girl for coming up and not saying anything when Takumi barely can fucking fumble any spaghetti out of his pockets to have a normal conversation? He's like, oh, why is this bitch not talking? Bro, if she did, you'd fucking panic on the spot and shit yourself. The transfer student's toes were fidgeting, but she still didn't try to say anything. What does that mean? Orihara, what's wrong? For some reason, the new student timidly then placed a single bandage on the edge of my desk. It was a fancy one, with a picture of that weird character, the Froggy, emblazoned on it. Huh? Was she giving it to me? She was giving it to me as a reminder. I know what you saw. Don't tell anyone, or you're gonna need more than this. How do I react? This girl's kind of weird. Orihara-san, don't cry. The level of, like, awkwardness between these two is making me physically cringe in on myself. I can't keep going. They're both just staring at each other going... Was she crying? Why was she crying? Was it because I didn't say anything? But the transfer student hadn't said anything to me either. I don't think Taku's mad or anything. Remy swooped in to cover for me. Come to think of it, that was a little bit odd. That you just sat there fucking with your thumb up your ass when she tried to talk, when she was like giving you something? Instead of being like, thanks, how are you feeling? Anything? Ah! I didn't know next to anything about Remy, and yet she knew a lot about me. He just doesn't look people in the eye all that often. He's an introvert like that. So there's no need to be all shaky and nervous, okay? Are you giving me a band-aid too? Thanks. With that, the transferred student bowed her head deeply to Remy, and then she sped her way back to her seat, almost like she was running away or something. Yeah, that's so weird, Takumi. You've never done something like that. You twat. I have no idea what just happened, but I think you should probably take the band-aid.
その絆創膏をもらってあげる
Why
べ
had
き
she
だと
given
思
it
う
to me?
梢ちゃん無口だ
Girl
よ
of
な
few words, ain't she? I got the feeling Masumi had come back.
転校初日に俺が校内を案内した
I
んだけ
gave
ど
her a tour of school on the first day.
うわ
Wow.
早くも手
You
出
were real
した
quick to get your hands on her.
まだ出してねえっつうの
Hey, I haven't done anything yet.
んで
Anyway, on that tour we spent about an hour, give or take, running all over the place. And I was the only person talking the whole time.
延々と喋り続けたよ
As you can imagine, I got worn
あの
out.
時はさすがにじーっと疲れたぜしかも
Oh yeah, she's pretty quick to cry, too.
そうそう
Yeah, she
今も
really is.
急に泣き出
She
した
started
から
crying out of
何が
nowhere
起き
just
た
a
かと
second
思
ago.
ってあたふたしちゃった
So I got all freaked out trying to figure out what the heck even happened.
そんだけピュアなんだよ
This goes out to show how innocent she is.
なたく
Hey,
お
Taku.
前ならわかるだろ
You get it, don't you?
梢ちゃんの仕草
You know how
一つ
cute
一つ
everything
の
she
可愛
does
さ
is,
っての
don't
が
you?
よお前流に言うなら
If I were to put it in
萌え
neat
っ
speak,
てやつだ
she's so moe as all hell.
なんだクソでも我慢してん
What's
だ
up? You need to take a shit? I shook my head from side to side.
たくさっきからちっとも
You
喋って
haven't
く
said
れ
a
ない
word
か
for like a real long time now. That's because you're here. I wasn't ready for that. I had never talked to a friend who was also a girl. Can't, bro. I can't. Then again, I had never had a single female friend before, not throughout my entire life.
でもさ今
When I tried to
折原
talk with
さんと話
Orihara,
して
I was
み
hit
て
with this
なんとなく思った
feeling.
んだけど彼女と話してる
I
と
just couldn't help but think
なんだか
it kind of wore me out, I
疲れちゃい
guess.
そうかもなんて
女子ってのは
Girls really are ruthless towards their own gender, huh? And then again, I'll be the one to
梢
protect
ちゃん
her,
は
so it
俺が
doesn't
守るか
matter.
らいいけどな
ほんの数十秒前に
Come on.
大地
Didn't you say less than a minute ago that hanging around her wore you out too?
うっせ
Shut it.
梢ちゃんはタクと同じ
She gives off the
匂い
same
が
vibes as Taku.
ほっとくれ
Makes me want to not leave him alone if I can help it, you know?
それはわかる
I
かも
guess I sort of understand that. Probably gotta get reaching and wrapping up point here soon. The sound of the bell told me that all the classes were done for the day. The second it went off, I packed up my things and got up from my desk and left. I couldn't stand the subtle distance I felt between me and Remy for a second longer, so I wanted to get out of the classroom ASAP. Besides, I also had to stop by Manga Drake today. In the end, I hadn't been able to say a single word to Remy. I'd had several chances to talk to her, like this morning. I'd kept my mouth locked shut the entire time. I might have screwed up by doing that. It would make it even more difficult to talk to her next time. I was sinking deeper and deeper into the thick swamp that was trying to figure out how the hell to act around Remy. Like a normal human being, my dude. Big bro! Just as I was about to leave the school building, I was hit with the voice of a certain irritating person. Nami came running up to me, holding a trash can in her hands. She must have been in the middle of taking it out. Unfortunately for me, that bitch spotted me. I tried to ignore her and speed my way out of here, but just like usual, Nanami refused to let that happen. The hem of my uniform was pulled from behind.
妹見て逃げるなって何度言えばわかる
What is this music? How many times do I have to tell you not to run away?
なんだ
What do
よ
you want?
なんだよじゃないわ
Don't give me that.
お兄が逃げるから
Don't you realize I have to chase after you whenever you run away? It's kind of annoying. Okay, then don't chase after me.
あ
You haven't been calling home at all, which is nothing new, but whatever. I've already given up on trying to get you to do it. I doubt you ever will. Hey, she actually understood me for once. Then again, I didn't know how she wouldn't, being my sister and all. Even though I had no need in the slightest for 3D one. So that's why I'm gonna have to keep coming to your room every now and then to check up on you. You should be grateful. You should be grateful. Thanks. She also sold me toy guns. Damn it, of course it'd come to this. If only I could somehow be freed from the curse of my obnoxious little sister. Hell, even if it never happened, I at least deserved some form of compensation for putting up with her. I thought about that daily. That was it. This was a chance to put my plan from earlier into action. If I was lucky, it might even work as a modest form of revenge. I checked my surroundings, then I started walking toward the courtyard, signaling for her to follow me. What is it? Just come with me. Why? What's going on? She was so unbelievably annoying. Was she incapable of following or something? What a fucking idiot. Not me. I have an important favor to ask you. A favor from you? Her eyes went wide. It doesn't happen often. He never asked me to do stuff. Just shut up and follow me. Wait! There were many people in the courtyard. During lunchtime, the place was always crowded with students eating lunch. But the only people who'd bother coming here after school were from the gardening club or whatever. Okay, so what's the favor? I just realized, did we lose wandering? Did you fall asleep? Nanami lowered the trash can she was carrying to the ground, then gave a big grin as she puffed out her chest. I got one condition. You gotta treat me to McD's after. As long as you do that, I'll do whatever you want, even though I don't really wanna. Every goddamn little thing she did pissed me off. I couldn't believe she actually wanted me to pay her back for this. Didn't help that I'd already treated her to McD's before, too. Forget it. Fine, I'll treat you. Huh, wow, you're like a totally different person today. Well, yeah, because I was lying. Sus for being a liar, lol. With that, I handed Nanami my cell phone. I then asked her to call the prank caller whose number was stored in my call history. You want me to call a number off your history? Who are they? Someone I know from online. Nanami was tilting her head with a suspicious expression on her face. So I quickly told a lie that would seem plausible to her. So, why am I doing it? You'll know if you call them. You're not plotting something, are you? Oh my god, shut the fuck up! All you have to do is just shut up and do as I say. If you can't even do that, then just go home. I have no use for you. Fine, I won't ask you to do it. I went back to snatch the cell phone, but Nanami pulled her hand back, evading me. Alright, I'll call him. That's all I have to do, right? You're really selfish, you know. This is gonna end poorly. Yeah, you should talk. Choking back my anger, I watched with bated breath as Nanami dialed the number. Blissfully unaware, she put the cell phone to her ear and waited for them to answer. I noticed that on the hand she was holding the cell phone, she was wearing a yellow bangle. That was the one I'd given her, wasn't it? Then again, it was more something she just decided to appropriate rather than me actually giving it to her. She even wore it when she went to school. Did she like it that much? Even though it was just some cheap-ass bangle I'd gotten for free? She really did have no taste at all. Not that I could really speak for anyone else, though. This didn't matter. Anyway, who's gonna answer the phone? Would it be some scary DQN piece of garbage? Best case scenario, it would be a prank and have nothing to do with Shogun or Yua.
あ、もしもし
Hello? Someone must have picked up. So Nanami called out as she covered the receiver with her hand. Only to raise her eyebrows soon after. She then thrust the phone back in my direction.
おに
Big bro?
なんだ
What?
なんだじゃないよ。現在使われてません。
Don't give me what? It's saying the number is not in use right now.
Eh?
Huh? I snatched the phone from her and put it to my ear. And what I heard was...
おかけになった電話番号は現在使われておりません。番号をご確認の上、もう一度おかけ直し
You've reached a number that's been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you've reached this recording in error, please check... I feel like that's such a common thing, too. Can we find that, like, voice recording?
The number you have dialed is temporarily out of service. Please try your call again later.
Is that it? I don't feel like that's it.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and try your call again. We're sorry.
There we go, I found the message. I don't know if you guys can really hear it, but... She was right. I guess that meant it really had been a prank, huh? It was a prank where you called a bunch of random numbers simultaneously over a couple days, and when the prank was over, both the number and the phone were destroyed, or something like that. Either way, it's a pretty large-scale prank. How is it large-scale? You don't know anyone else who's experienced this. Didn't matter. I knew now that the mysterious call had been nothing more than a prank, and nothing else mattered.
ねえ、一体何なの
Okay, so what the heck was that?
もう
I don't need you
お
anymore.
前用なし
Leaving Nanami standing there, I walked off. It didn't take long for her to start to chase after me.
どういうことか説明してよ。
Wait just a second. What was that about? Just shut up.
お前掃除中だろ
You were taking out the trash, weren't you?
ゴミ箱置きっぱなしだぞ
You left the trash over there. Oh, right.
でも説明聞いてないもん。
But you still haven't told me what's going on.
僕は帰る
I'm going home. Without dealing with Nanami, I walked quickly to the school gate with her right on my tail.
おに、じゃあマクディおごる約束だからね。
Fine.
ちゃんと覚えておい
Just
てよ。
remember you promised to treat me to McD's. You better not forget.
知るか
Like I care.
ちょっと、嘘つ
Hey,
いたの
did you lie to me?
まあな
Maybe.
うふ
She stopped dead in her tracks, looking upset. But I kept on moving.
おにのバカ
You're a big jerk. She yelled out in a voice loud enough to echo throughout the area. Fed up with her, I went to turn around and saw her glaring at me with her hands on her hips.
おになんて、携帯の電磁波の影響で脳みそスカスカにされて
A big jerk like you should get their brain shriveled up by cell phone radiation and die. Shit. Thanks to Nanami's screeching, more eyes were looking our way. Even though I made it a point to stand out as little as possible at school. My sister was the most obnoxious shithead of all time. Not giving a damn about what she said, I ran. Coward. It was best to retreat in times like this. Nami's voice could still be heard even after I passed the school gate, making me feel completely and utterly drained. What's up with this place? Why is this place like cracked? Looks like there's little eggs in it. And there's the dog cafe. Higashi was one of my favorite artists. They were ultra famous, and their fans would always form long lines at every one of their events. I had heard that the new Bloodtoon Dojin had come out this summer, had sold out in no time flat. I wanted to go too, but all the events where it was being sold at had been way too crowded, to the point where it would have been too much for me. Because of that, I found myself tearfully giving up. It had been naive of me to think that Manga Drake would be safe just because they'd had consignment sales. There had indeed been some consignment sales, but they'd been annihilated in practically an instant. On various online auctions, the previous price was set to tens of thousands of yen. All scalpers should die in a fire. I'll give them that one, yeah. Regardless, with all that in mind, I just thought it was probably impossible to get my hands on it. However, just yesterday, while I had been surfing @channel, I just so happened to see the new issue had been recently restocked at Manga Drake, which is why I'd headed for it immediately. God grant me a miracle. Speaking of, I feel like I should check to see if the Fire Emblem Engage Special Edition ever went back in stock. Oh shit, it is back in stock. Man. Do I spend $120 on just a steel box, though? Because I already own the regular edition of the game. That's probably not worth. Because if I sold the regular edition game back to GameStop, I'd probably get like fucking $5. Because I did end up buying, like, I bought the standard edition of Metroid Dread, and then later I went back and bought the collector's edition of Metroid Dread. But the difference was the collector's of Metroid Dread was only, like $100. Not like 120 plus tax. Maybe I'll buy it, though. I really did like Fire Emblem Engage. Maybe I wouldn't mind buying it twice. Maybe I can find someone other than GameStop to sell the standard edition to. I wonder if I put it on eBay for like $30 if someone would want it. I don't know. I prayed to the heavens in front of the store and went inside. I scanned the Dojin section with my eyes as wide as dinner plates. I went back and forth down the aisle, searching over and over again to make sure I didn't miss anything. But I couldn't find it. QQ. Was it already sold out? I casually observed the cashier. It was a girl. She wasn't very cute, but she did seem friendly. Oh, well, she's not cute, so we better not talk to her. She has no value as a person anymore. I'd never even once used the hyper-advanced technique known as asking the clerk about whether or not they had a certain item in stock. Am I the only one that does this at stores? When I like go to a store and I want something and I know what I want, and if someone comes up to me and is like, "Hey, can I help you today?" I just go, "Yeah, I want X." Am I the only one that does this? Is that really a hyper advanced technique? I gotta do that at any store I go to. If I'm actually there to buy something. If I'm just if I'm just like checking stuff out, then yeah, I'll just say, "Yeah, I'm just looking, thanks." But if I'm like going to the store, like as I just talked, listing that sold went for $47. Oh, nice. Yeah, then I could sell a standard edition for like 30. I'll do it sometimes. Yeah. Like if I like we were talking about Fire Emblem right now. If I went to the store and like someone came up to me and I knew I was going to the store to buy Fire Emblem, and they came up to me and were like, "Hey, what are you looking for today?" I'd be like, "I'm looking for Fire Emblem." My dad doesn't like doing it. Boomer. I just say, yeah. Or I'll just walk up and be like, "Yeah, I want X." Because sometimes it works out where people stop pestering you and they alert everyone in the store like, "Hey, that guy's looking for something where we don't know where the fuck it is." And then everyone ignores you. And you gotta do it yourself, which is fine. Undefined Cubeyes eBay? Well, I don't have one, so I'd have to make one. I like the experience of looking for games in the shelves. Well, usually after, they get me whatever they're looking for, I just have them keep it at the counter. And then I look at the games. Like, I'll window shop after. But, like, I'll have them get the thing that I'm looking for, so then I can spend time looking for random shit. Is usually what I do. Like, the person would grab Fire Emblem or whatever, and then be like, "Alright. Do you need anything else?" I'd be like, "No, you can just get that ready to ring up for me. I'm gonna check some other stuff out." And then they're usually like, "Okay, I'm gonna stop bothering you." The reason, of course, being that I didn't have the courage to do so. Not only that, but the title of Higashi's new book was Seira-tan's Cosplay Gone Wild. So yeah, asking about it was completely and utterly impossible. Alright, I'll give him that one. I don't think I would have the balls to be like, "Hey, I'm looking for a fucking porn magazine." This is something I would probably have to buy online. I don't think I could do that. Granted, I don't think I would buy, like, IRL porn, but still. Excuse me, miss. Do you have a copy of Higashi's Cosplayer Gone Wild? If I asked a female clerk something like that, I'd no doubt be labeled a pervert, and I knew that for a fact. Thank you very much. I'll give him that one. Credit where it's due. I've been talking shit about this man for like the past 10 hours. I'll give him that one. In the end, I simply gave up on asking the clerk anything and exited the store. Guess I'll go home. Maybe I should go to the cafe. Flipping between the two as I walked, a sword I had seen before flashed past the edge of my vision. It was a sword with a distinctive two-pronged blade, the one that Girl B, the girl who called herself Seira. Right? Seina, had been carrying around the city. In the crowded center Gaia, the tip of the sword jutted above the heads of people walking down the street. As it got closer, I hurriedly took refuge in a nearby cafe. When I peered out from the shadows, it didn't take long for Seina herself to appear, the sword resting on her shoulder. Wearing an expression that was as terrifying as ever, she walked quickly toward the station. She didn't seem to have noticed me. But even then, after having experienced the humiliation play that was lugging around a sword just like hers, the bold way she walked around without a care in the world impressed me. Was she not embarrassed to hold a huge sword like that? Why, it looks cool. I wouldn't be embarrassed. Especially if it was made of, like, real metal. I mean, she had to have been questioned by a police officer at least once. No way she hadn't. As I pondered that, her figure got further and further away. Did they sell badass D-swords like the one she has, I wonder? The one I'd gotten a hold of didn't glow, nor did it have a badass shape, so I wasn't satisfied. In comparison to the sword Senya was carrying, mine was far less impressive in terms of design. The entire reason behind me getting a D-sword was to use it as a protective charm. Back at the Scramble Crossing, I'd been trembling in fear and wished for something I could rely on. After Remy showed up, I'd become slightly more stable, but the situation surrounding me was not getting any better. I still had a lot of enemies, such as Shogun and Yuya. That was the reason I wanted to get my hands on a D-sword that looked way stronger than the one I had. Of course, there was also the collector's spirit found in every otaku. As if drawn to her sword, I'd been staggering over towards the Scramble Crossing without realizing it. Oh my god, I bit my lip. I didn't want to be out in front of the station. I would reluctantly go to Center Guy or school or whatever because I had things I had to do there. But if I could help it, I preferred not going anywhere near them. Having a crowd of total strangers standing around me made me feel as if any escape route had been stolen, and just the illusion of that made it hard to breathe. Unsurprisingly, the area in front of the station was infested with people. I was starting to feel more and more sick, so I opted to look at the ground to try and hold back the nausea. What a weeb. Because of that, the next time I looked up, I realized I'd lost sight of the sword. It looked like they'd been walking towards the Hachiko statue, but... Ah, people! This girl looks like so... normally drawn. What? That's so weird. Usually background characters are not drawn with any detail. Usually have, like, no face. Something, like, horrifying like this. These PS2 models. Yeah, straight ripped from Jet Set Radio. The sea of people rushed into the intersection from various directions. It became chaotic. A whole host of people walking every which way, and they did it all without even so much as bumping into each other. When I saw something like that, I realized how unrealistic the empty Scramble Crossing I'd seen in my delusion the other day was. There probably wasn't even a single second in the entire year where no one was in this place. What was I even trying to accomplish by chasing after Senya in the first place? I hadn't even been able to ask the friendly Manga Drake employee whether they had something in stock, so how exactly was I supposed to talk to someone who looked unfriendly and scary, like Senya? Besides, she might have been an enemy. I didn't know what she'd do to me if I carelessly followed her around without any form of protection. What was wrong with me? I should just go home. I decided on that, right when I was about to turn around. I noticed a white chain lying down on the street. I couldn't see the end of it because it was concealed by the legs of various pedestrians, but it seemed to be stretching from where I was standing all the way to the other side. What the hell? It was a ridiculously long chain. Was it for construction or something? Was it like tied to this woman's foot? What's happening here? But there was no evidence of construction going anywhere. I couldn't believe they'd left a chain lying around like this. Was this a location they were shooting at for a TV or a movie show? I just mixed those words up. No, they wouldn't be filming at a time as crowded as this. Turns out if you read for 10 hours, you just start to kind of like the words just kind of fall out. Okay, then did someone throw it away? A chain this long? It'd already be hard enough just to bring it this far out here. Regardless, it was definitely going to get in the way of people in cars. Tilting my head in confusion, I examined my surroundings to see how many people were around. See how people around me were reacting to it. I thought it would be dangerous if somebody caught their leg on it, but not a single person was paying attention to it. I rubbed my eyes and tried looking at it one more time, thinking that it might be an optical illusion or something, but the chain was still there. I didn't have the courage to touch it, though. It creeped me out. It is a... What? Bro, what? It wasn't a cheap-looking plastic one. It was an extremely sturdy-looking iron chain. How long had this thing been left sitting here? Okay, so it's not tied to that woman's foot. If these were normal circumstances, I'd think it was some kind of trap. Like the least enthusiastic breadcrumb trail of all time. After which, I would have run away in fear, suspecting that something terrifying was waiting for me. But now, for whatever reason, I couldn't help but wonder where it led. My mind was overtaken by a compulsive obsession that told me I had to follow this. I crossed the crossing before the light turned red, bumping into several pedestrians. At the end of the continuous chain was an old dark green train car that was sitting next to the statue. The wheels had been removed, so it was closer to a monument or exhibit rather than a functional train car. You're supposed to be able to freely enter it, too. The white chain was extending from the open door to the inside. There were tons of people parked in front of the Hachiko, but not one was paying any attention to the chain. They didn't show any signs they were even aware of it. Why? Are people supposed to be, like, staring at this chain? It's not like it's a big fucking snake. As well as that, there were no signs of any people on the train at all. With a gulp, I peered inside. Oh, hey, nice. Is she wearing the chain? And what happened to her sword? Why is it a popsicle now? Is it, like, stabbed into her leg? Hey, Ruben. I'm going to be wrapping up probably pretty soon here, too. You have a good one, too, man. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. If you want to come by and hang out. We'll be going again. In that moment, I realized it was a trap. I couldn't believe it, which is why I hadn't suspected it at all before. The car appeared to be empty, but there was a figure of a single person inside. Aoi was sitting cross-legged in a burgundy train seat, her sharp gaze fixed firmly on me. For some reason, she was holding a light blue popsicle in her hand. That was a Crunchy-kun, right? Forget it. I couldn't care less about Crunchy-kun. More importantly, the gigantic D-sword she had been carrying was mysteriously nowhere to be found. I wondered where she'd even managed to put the thing, and with how huge it was. In place of the sword was a white chain coiling around one of her legs. I mean, we know how this went last time. Which reminded me, back when I'd first met her, she said something about finding her in a train car in front of the station. This must have been what she meant. Was she the one who put the chain here? Could she really have been lugging around this long chain? It looked like it weighed over 10 kilograms. I don't know, what the fuck does that mean in real weight? £20. Okay, a real metal chain of over 50 meters weighs way more than 20 fucking pounds. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I had no idea what was up with this girl. She was entirely unknown to me. She wasn't normal. Could she be Shogun? We already know who Shogun is. What are you talking about? Feeling scared, I moved to run. Only for a short voice to strike me.
Hide.
Come in. I automatically stopped dead. Thoughts ran through my head. If I ran away, what would she do? Would she swing her D-sword at me? When I tried to envision it happening, it freaked me out too much, so I hurriedly shook the delusion out of my head. Could she be the wheelchair boy? Yeah. Conversely, what if I were to just walk straight in? She would get a much better impression of me, and maybe she wouldn't be so violent. Maybe she'd even be in a good enough mood that she'd be interested in selling her D-sword to me. She's about to give you the D, bruh. I didn't think that she'd give it up that easily, but maybe I could at least get her to tell me where she bought it. On top of that, she seemed to have been waiting for me. In other words, that meant she'd taken some form of interest in me. She looked scary, but as was often the case with tsundere types, she might have actually been pretty nice. That could just be wishful thinking, though. Then again, it wasn't like I was going to get cold just because I went inside. Surely that was true. We were right in the middle of Shibuya, after all. There were tons of people surrounding us. Killing me in public in front of all of them would have been suicide. I took a deep breath, gathered my resolve, and stepped on. Yeah. I realized. The bundle of chain that had been at her feet just a moment ago had disappeared without a trace. I thought that she'd moved it somewhere. This isn't really a delusion, though, because the screen's not going wibbly-wobbly, you know what I mean? Her hair does look surprisingly block textured here, though, which is funny. But there were no sounds to indicate that the chain had been moved, and that she was still sitting on the same seat she'd been sitting on the entire time. Even if she had moved it, where the hell had she moved it to? I didn't see it anywhere. Where was the error? Completely unconcerned with how lost I was, asked me something unintelligible yet again. You tailed me, so I'm assuming you found one? As I shook my head left and right in confusion, her expression became increasingly stern. She eventually looked away from me, let out a small sigh, and took a bite of her popsicle. Freed from her sharp gaze, I nearly sunk down into the floor. Talk about a look that could kill. I would have sat down on one of the seats if I could have, but when I realized she might have said something to me if I did, I couldn't bring myself to. I knew you were following me. You saw the error I created, didn't you? I'm assuming it was the chain sticking out of her leg? What are you talking about? The chain. The white chain. If that was what she meant, then yeah, I'd seen it. I'd followed the weird thing all the way here, after all. I don't know where it is. It disappeared. I made it disappear. It was my delusion, after all. What was she talking about? What about the sword? You have one, don't you? Excuse me? No, I don't have one. How could I? This wasn't going well. I could barely get a word out. More importantly, who are you? Seems like you can see. She glanced at me, then jerked her chin towards the window. What do you see outside this window? People? Lots of people. Felt like there was even more people here than before. Felt like I was gonna get a headache just looking at them. There were people with their heads glued to their cell phones, smiling over phone calls, standing and staring at the streams of people. Practically everything I saw out the window was people standing around waiting for other people. I mean, if there were so many people here, why hadn't anyone come into the train since I'd gotten on? Well, because the train doesn't really work, so, I mean, why would most people get on? Do you believe there's a perfect world out there? There isn't. There can't be. Errors will always exist. Because everything People included, is an electronic device. No way. Bro, we're on the Vita! What kind of chuny plotline was that? Jokes aside, I also thought about similar things often. I wasn't trying to say that chuny plotlines were bad. After all, the world was overflowing with books, movies, and anime that were nothing but chuny insanity. Why was it that a writer or a movie director or whoever else could come up with chuny plotlines like that, and it was all well and good, but when amateurs like me did it, everyone made fun of me? The world's greats had all been chunies. Just think about it. The Wright brothers had genuinely thought they could fly through the sky 100 years ago. Napoleon boasted that the word impossible is not in his dictionary. It was why chunies weren't something to be mocked. It was the path that all of the world's greats had taken. Okay, weeb. My question was, why had this girl suddenly started spouting all this chuny shit at me? It isn't what you're seeing. It's what's being shown to you. People acquire info from outside the body by utilizing the five senses, but about 80% of the info we receive comes from sight. The images obtained from sight are converted into impulses, signals that are then sent to the brain via the optic nerve. Just like a telephone, I thought to myself. A telephone converted your voice into electric signals, and then sent that info to a distinct location. Oh no, I was planning on wrapping up the stream soon, but it sounds like we're about to be at the stereotypical part of the anime plot where they over-explain something very simple because it's going to be very essential to you understanding the story. And the writers are terrified that you'll miss the point of the, like, big plot twist if they don't explain it to you for, like, an hour. Every anime game does this. The info dump. Yeah. Ah. Should we just wrap up here and start the info dump tomorrow? You could save it. Because the info dump is going to be very important to our understanding, so I feel like if we're about to be at the info dump, we should just save. Let's do it. Yeah, let's wrap up. This scene and the next few ones are a big deal. Okay, yeah. I've already been going for 10 hours. So tomorrow, we'll finally start to learn something. Yeah. So thanks for watching, you guys. We'll wrap up here just so we can all be here together. Also, because chat's been slowing down. I can tell people are getting tired. I totally understand. It's been a 10-hour stream. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? I'll be streaming tomorrow. Or today. Yeah, today. So we'll stream on Sunday. And then we'll finally figure out what's going on. So stay tuned. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button so you can be here for the rest of the Chaos Head Noah streams and my blind playthrough, because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Enjoy me bitching and going off tangents about all the characters, and hopefully I'll eat my words at the end and actually like them. It'll be an impressive thing to pull off, but we'll get there. So yeah, come to the stream tomorrow, join my Discord channel, all that good stuff. The usual outro stuff. That's it. See you guys tomorrow. Oh, does it have a technical name? I'll title the stream that tomorrow too, even. The info dump, the exposition, anime over explain part. Like, what's it specifically called?
No one really, like, it doesn't have a specific name, I guess. Just call it the info dump. Yeah. Alright. Thanks for watching, you guys. Remember the foreshadowing? I don't know if it's necessarily foreshadowing. But every game kind of does that thing where it's like, okay, we're about to make, like, the big plot reveal, the big ramp-up of the story, but we need to take about 30 minutes to over-explain this little detail just to make sure you fucking get it, because if you don't, you're gonna miss out on the big twist. I feel like maybe it's just the info dump. The lecture. Yeah, I don't know. The conceptual lecture. The core plot lecture, something like that, I don't know. But yeah, stay tuned tomorrow to listen to my lecture about it. That is it. Be sure to subscribe. This scene isn't that long anyway. I'm just kind of need this spot to end after 10 hours. YouTube VODs start getting weird at like the 10-hour mark. But yeah, thanks for watching. Subscribe and hit the bell button for the more Chaos Hit streams. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone.